Chapter 1 Empire Assessment. Solar System, Io, Shenshui City, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Fei's body was lying in a virtual simulator, but his consciousness had already entered a vast white space. I have been waiting for more than an hour, why haven't I started yet? Shen Fei paced back and forth in this space. Waiting before the exam was really the most painful thing in the world. Student Shen Fei, after all, this is an assessment that most qualified and qualified personnel in the Empire will participate in. The number of people is more than 1 trillion. The time difference in different places is too large, so it is naturally impossible to be coordinated and consistent. A female voice suddenly sounded, explaining to Shen Fei patiently. In fact, it is not humans who speak, but the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu of the 3rd Evolutionary School of the Iopa city where Shen Fei is located. Although it has not reached the level of intelligent life, its intelligence level is already extremely high, and communication is almost the same as that of ordinary people. Teacher Xiaoyu, I know all this. Shen Fei stood there, and he followed, or, Teacher Xiaoyu, tell me the rules of the imperial assessment again. You have heard it 5 minutes ago. Xiaoyu said. But I still want to hear it now. Shen Fei said. Oh well. Xiaoyu agreed, and she said in a tone that was not slow and rapid. The imperial assessment is an assessment used by the Empire to screen special talents, and it is also an assessment that countless citizens of the entire Empire are eager to pass, and after passing the imperial assessment, the imperial citizens are qualified to go to the wild virtual world. The location of the imperial assessment is in a super-large virtual realm world built by the Empire. The assessment method is not a physical assessment, but rather the assessment personnel enter it through consciousness such as virtual simulators and full true simulators. The imperial assessment is every 3 years, and the content of each assessment is different, but it is certain that the imperial assessment is eliminated at a very high rate, and 99.99% of the participants will be eliminated. The Empire assessment tests the comprehensive ability of participants, so even non-evolved people have the hope of passing this assessment. Of course, the probability is much lower than that of evolvers. This imperial assessment is completely a super plus version of the college entrance examination, which is the only way for ordinary citizens to change their destiny stably. Shen Fei also heard Xiaoyu's continuous explanation, and this thought flashed through his mind. The era of Empire is an era when humans move towards the starry sky after unification. Although Shen Fei had only traveled to this era for only 1 month, he also deeply understood the cruelty of this era and understood the key to the imperial assessment. As the super plus version of the college entrance examination, if you can pass it, your future will naturally be bright. If you cannot pass it, it is likely that it will be the dust of the times. And just as Shen Fei was thinking, suddenly, Xiaoyu's explanation stopped. Teacher Xiaoyu, why did you stop? Shen Fei looked up in confusion. Student Shen Fei, the Empire sent a message that all the Jupiter system who participated in the Empire assessment will complete the transfer in 1 minute. Now there are only 45 seconds, 44 seconds, and 43 seconds left. Xiaoyu said, and began to remember the number of seconds. At this moment, Shen Fei's anxiety was swept away in an instant. He felt that all the hairs in his body were standing up, his whole body was heating up, and his heart was beating violently. 0.3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As Xiaoyu's last syllable falls, Wow! Shen Fei only felt the light shining around him. When he saw everything around him clearly again, he found that he had arrived in a wilderness full of weeds. The weeds around him were very tall, and the shorter ones were more than 1 meter. A little taller could completely block the human body. The Empire assessment has begun. Shen Fei realized this fact, and he took a quick and deep breath to calm himself down. At this time, Shen Fei also discovered that his right hand had grabbed a thin booklet. Shen Fei quickly opened the booklet, which recorded the rules of this assessment. Assessment rules: the assessment duration is 3 days, and the assessment task is survival. In this assessment, the day is a safe period and the night is a dangerous period. Only in the building can one pass the dangerous period safely. In addition, all participants have the same initial physical fitness, compared to normal adults, but killing the rest of the participants may obtain special props. The participants can increase their survival rate by collecting props, and those who are still surviving after 3 days can pass this exam. Note: 3 days later, if the total number of survivors exceeds the number of Imperial Plan, the Empire will select the better part to be granted the qualification to go to the virtual realm, and the remaining survivors will retain the qualification to participate in the Imperial assessment next time. Is this Imperial assessment alive? Shen Fei thought quickly in his mind that although the content of the Empire assessment will be different every year, it can be divided into several major categories in general. The survival task is the most common category. However, killing the other examiners can get props, which is to encourage each other to fight each other. In this way, the dangers in the next 3 days may be mostly from other examiners, except for the dangerous period at night. Shen Fei couldn't help but condense in his heart. It is the style of the Empire. Killing is not uncommon in this era. Although killing is forbidden in reality, at the evolutionary school, every student has had killing training in the Full Truth Simulator. It can be said that every citizen of this era is familiar with life and death. Shen Fei quickly finished reading the booklet in his hand. He stood there and thought for a moment, and then prepared to leave the place first and explore the surrounding environment. However, Shen Fei had just raised his head, and the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. A green dog head sign slowly approached him among the weeds in front of him. What's this? Shen Fei was stunned at first, but then he reacted. Is this the so-called sign? Shen Fei was a little shocked. After he traveled over, he actually awakened a special ability, that is, to kill targets with special signs, and he could get a certain attribute bonus. However, in the past month, Shen Fei tried to come into contact with various characters and animals, but he had never seen the sign appear. Shen Fei thought this ability was a pit, and he might not have seen the target with a sign in a short period of time, but unexpectedly, he discovered one at the beginning of the Imperial assessment. This sign is approaching me, that is, someone is secretly approaching me. Shen Fei quickly threw the messy thoughts out of his mind and focused his attention in front of him. No matter who the person is, it is impossible for the other party to approach him so secretly, right? Most likely, I want to attack him. Shen Fei quickly judged the current situation, but he did not act rashly, but looked down at the booklet in his hand. Shen Fei frowned slightly, looking at concentrating and thinking. Almost at the same time, in the grass not far from Shen Fei, a young man wearing a mortar coat was staring at Shen Fei. I'm so lucky. The color of the clothes I wear is very similar to the environment here. The moment I landed, I discovered the other examiners. This guy is still studying the assessment rules. With the same physical fitness, I unexpectedly attacked and the possibility of success is more than 80%. When I kill him, as long as I have a little better luck and even more powerful props are released, I will have a huge advantage at the beginning of this assessment. I will use this advantage to accumulate continuously, and the possibility of passing the imperial assessment will be greatly increased. In an instant, the young man made a draft for this imperial assessment trip. Xiao Yi, wait for me. When I pass the imperial examination, we will not have to join the army in the future and become cannon fodder. The young man suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to approach Shen Fei carefully. P.S. Please support. Please support the new book. Chapter 2 First Kill Double Kill. After 5 or 6 seconds, the young man quietly walked around less than 5 meters behind Shen Fei. It's almost done, it's easy to be discovered if you get closer. The young man took a deep breath, and he accumulated his energy, while holding a piece of gravel he had just picked up on the ground. Call. The young man stood up suddenly and rushed towards Shen Fei in an instant. For a healthy adult, it can be crossed in just a few steps in just 5 meters. With the help of the impact force accumulated by these steps, the stone in the young man's hand hit Shen Fei's head. Die for me. The young man gritted his teeth, and a hint of excitement flashed in his heart. However, before the young man could get closer, Shen Fei, who was originally standing there, suddenly fell down. Call. The young man's power-up attack was instantly lost, and because he tried his best, he was a little unsteady at this moment. What? The young man didn't react. At this time, Shen Fei, who had been secretly preparing for a long time, punched him without hesitation. Bang! A premeditated punch hit the young man's vital point between the legs. Although Shen Fei was far from able to use his full strength due to his posture, the young man's defense is obviously even less. Ao! The young man's face turned red in an instant, and he subconsciously arched his body. On the other hand, Shen Fei was not careless after succeeding in the blow. He grabbed a handful of soil with his backhand and sprinkled it directly into the young man's eyes. The young man's eyes were closed tightly. While he was tortured by severe pain, he also lost his vision, and his combat power was less than half a century. I'm sorry, brother. Shen Fei stood up again, and he directly tied the young man's neck with his throat. The other party suffered consecutive blows. Although he resisted at this moment, he was already very weak. With a small difference in strength, the young man quickly lost his breath, but his eyes were still staring straight at the sky, full of reluctance and regret. But all this has nothing to do with Shen Fei. Call. Shen Fei let go of the young man, and he also sat on the ground. Although he had gained the absolute advantage by squeezing the yin fist and Maisi at the beginning, the two of them had similar physical fitness, so it was not easy to kill each other. Under Shen Fei's gaze, the dead young man's body slowly turned into bubbles and disappeared, leaving only a long knife left on the spot. At the same time, a force also rose in Shen Fei's body, which immediately shocked him. You kill a target, attack plus 0.1, defense plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1. Lines of text appeared in front of Shen Fei's eyes, followed by a lot of data. Your current attributes are: Attack, 1.1. Speed, 1.1. Defense, 1.1. Physical Constitution, 1.0. Insight, 1.0. Evolutionary Talent, 1.0. I see. Many information appeared in Shen Fei's mind, and he quickly gained an understanding of his abilities. Kill a person with special signs, his attack, speed, defense, physique, insight, one or several of the 6 attributes of evolutionary talent will be strengthened. Just like this time, his attack, speed, and defense attributes were added 0.1 each. It is worth mentioning that this 0.1 is not a specific bonus, but a multiple increase. For example, Shen Fei has the power in this world that is about equal to a normal adult, so when he attacks with his fists, his attack power is almost fixed. After obtaining a 0.1 bonus, his attack power will become 1.1 times the original one. This multiple increase is not only used for fist attacks. For example, Shen Fei can use a knife or a gun to increase the corresponding attack power. By the same token, the defense is the same. Shen Fei's current defense is 1.1. If he wears a special material suit, the defense of the suit will also be increased to 1.1 times. Even Shen Fei's defense will be increased accordingly by using blocking actions. If the Empire let me lead the launch of the Star Destroyer, the attack power of the Star Destroyer cannon will also be increased to 1.1 times. Shen Fei was secretly shocked. This was too terrifying. The cost of increasing the power of such a weapon is huge, but can it directly increase the attack multiple? No, the key now is the Imperial assessment. Things like Star Destroyer are too far away from me. Shen Fei quickly shook his head and threw the messy thoughts out of his mind. The 1.1-fold bonus is amazing among large-scale weapons, but the personal bonus to Shen Fei is actually not large. In less than 5 minutes of the assessment, I killed someone and exploded a knife from him. This is my real advantage. Shen Fei turned his eyes to the place where the young man just disappeared. He reached out and took the knife up. This is a thin knife, 2 fingers wide and about 1 meter too long, with a faint cold light shining on the blade. It's much easier to deal with people without weapons with this knife. Shen Fei held the hilt of the knife in one hand and casually played several swords in the air. The weapon that exploded was a knife, which was a very lucky thing for Shen Fei, because the weapon he was best at was one. At the evolutionary school, he majored in knife. Riding against time. Before the others have obtained weapons, I will kill a few more, and I will have the hope of obtaining more powerful props. Shen Fei quickly made a decision in his heart. Without hesitation, he directly chose a direction and took the knife and left the place. Shen Fei kept pushing away the weeds and moved forward, and soon saw a highway, and there was a blue sedan parked on the edge of the highway. Oh! Have a car! Shen Fei's eyes lit up and he quickly walked towards the highway. However, just as Shen Fei approached the highway, he was suddenly stunned. On the other side of the highway, there was also a figure coming towards this side. What surprised Shen Fei even more was that the other party was actually wearing a green dog head logo on his head. This person has a sign, too. Shen Fei was slightly confused in an instant. He hadn't seen such a sign for a month and a half before. Why did he meet two people here in a row? Is it the special here? Shen Fei thought of something in his mind, but he hadn't sent a confirmation for a while. No matter what, it is the right thing to take down this person first. Judging from his movements, his goal is obviously the same as the car. Shen Fei's thoughts were very clear. After a little thought, he hid the knife in his hand behind him and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, the person opposite discovered Shen Fei, but the other person's figure only stayed for a moment before continuing to approach. Shen Fei naturally would not be afraid and continued to move forward. Soon, the two of them arrived on the road one after another. At this moment, they were less than 10 meters apart. This is a boy wearing a blue windbreaker. His face looks a little tender, and there is a harmless smile on his face at this moment. Brother, this car can carry 2 people. How can we join forces? Brother, you can imagine that once we join forces, even if we meet other people again, the winning rate between the two of us will undoubtedly be higher. The boy smiled. I think there is no need for us to fight to the death. Haha, what this brother said makes sense. I wonder where the brother is from? He actually has such insight. Shen Fei smiled and walked forward slowly. I am from the Yingxian's Heiming Arm Tuhui Galaxy. Where is the eldest brother? The young man said with a smile. Me? Jupiter system, Io. Isn't the Jupiter system in the solar system? Big brother, I didn't expect that the Magnesium Valley would swell and sludge beating the squid to the phoenix. It's just an ordinary civilian, it's really not worth mentioning. Shen Fei said, less than 5 meters away from the boy. At this moment, Shen Fei no longer hid. His right hand, which he had been placing behind him, slowly stretched out, and a long sword flashing with cold light appeared. When the boy saw the knife in Shen Fei's hand, the smile on his face suddenly couldn't hold back. Call. The young man raised his hand and instantly a handful of sand spilled out, and he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Shen Fei had already rushed out, but the sand shot from him subconsciously slowed down and blocked his eyes with his hands. What did you use this trick? Shen Fei was furious. He immediately understood that the boy was just a deceitful person just now, and was probably thinking about sneak attacking him. Shen Fei only hates 2 kinds of people in his life. One is the person who doesn't let him play tricks, and the other is the person who play tricks on him. Without hesitation, Shen Fei broke out and rushed up again. The boy reacted very quickly. The moment he saw the knife in Shen Fei's hand, he realized that he would definitely not be able to beat it. He turned around and ran away, but with just one handful of sand and soil, he ran 2 or 3 more steps away. The two of them were already very close before, and the distance of these 2 or 3 steps was nothing. Besides, Shen Fei's speed has reached 1.1. Speed. The improvement of the degree attribute has continuously increased Shen Fei's extreme speed, and even his explosion speed has increased by 1.1 times. As soon as Shan Fei broke out, he soon came behind the boy. Die for me! Shan Fei held the knife in both hands and slashed down angrily. The boy turned around in a hurry, but there was no way to resist, and it was too late at this time. Swish! The sword flashed by, blood splattered, and the boy fell to the ground. P.S. Please support. Please support the new book. Chapter 3 First Fight. You kill the target, your understanding plus 0.1, attack plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1. Shan Fei looked at the words flashing in front of him, and his heart felt relieved. Become stronger again. At this moment, the dead boy's body slowly dissipated, leaving only a metal syringe filled with grey liquid and a booklet on the ground. Temporary enhancement potion. Injection can double its strength and physical strength within 3 minutes, but once 3 minutes passes, the user will fall into weakness for up to an hour, and his strength and physical strength will be reduced by half. Note: this strengthening solution takes effect immediately and does not require early injection. Temporary fortification agent. Shan Fei looked at the content introduced in the booklet and he felt a little happy. This is a good thing. If you meet someone you can't beat in the future, if you have this, you will definitely be a turnaround in an instant. Putting away the spoils, Shan Fei quickly walked to the vicinity of the car. Shan Fei checked the car a little, and after he found nothing wrong, he sat in. This is a car that uses unknown energy, with flight mode and land mode. Shan Fei decisively chose land mode. There is nothing else, the operation of the flight mode is relatively complicated and he can't turn on it. Walk. Shan Fei turned on the car's engine and stepped on the accelerator. The car instantly rushed out along the highway. Shan Fei didn't know where he was going, but it would definitely not work to stay where he was. First, there may not be other assessors here. Second, there are no buildings here, so the assessment rules are very clear. It is very dangerous not to stay in the building at night. Shan Fei drove very fast, and the car was running all the way. In less than 10 minutes, Shan Fei ran more than 20 kilometers. At this time, Shan Fei drove the car up a huge steep slope. As we were about to reach the top of the slope, suddenly, a figure ran towards us from the other side of the steep slope. What the hell? Shan Fei was suddenly shocked. He subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but it was too late. Bang! Shan Fei only felt the car tremble, and then he saw a figure thrown away from afar. A car accident. Fortunately, it's under the assessment. Shan Fei quickly understood everything in his heart, and the next moment, he was slightly stunned. A line of words floated past him. You kill the target, attack power plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1, insight plus 0.1. Another goal. Shan Fei's heart was slightly condensed. He met 3 people in a row, and 3 consecutive goals were all goals. He had basically confirmed that all the examiners in this imperial assessment were likely to be all goals. Is it because of the virtual realm? Shen Fei was thinking in his mind, and he quickly got out of the car and came to the person who had just died. The other party's body had disappeared now, and only one drawing was left on the ground. What's this? Shen Fei picked up the things on the ground and looked at them. He was slightly surprised. This turned out to be a map. Good thing. Shen Fei searched on the map little by little, wanting to see if he could find his current location. But at this moment, you killed my prey. A voice suddenly came, and Shen Fei was shocked. He turned his head and found a figure that had come to the top of the steep slope at some time. Because of the light, Shen Fei could not see his appearance clearly. He could only judge based on his voice that this was a girl, and he was very short, definitely less than 1.6 meters away. Of course, in Shen Fei's eyes, none of these matters. The only thing that attracted him was the phantom above the figure, which was also a dog's head, but it was purple. Purple dog head. Shen Fei suddenly felt itchy. What is the difference between a purple dog head and a green dog head? Humph, don't talk. Then take the account. The figure snorted, and the next moment, she rushed down. The figure's pace was very small, but the frequency of steps was extremely high. She took advantage of the momentum from top to bottom, and her balance was not affected at all, but her speed was getting faster and faster. Master! Shen Fei instantly confirmed that the opponent's combat skills were definitely of high quality, not comparable to those two parallel products in the front. Shen Fei held the hilt with his right hand tightly, and his legs were accumulating energy on the spot and ready to explode at any time. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already arrived less than 2 meters away from Shen Fei. As the saying goes, 1 inch long and 1 inch stronger, and the other party rushed here. She couldn't hit Shen Fei, but Shen Fei was able to attack her. Swish! A simple and unpretentious slash exploded from top to bottom. Shen Fei had been accumulating his strength for a long time, and he was determined to win. But at the critical moment, a smile appeared on the corner of the figure's mouth. She jumped up suddenly. She flipped twice in the air and approached Shen Fei in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a black light rushed straight to Shen Fei's neck. This attack broke out very suddenly and was extremely rapid. If it were ordinary people, it would be difficult to avoid it now. But Shen Fei had killed 3 targets in a row before, and received speed bonuses 3 times. This speed naturally also includes the reaction speed. The reaction speed of 1.3 times is actually a small qualitative change. In fact, almost the moment the other party jumped up, Shen Fei reacted something was wrong. Before the cold light reached his neck, he had already lowered his body, and the opponent's attack was naturally lost. This guy also has weapons, despicable. Shen Fei cursed in his heart. He quickly turned around, and the other party also landed on the ground at this time. Her figure is very stable, and it seems that the difficult movements just now have not had any impact on her. At this time, Shen Fei finally saw the appearance of the figure clearly. This is indeed a girl. She is wearing a blue and black dress, with her long black hair divided into 3 strands, most of which are behind her, and 2 strands are hanging in front of her. His skin is white and red, his facial features are very delicate, and he looks quite cute. Of course, Shen Fei didn't feel cute at all now. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, he might have already landed on the ground. At this time, the girl was holding a black dagger in both hands. She looked at Shen Fei, with a look of surprise on her face, as if she couldn't believe that Shen Fei had avoided the attack just now. It seems that you are an evolutionary too. You are quite a bit quick. Let's get to know each other. My name is Jin Xiao Xiao. The girl suddenly said in a daze. Shen Fei. Shen Fei didn't say much, and pointed the blade of the long sword in his hand at the other party. In fact, although Shen Fei is a student of the evolutionary school, he is not an evolutionary school. Even in the evolutionary school, evolutionary is rare, and usually only 1 out of tens of thousands of students is available. However, no matter what identity he is in reality, the basic physical fitness here is the same, while Shen Fei has attribute bonuses. Shen Fei was confident that he would cut Jin Xiao Xiao under the knife. Is this over? It's so difficult for you to say something. Jin Xiao Xiao said unhappily. I just think there is nothing to say about a dead person. Shen Fei was naturally willing to satisfy the other party's request. He said, for your pretty face, I will let you die soon. Stinky man. Jin Xiaoxio's face suddenly collapsed, and the 2 daggers in her hand were all aimed at Shen Fei. That depends on who dies first. P.S. Please support. Please support the new book. Chapter 4 Killing. Your current attributes are: Attack, 1.3. Speed, 1.3. Defense, 1.1. Physical Constitution, 1.0. Understanding, 1.2. Evolutionary Talent, 1.0. After killing the 3 major targets, Shen Fei's current attack and speed have reached 1.3, and all other attributes have been enhanced. At this time, after a simple confrontation, Shen Fei took the initiative to attack. Although Shen Fei has no experience in fighting with people in life and death in reality, he has had the experience of using a long knife to deal with people with daggers in the Quanzhen simulator in school. He knew very well that his advantage was that his hands were long enough, and his disadvantage was that his hands were too long and not flexible enough. Therefore, when the 2 sides fight, they must keep a distance. As long as they can maintain a good distance, the winner must be Shen Fei. This is actually not difficult in Shen Fei's opinion, because his speed is 1.3 times that of the other party. Unless he makes a fool of himself, he is unlikely to be approached. Shen Fei held the knife in both hands, and the moves he used were simple and unpretentious, which were basic moves such as chopping, cutting, and picking. Clang! 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 Jin Xiao Xiao resisted it with a dagger again and again, and her pace was also constantly retreating. Shen Fei steadily pressed forward without any intention of advancing. Shen Fei could see clearly that Jin Xiao Xiao was strategically retreating. Once he advanced, the other party would easily find an opportunity to break in. As the 2 sides continued to fight, Shen Fei gradually felt Jin Zioxio's difficulty. The opponent's two daggers were as stable as Mount Tai. It was obviously Shen Fei's move faster and his attacks were more fierce, but he couldn't break through the opponent's defense even after he tried. In addition, Jin Xiao is so balanced, and her steps are extremely light and she is calculated incredibly accurately. She can't find any waste at all. You are so lucky that you don't get the weapon you are good at. Jin Xiao suddenly said, if I were you, I would rather use this kind of bad sword technique to fight against the enemy without using this kind of bad sword technique. There is no old chasm, and the promise of calling the mulberry, and the despised concubine is calm and unaffected by it. Shen Fei must admit that the evolutionists are indeed stronger in terms of combat skills. Because, the biggest factor for ordinary people to become evolutionists is control. The evolutionary school usually opens evolutionary directions. The third evolutionary school of Mesei Shenyang City, where Shen Fei is located, opens a total of 27 evolutionary directions. Shen Fei chose the direction of the God Transporter. Specifically, the evolution method is the primary evolution method of the God Transporter lineage Zhuoyuan sword. This is a very magical sword technique. If you practice it, even if you have no understanding at all, just swing the knife according to routine, you can naturally absorb cosmic energy, strengthen your body, and make ordinary people step by step to the level of being close to the evolutionist. Of course, if you just practice ignorantly, you will only get close to you for the rest of your life and will never become a true evolver. According to the school teacher, to become an evolver through 9 Yuan sword, you must reach the point of controlling the knife and controlling yourself. In fact, it is not just the case with 9 Yuan sword. As far as Shen Fei knows, most of the people who communicate with the gods have this requirement in other evolutionary methods, and even evolutionary methods in other directions. For example, Jin Xiao, the reason why she can still deal with it calmly when her speed and attack are weaker than Shen Fei is because she has too much control over the weapons in her hands. Of course, Shen Fei's swordsmanship is not so bad that it is not worth mentioning. After all, he has been practicing for more than 10 years and cannot achieve nothing. If Shen Fei's sword skills are really not worth mentioning, he can't fight with Jin Xiao with just a little bit of attribute advantage. Spend. In fact, in Jin Zioxio's heart, Shen Fei is actually even more terrifying. Although her sword skills were not very good, she could still suppress her, especially every knife that Shen Fei cut made her feel unstoppable. It was obvious that everyone had the same power, but for some reason, Shen Fei's attack was a mess. Or it was I wrong. This guy was not an evolutionist at all, but his luck exploded before. After killing someone, he got a prop that can permanently increase his combat power. Jin Xiao guessed in her heart. Clang! 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 The sound of the collision between the blade and the dagger kept coming, and Jin Xiao retreated all the way, and the two of them rushed from near the top of the slope to the bottom of the slope. After all, they are all ordinary people's bodies. After so long, both of them have reached their limits. Jin Xiao was gasping for breath, and sweat as big as beans kept dripping from her cheeks. Because she had rolled on the ground for a few times during the fight, her face was covered with dust, and she was completely gone from the cuteness and charm just now. Of course, Shen Fei was in similar situation. He sweated a lot and soaked his clothes completely. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei, who was still attacking continuously, and couldn't help but say, "Hey, after fighting for so long, you should understand that none of us can do anything to each other, so why not stop?" "No, continue to fight." Shen Fei did not stop at all, and he continued to attack. "You are crazy, don't forget that this is in the Imperial assessment. You are exhausting too much energy. What will you do later?" Jin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but curse. "A dead person, don't worry about that much." Shen Fei's voice was still firm, and what was even more firmer than his voice was the knife in his hand. The attacks are becoming more and more fierce and accurate. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao gradually felt something was wrong. Shen Fei's knife made her feel more and more unstoppable. At first, she thought it was because of her physical strength decline, but now she understood that it was Shen Fei who was improving. "He is actually practicing with me." Jin Zioxio's already bad-looking face became even more ugly, and realizing this fact made her feel extremely confused. When your mind is confused, your moves will naturally become messy. Bang! Suddenly, Shen Fei's knife tip slashed across Jin Zioxio's wrist. Ah! Jin Xiao Xiao subconsciously let go of the dagger in her hand in pain. By now, Shen Fei had no intention of showing mercy and stabbed the long knife in his hand without hesitation. Puff! With a muffled sound, the long sword had already penetrated into Jin Zioxio's chest. "You!" Jin Xiao Xiao widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that she was just being stabbed. Shen Fei suddenly pulled out the knife, and Jin Xiao Xiao fell down heavily. "Should you wait for me?" Jin Xiao Xiao left this sentence hatefully and soon disappeared completely. Jupiter, a city suspended in the air, has an active earth manor covering the ground. In a luxurious room in the manor, Jin Xiao Xiao walked out of a virtual simulator with a stern face. "Miss, are you?" Beside, several maids who were waiting suddenly widened their eyes. It was only less than half an hour before the Imperial assessment began. "Can't you tell me? I've been eliminated." Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and when several maids saw this, they immediately lowered their heads and did not dare to ask more questions. "Where is my dad?" Jin Xiao Xiao asked again. "Mr. Viscount is in the reception room, and an important guest is visiting." A maid immediately replied. "Oh, forget it. Zioxia, help me get a repair potion in the warehouse." Jin Xiao Xiao ordered. "Yes." The maid immediately agreed, and at the same time she was secretly surprised. This young lady is really a luxury. She can clearly get the opportunity to go to the virtual realm by relying on shortcuts, so she has to participate in the Imperial examination. He died inside. If a normal person dies once in the virtual realm, he will never be able to enter the virtual realm again. But repairing agents can change this fact. However, the price of repair potions is ridiculously expensive. I heard that the most common ones cost more than 1 billion imperial coins. PS, please support. Chapter 5, Villa kill another person. You kill the target, insight plus 0.3, physique plus 0.3, speed plus 0.3. Shen Fei looked at the numbers floating in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy. It is worthy of being a purple dog head, it is indeed better than a green dog head. The understanding has been added by 0.3, and now the understanding has reached 1.5, second only to speed. Shen Fei muttered in his heart. It was really thanks to the 2 understandings he had added before. It was a very magical feeling. It was obviously nothing at the beginning, but as Shen Fei fought with Jin Xiao Xiao, he felt that he could continue to draw nourishment from Jin Xiao Xiao, and then he had a further understanding of the evolution method 9 Yuan sword that he had practiced for a long time. Continuous progress made Shen Fei finally suppress Jin Xiao Xiao and then killed the other party. This attribute is so amazing. Shen Fei held the knife and waved it a few times. At this moment, his sword was completely different from what he felt before. It was a feeling of being as he pleased and blending. Control the knife and control yourself. Shen Fei touched his chin and thought for a moment. He might be very close to reaching this step. Without thinking too much, Shen Fei came to the place where Jin Xiao Xiao fell and found that after her death, the dagger she used had disappeared, leaving only a silver necklace and a booklet on the ground. Wearing the flowing mercury can withstand a fatal attack. Life-saving prop. Shen Fei looked happy and quickly put the necklace on his body. This Jin Xiao Xiao is really a lucky star, but he has a purple dog head and has also exposed such props. With this flowing mercury, he can relax a little, and he doesn't have to worry about being attacked. Shen Fei packed the spoils and quickly returned to the car. Shen Fei took out the map of the unlucky guy who was hit and killed by him and studied it carefully. He finally roughly determined his position. At the same time, Shen Fei also discovered a terrifying fact. Nearby, within a considerable range, there seems to be only one manor that is a building. That is, the assessors within a considerable range of nearby areas either rushed to the manor before nightfall, or faced the dangerous period of night. Shen Fei's heart was slightly shocked. When he thought that countless dog heads would be wasted, he felt bleeding in his heart. Damn it! Shen Fei was furious. This was a rule designed by the unlucky person, it was too wasteful. Although he cursed in his heart, Shen Fei was still honest and drove to the manor. Following the map, the car moved forward all the way. This time, there was no more unlucky collision. Shen Fei took the car to the manor marked on the map. The manor is completely unprepared and there is no guard in it. There are 12 villas far away in the manor, each villa is quiet and does not look like someone. It has been about an hour since the beginning of the assessment. There are many examiners. Although I am not slow, it is unlikely that there is no one who is better and faster than me. Shen Fei thought in his heart, and he also came outside a villa with caution. With flowing mercury, Shen Fei was not too cautious, but directly pushed open the villa door. However, just as Shen Fei pushed open the villa door, suddenly a basin filled with filth was poured down above. Hurry! The filth fell. Shen Fei quickly looked and took a few steps back. With Jin Zioxio's blessing, Shen Fei's speed attribute jumped to 1.6 now, otherwise this wave might not be able to escape. Of course, at this moment, before Shen Fei could think more, 3 figures rushed over from the front. The 3 of them, one with a hammer, the other with a knife, and the other's weapon turned out to be a spear. Shen Fei avoided this wave of sneak attacks. Although the 3 of them were surprised, they did not stop at all. "Don't panic, kill him first," one of the men in tights shouted loudly, and the 3 of them had already greeted their weapons. Shen Fei resisted with a knife a few times. He fought and retreated while fighting, not giving the 3 people a chance to surround him. At the same time, he was testing the strength of the 3 people. If these 3 people were too strong, he would have no problem turning around and running away with a speed of 1.6. But "I'm not very strong, I can fight." Shen Fei felt confident. The next moment, he slid to the left with a moving step. In this very short period of time, Shen Fei's opponent changed from 3 to 1. Of course, such an opportunity is only 1 or 2 seconds. Shen Fei held the knife in both hands and slashed it fiercely. The opponent instantly held the knife to block it, but Shen Fei relied on his extremely high speed and instantly drew the knife and swept it over again. The opponent's color changed drastically, but it was too late to block it. Shen Fei's knife was accurate and fierce, and it directly cut across his neck. Laugh. A bloodline appeared, and the knife holder instantly covered his throat. After staggering and taking a few steps back, he fell to the ground. The 2 remaining people who were planning to surround Shen Fei from the side subconsciously stopped. They obviously did not expect that Shen Fei would kill one of their companions in the blink of an eye. Of course, this is not surprising. Shen Fei has a speed of 1.6 and his sword skills are better than this person just now. If he finds a flaw in the fight, he will naturally kill with 1 blow. When fighting with weapons, it is often the norm to kill him with 1 blow. It is rare for Shen Fei to fight with Jin Xiao Xiao for so long before. You killed the target and gained attack plus 0.1, Constitution plus 0.1, Defense plus 0.1. A line of words floated by in front of his eyes, but Shen Fei didn't care. He held the knife and pointed it at the other 2 people. The remaining 2 looked at each other, the next moment. "This brother, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." One of the young men in blue tights suddenly spoke. "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother, let us explain." Another man with a hammer also spoke quickly. "Oh? Are there any misunderstandings? If I hadn't avoided the basin of dirty water just now, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you 3 in an instant in panic." Shen Fei looked sarcastic on his face. "I have to say that these 3 guys are really dirty, and it is really difficult for normal people to survive if they are attacked like this. Brother, we have no choice. In the Imperial assessment, we cannot hold back." In this regard, the young man who crawled over and overwhelmed and crawled over and overwhelmed, explained. "I'm going to know that you are brothers. The 3 of us are going to join forces to occupy this villa, but we didn't expect that we just met you, brothers. This villa is so big, you 3 want to occupy it?" Shen Fei asked. "Brother, although the villa is big, there is not much food inside. With too many people, there is not enough food. When the food is consumed, our combat effectiveness will definitely decline when we are hungry, and it will be even more dangerous at that time. The young man explained, and when he heard this, Shen Fei was shocked. Yes, food is also a big problem. If you don't have food, even if you can't starve to death for a while, how much combat effectiveness can you maintain? What do you two mean? Shen Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Brother, although you are very good at it, your fists are hard to beat four hands after all, and we are not without trump cards. The man holding a sledgehammer said. Continue to fight, but the result is still unknown. Instead of doing this, brother, you might as well join us. The three of us join forces to occupy the villa steadily. Then someone comes, and we can get a lot of props if we kill them. At that time, will it be easy to pass this imperial assessment? Oh! This suggestion is good. Shen Fei's eyes flashed slightly, and he put away his knife, looking like he was in deep thought. Seeing this, the two men all had a hint of joy on their faces. Shen Fei's strength is obvious to all. If Shen Fei chooses to join them, it would be really great. As for the dead man, he is just a waste, it's better not to mention it. P.S. Please support. Chapter 6, Sneak Attack and Kill. The two of you have a very good plan, I agree to join you. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. Oh! When the two of them heard Shen Fei agree, their smiles became brighter. Of course, it is not surprising that Shen Fei chose to join them. After all, joining them has no harm, so why not do it? My name is Lan Jun. This is Lin Yanyan. What do you call me, brother? The young man in a blue tights introduced with a smile. Shen Fei is down. Shen Fei smiled and said. Brother Lan and Brother Lin, I just offended you. Please forgive me. Brother Shen Fei, this is too polite. What should I say to offend or not? Lan Jun shook his head quickly, and at the same time he felt secretly in his heart that Shen Fei is very capable, but it seems not difficult to get along with. Let's do this. As compensation, the props dropped by this person will be given to Brother Lan. Someone will come later. I will kill one person with my own hands and give the props dropped to Brother Lin. How about it? Shen Fei pointed to the place where the dead man was just now and looked at the two of them at the same time. At this moment, the dead man's body had disappeared, and only a piece of wrist-like props were left on the spot. This. The two were slightly confused. 2. Do you think this compensation plan is inappropriate? One prop is already the limit. Do you want more? Shen Fei, aren't easy to bully. Shen Fei's face immediately sank. No, since Brother Shen Fei is so generous, I'm not polite. Seeing that Shen Fei was about to get angry, Lan Jun waved his hand quickly and stepped forward to pick up the protective gear. Seeing this, Shen Fei smiled on his face. Just as Lan Jun bent down and was about to touch the prop that looked like a wrist guard. Wait, what are you going to do? Lin Yanyan's shocked voice suddenly came, and Lan Jun was stunned. But before he could get up, puff! The sharp long sword had pierced his body from behind. Lan Jun turned around in disbelief and only saw Shen Fei's smiling face. Brother Lan, you are too naive. I didn't expect that the mysterious reward of Ciwan was humble. He suddenly pulled out the knife. Bang! Lan Jun fell down weakly, and Shen Fei made another blow to him with his backhand. You kill the target and get attack plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1, defense plus 0.1. Your current attributes are: Attack, 1.5. Speed, 1.7. Defense, 1.3. Physical Constitution, 1.4. Insight, 1.5. Evolutionary Talent, 1.0. Looking at the words floating in front of him, Shen Fei felt relieved. This guy was really dead. Without hesitation, Shen Fei directly lifted his sword and headed towards Lin Yunyan. Damn it! Seeing this, Lin Yunyan was shocked and angry. But no matter what, Shen Fei had already killed him, so he couldn't let him think too much. Whoever dies and whoever lives is not sure. Lin Yunyan roared, and he suddenly took out a metal syringe from his clothes. What's that? Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. These two people were really not bragging just now, they really had a trump card. Call. Shen Fei rushed forward quickly to stop him, but now Lin Yunyan had already inserted the metal syringe into his neck. The grey liquid in the syringe was injected quickly, and in an instant, veins all over Lin Yunyan's body bulged. Call! Call! The hammer in Lin Yunyan's hand danced, and in an instant, it made waves of howling sounds in the air. The knife that Shen Fei stabbed straight to the side was instantly hit by Lin Yunyan's hammer. Lin Yunyan's hammer skills are obviously extremely superb, and now he seems to have gained great power again. He constantly uses the hammer's inertia to change his moves and produces a very silky combo. But unfortunately, although the combo was extremely silky, Shen Fei dodged left and right in a very short time, and he failed to hit Shen Fei. How is it possible? How can you avoid it? Lin Yunyan was a little disbelief. What's impossible? Shen Fei asked calmly. Although Lin Yunyan suddenly broke out, he didn't panic from beginning to end. The flowing mercury will prevent him from being caught in seconds. The many assessors he killed along the way also increased Shen Fei's speed to 1.7, almost doubled, and his flexibility increased too much. You just injected a temporary enhancement potion, right? The potion is very clear, greatly increasing strength and physical fitness. Shen Fei said calmly. Your strength and physical strength have increased, but your speed is still as slow. Do you know why I chose to kill Lan Jun first instead of you? Because he uses a spear, and you use a hammer and a hammer, you are all fools. Fuck, you don't know the hammer at all. Lin Yunyan was furious. The hammer in his hand danced even more intensely. In fact, if Shen Fei wanted to run away now, he could turn around and run away. Ensure that Lin Yunyan can't catch up with him. After 3 minutes of the potion lasted, Shen Fei turned around and killed him casually. But Shen Fei did not choose to do this. After Lin Yanyan injected the potion, his strength doubled, but it was not strong enough to make Shen Fei unable to resist. After all, Shen Fei's attack attributes are also accumulating again and again. 1.5. Although Shen Fei could not touch the head in collision, he would not be crushed. The most important thing is that Shen Fei was fast enough. The speed advantage gave Shen Fei the initiative in the battle. He would fight if he wanted to fight, and avoid if he didn't want to fight. Call! 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 The hammer in Lin Yanyan's hand attacked wildly, and the shadow of the hammer was almost appearing in the air. To say that Lin Yanyan's speed has not changed, it refers to his reaction speed, attack speed, etc. In fact, if the power becomes larger, the simple attack speed will definitely become faster. At this moment, Lin Yanyan understood that if Shen Fei could not be dealt with quickly, he would be the one who would be unlucky later, so he became more and more crazy. However, compared to Lin Yanyan's madness, Shen Fei became more and more calm. Clang! 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 Shen Fei accurately controlled his sword and wanted to kill him with one blow through the flaw exposed by Lin Yanyan. Although Lin Yanyan was easily repelled by wielding his sledgehammer every time, Shen Fei was not discouraged, but kept trying. Control the knife, control yourself. Shen Fei's brain was running rapidly. He tried his best to control every move of his own, and tried his best to control the knife in his hand, striving to avoid any errors. The knife is an extension of the hand, and controlling oneself is the key. Shen Fei shifted his attention to his perception of himself. Countless practices of 9 Yuan sword made his body very familiar with this set of sword techniques. At this moment, all the external moves disappeared in Shen Fei's heart, and instead he used the movement of every strand of muscle, every inch of skin contraction, and even the flow of blood in his body when he used these moves. Shen Fei seemed to be standing at a high place and gave a complete view of his body. 9 Yuan sword is a very perfect evolutionary method. Through practice over and over again, Shen Fei had already mobilized any organization in his body. At this moment, Shen Fei finally understood the true meaning of this evolutionary method. And he also completed his control of himself through this evolutionary method. Swish! The blade was extremely tricky and suddenly passed through a tiny flaw exposed by Lin Yanyan. Laugh! The blade passed through Lin Yanyan's neck, and the other party's movements instantly stopped on the spot. Lin Yanyan, die! P.S. The contract has been signed, and brothers who have not invested can invest in waves. Chapter 7, Big Killing and Special Killing Transformation. You killed the target, Evolution Talent plus 0.1, Physique plus 0.1, Defense plus 0.1. Call! 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 Shen Fei squatted on the ground, gasping for breath, but he looked at the message floating in front of him, and his smile was extremely bright. This wave of adventure is worth it. The 1.5's understanding was indeed extraordinary, which made him easily understand something that he could not understand before and completed his control over himself. From now on, there is no obstacle to his path to becoming an evolver. He only needs to absorb energy and transform his body. Entertainment. Even if you cannot pass the imperial assessment and go to join the army, you will not be cannon fodder in the future. Shen Fei smiled twice in his heart, then picked up the 3 props dropped on the ground and walked towards the villa swayingly. The villa has 3 floors, and the bottom floor is a very wide hall. Shen Fei searched around the bottom and found 10 cans of military nutrient solution in metal boxes. No wonder those 3 guys said there was not enough food. This little nutrient solution really couldn't support too many people. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. He opened a can of nutrient solution without hesitation, and then raised his head to kill a whole can. In a short period of time, Shen Fei fought one after another, and he was already hungry. Food was in front of him, so he naturally would not be polite. Military, it's better than civilians. Shen Fei wiped his mouth, feeling quite satisfied. In this era, nutrient solution is a very common food for the poor. Although Shen Fei has been traveling for only 1 month, he has drunk a lot of nutrient solution. At this moment, he has naturally instantly learned the difference between this military nutrient solution. After replenishing energy, Shen Fei also studied the props that the 3 of them burst out. The first person killed by Shen Fei was exposed was the wrist guard, which was a very ordinary wrist guard gear, which was barely usable. Lan Jun is much better than the other party. He exploded a bottle of healing potion, which can quickly treat non-fatal injuries and delay the onset of fatal injuries. It is worth mentioning what Lin Yinyan exploded. Temporary enhancement potion, enhanced version after use. Your strength and physical strength will double for 10 minutes, and your strength and other attributes will be slightly weakened within half an hour after the effect disappears. The duration has become stronger, and the side effects are not a big thing. Shen Fei was very satisfied. Lin Yinyan had a good thing, and he was really going to kill the other party at such a big price. Shen Fei quickly put away many props in different categories, and he also sat on the sofa in the villa with the handle of the knife and waited quietly. Shen Fei knew very well that as the only building nearby, this manor would definitely be a steady stream of people coming to his door in the next day. Whether it is from the perspective of insufficient food or the perspective of killing the superimposed attributes of the dog-head target, Shen Fei cannot let people live in at will. There will inevitably be many fighting in the next day. Although Shen Fei is already very strong now, he still won't be careless. The entire empire is too big. It is not surprising that there are any kind of talents, not to mention that those who can get here have more or less obtained some props. If someone's props have a very terrifying effect, it is also possible that they will fail. In short, Shen Fei is waiting for the battle at this moment and is always waiting for the next battle. In fact, Shen Fei didn't wait too long. In about 20 minutes, a long-haired woman in black walked in carefully. Although this woman is not as cute and charming as Jin Xiao Xiao, she is very good at having a good figure and is also very attractive to Shen Fei. Look. After the woman entered the villa, she saw Shen Fei sitting there with a handle on the hilt of the knife. Coal. The woman tried to say something, but Shen Fei interrupted her directly. I'll introduce you to the current situation. These 12 villas should be the only buildings nearby, so the examiner must be in the villa to survive, but the food in the villa is limited and can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Shen Fei finished speaking slowly, and when the woman heard this, a trace of thought appeared on her face. It seems you are the only one now. The woman asked. Yes. Shen Fei nodded with a smile, I do need a collaborator. Then it seems that I'm here at the right time. The woman also laughed. She was about to step forward, but at this time, Shen Fei had already raised the knife and pointed it at her. I haven't finished speaking yet. Shen Fei sneered, the collaborator I want is not a waste. Let me see your strength first. What? The woman was shocked, but Shen Fei had already killed him with a knife in one hand. The woman reacted very quickly. She wiped her waist and a soft sword appeared in her hands. Whoosh! 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 The soft sword roared, but Shen Fei was faster. Not only was the attack accurate, but his power suddenly became a mess. With just two swords, one sword slashed the soft sword and stabbed it straight out. Puff! With a knife through the throat, the woman fell down immediately. What a pity! Shen Fei shook his head with some regret. Time passed, until noon, 13 people had already come to deliver the green dog heads. Compared with Shen Fei, who is becoming more and more powerful, other examiners rely on a little prop, which is really not enough to see. It is easier and easier for Shen Fei to kill. Of course, there are not without smart people among these people. Some people guessed that there was danger inside when they came near the villa, so they waited outside until others arrived and then entered together. But unfortunately, even if several people come in together, they will die. Your current attributes are: Attack, 2.1. Speed, 2.5. Defense, 2.0. Physical Constitution, 2.1. Understanding, 2.1. Evolutionary Talent, 1.8. Shen Fei looked at his attributes and couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. It's so terrifying. Can someone fight me? Shen Fei felt invincible. And at this moment, bang! 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 3 knocks on the door suddenly rang out. Hi! Shen Fei frowned slightly and looked at the villa gate in an instant. The door is open and knocks on the door. What's wrong with it? At this time, Shen Fei also saw the knocker. This is a very tall woman with long hair that is long to her waist and is spread out and tied into 2 long ponytails. She was wearing a red leather jacket, with a pretty face, fair skin, and a pair of big amber eyes. After knocking on the door, the woman walked into the villa. Her legs were long, but her steps were not big, which made her feel elegant. However, at this time, Shen Fei's eyes were not attracted by the beauty of this woman, but looked at her head in surprise. Golden dog head. Shen Fei was shocked. After killing so many people, except for Jin Xiao Xiao, who has a purple dog head, everyone has a green dog head. A golden one suddenly appeared? Is the golden dog head the same level as purple, but the effect is special, or is this dog head more advanced than the purple dog head? PS, please support, please recommend, please invest, please monthly tickets. Chapter 8 The Void Realm Talent. At this time, the woman also slowly came to a place less than 5 meters away from Shen Fei. "Hello, gentlemen, I am Xia Qiang." The woman put her hand on her chest and bowed slightly. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's heart was slightly condensed, but he immediately stood up and smiled and said, "Hello, hello, my name is Shen Fei." While speaking, Shen Fei also stretched out his hand enthusiastically. Seeing this, Xia Qiang hesitated a little and reached out to hold Shen Fei. "Mr. Shen Fei, this assessment reminds us to stay in the building at night. Can I stay here tonight?" Xia Qiang asked. "Like a beautiful lady in mystery, of course I can't ask for it." A hint of joy appeared on Shen Fei's face. "Mr. Shen Fei has been awarded." Xia Qiang covered her mouth and chuckled. "Miss Xia just needs to call me Shen Fei." Shen Fei waved his hand and said, "This villa is so big, there are many empty rooms. I'll take Miss Xia to pick you up on the second floor. How about it?" "Then I'll trouble you, Shen Fei." Xia Qiang blinked. Small things, small things." Shen Fei smiled and then made a call. Xia Qiang smiled and stepped forward, exposing her back to Shen Fei without any warning. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's eyes immediately narrowed. In Shen Fei's opinion, a person with a golden dog head would definitely not be simple. Even though Shen Fei's current attributes are no longer as good as before, he dared not be careless, so he did not attack immediately just now, but was preparing to act according to the opportunity and look for opportunities. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so soon. Is this woman really stupid or intentional? Shen Fei still had a little concern in his heart, but he was also decisive in his actions, and this little concern could not affect him. Shen Fei quietly held the hilt of the knife around his waist. "Miss Xia, be careful of the stairs." Shen Fei was still reminding, the next moment. "Wow!" Shen Fei drew his sword and stabbed Xia Qiang directly on the back. Success! Shen Fei watched his knife stab into Xia Qiang's back, and joy subconsciously emerged in his heart. This is a golden dog head. However, this joy did not last long, and Shen Fei immediately realized something was wrong. Strength. The hand feels wrong. Shen Fei was shocked. The knife did not seem to penetrate the body, but to pass through the air. At the same time, Xia Qiang, who had just been stabbed by Shen Fei, had turned around, and there was a small crossbow in her hand. Within less than 1 meter, a cold light burst out suddenly. However, the moment the cold light appeared, Shen Fei's body also faded, and a cold light almost flew over Shen Fei's scalp, and Shen Fei could feel a hint of coolness. It's so dangerous, almost flowing mercury, the only chance to save your life was wasted. Shen Fei was secretly grateful in his heart, but he didn't hesitate, and directly exerted force from his waist, and rushed straight to the crossbow in Xia Qiang's hand with a backhand. Shen Fei's speed of up to 2.5 naturally made his knife shockingly fast. Bang! The small crossbow was immediately pulled out. I actually avoided it. I knew that it would be very easy for those who could occupy this villa alone. Xia Qiang's voice was a little amazed. Do you know, You're going to die. Shen Fei didn't want to give Xia Qiang a chance to react, so he rushed up directly. Swish! The blade slashed Xia Qiang's neck directly, but the other party didn't even hide. The facts proved that Xia Qiang did not need to hide. Just like before, Shen Fei's knife seemed to slash the air and directly cut through it. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei frowned slightly. Is it talent in the virtual realm? I knew that it has been half a day since the imperial examination. It is impossible for a young lady who is harmless to appear suddenly. Shen Fei calmly took back the knife. The golden dog head was placed there, and the current situation was not too unexpected to Shen Fei. Virtual realm talent is something that any examiner who participates in the Empire assessment knows. Some people will inexplicably show various strange abilities when they enter the virtual realm for the first time. The biggest feature of these abilities is that they can only be used in the virtual realm, so they are called virtual realm talent. This kind of virtual realm talent is something that everyone desires, because people with this talent have a nearly 100% chance of passing the imperial examination, and they will hardly fail unless they are stupid. However, for most people, the so-called virtual realm talent is at most, because the probability of it appearing is too low, and it is said to be less than 1 in a billion. Of course, it is precisely because of the existence of virtual realm talent that Shen Fei can exert all his strength without any scruples in the assessment. Otherwise, this is an assessment of the Imperial Unified Organization. Shen Fei is particularly outstanding when everyone has the same physical fitness. No matter how arrogant Shen Fei is, he will not be worried at all. Do you know, you're going to die too? Xia Qiang said with a smile, and she pulled out a thin sword about 1 meter from the red leather jacket with her backhand. Call. A straight thorn without fancy, but the angle and strength are impeccable. As soon as an expert takes action, he knows whether there is anything. Xia Qiang must be a master of swords. However, in Shen Fei's eyes, this sword is like the sword played by an old man in the park. It is slow and powerless, and it is just a joke. He casually used a knife to block the sword, but beyond Shen Fei's expectations, the sword actually penetrated directly through his sword. The sword headed straight to Shen Fei's forehead. Shen Fei frowned slightly and turned his head to avoid it. He avoided my killer move twice. This person was so fast that he was abnormal. He was afraid that Xia Qiang was also talented in the Void Realm and was secretly surprised, but she immediately smiled. Brother Shen Fei, he's quite awesome. It's okay to kill you. Shen Fei held the knife and slashed it with his backhand. As expected, it was cut directly. You can't even hit me, how can you kill me? Xia Qiang said, fighting back again, but her sword was also avoided by Shen Fei again. The two of them have gone through more than 10 moves, but they are all trying to make air. From beginning to end, they have never had a head-on confrontation with their weapons. Call. Xia Qiang suddenly quickly moved backwards and pulled the distance wide. Seeing this, Shen Fei pondered for a moment and stopped. Shen Fei, you should understand that neither of you nor me can do anything to each other, so why not stop? Our goals are all about passing the imperial assessment, but it is not necessary to decide the winner. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei and said seriously. We two join forces and are no longer afraid of any threats. What you said makes sense. We really have no reason to separate life and death. Shen Fei nodded after pondering and put away the knife. That's the reason. Xia Qiang regained her smile and said. Just as long as brother Shen Fei figured it out. The nutrient solution is there, you can eat it yourself. Shen Fei pointed to the location of the nutrient solution. Thank you, brother Shen Fei, for your reminder. Xia Qiang thanked with a smile. At this time, Xia Qiang had already let go of her vigilance against Shen Fei. After all, what she said is indeed the truth. The two of them have no reason to separate from their lives. When no one can do anything to each other, why bother to fight to the end? There is no benefit to win, but if you lose, you will be eliminated. It is thankless, so there is naturally no need to do it. P.S. Please support, please recommend, please invest, please monthly tickets. Chapter 9 Second Sneak Attack Change of Ability. Although Xia Qiang has the talent of the Void Realm, she is not a strong fight. She must have experienced many battles all the way here, and she will not be able to say that she is hungry. So, after Shen Fei pointed out where the nutrient solution was, Xia Qiang quickly went over and took out a can of unopened nutrient solution and started drinking it. Shen Fei really seemed to give up, sitting there with an indifferent look on his face, watching Xia Qiang drinking nutrient solution. Where is Miss Xia from? Shen Fei asked. Little brother, do you want to check your household registration? Xia Qiang smiled, and she immediately said, I am from the Jupiter system. Jupiter system? Shen Fei was shocked. Is brother Shen Fei also from the Jupiter system? Xia Qiang was also surprised and said, so, we are still fellow villagers. It's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Shen Fei slapped his thigh. This is a coincidence. Xia Qiang's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, we may have a cooperation in the future. Yes, yes. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were chatting. Although they didn't know how sincere they were inside, the more they talked, the more they became more and more speculative. They almost burned incense and worshipped Buddha on the spot, and became Jinlan. However, the two did not keep talking, and soon another person came to the villa. This is a bald young man, holding a long red metal stick in his hand, and there is a look of self-importance on his face. Xia Qiang, we can't live in the third person in this villa. Shen Fei glanced at the other party, then said to Xia Qiang. The previous miscellaneous fish were solved by brother Shen Fei, and I will leave it to me later. Xia Qiang didn't refuse, and she stood up calmly. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang's back, and after his eyes flashed slightly, he also got up and walked over. Xia Qiang didn't care about Shen Fei following him. Her attention was on the bald young man at this time. After saying a few words to her, the two quickly started fighting. This bald young man is not a good man. He waved the metal stick in his hand so tightly that he was very restrained by Xia Qiang's sword. Xia Qiang did not reveal his talent in the virtual realm at the beginning, but showed his weakness to the enemy. When the bald young man was a little careless, Xia Qiang suddenly exploded, and he suddenly passed through the weapon defense of the bald young man with his talent in the virtual realm, and then penetrated his throat with a sword. Silly big! Xia Qiang looked at the bald young man who was lying on the ground, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. However, just as Xia Qiang wanted to pull out her sword, she suddenly felt a chill coming from behind, but she had no time to react. A knife, fast and fierce, sneered through Xia Qiang's chest. To be precise, it is the heart. Sorry, fellow villager, I really want to kill you. Shen Fei's voice came, and Xia Qiang also understood everything. Then you should cut my head directly into Xia Qiang's mind. The next moment, she used all her strength to activate her Void Realm talent. Call. Xia Qiang disappeared from the spot in a flash. Vanished. Shen Fei was stunned. After he reacted, he quickly glanced around the villa. After not finding anything, he quickly came outside. But in the huge manner, Xia Qiang was no longer seen. What is Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent? Shen Fei was a little surprised. He initially guessed that it was void or something, but now it seems that it is not. Shen Fei stood there and waited for a while, but never received a prompt to kill the target. If the heart is pierced, it will not die. Shen Fei understood in his heart that this action may have failed. Xia Qiang may have obtained very powerful healing potions before coming to this villa. If it was under his nose, Xia Qiang certainly had no chance to use it, but when he went to other places, it would not be possible. What a pity, a big and good golden dog head. Shen Fei felt a little annoyed. After acting for so long, he lost a green dog head in to attract Xia Qiang's attention. In the end, he failed. It was a big loss. After Xia Qiang, no golden dog heads appeared again, but there was no shortage of green dog heads. Shen Fei was waiting in the villa for a while, killing one by one, killing one by one, and having one by one, and having one by one, and having a good attribute. However, Shen Fei soon discovered something was wrong. Although the attributes obtained by killing were random, the speed attribute stopped moving after reaching 3.0. After that, the attack, physique, understanding, etc. reached 3.0, and there was no movement one after another. It was not until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Shen Fei's 6 attributes reached 3 o'clock, and finally there was a change. Your all attributes reached 3.0, the first stage of attribute superposition is completed, and there is no misunderstanding and miscellaneous bath. The first phase is completed. Shen Fei pointed both free attributes to speed with his backhand, and was also thinking about what possible impact would be for completing the first stage. And at this moment, suddenly, a colorful girl hurriedly ran over from outside. Hi, I finally caught up and it was almost dark. The girl held the villa gate and took a breath, but she hadn't waited for anything to do. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and the girl fell down immediately. Shen Fei calmly withdrew his knife. The speed of 5.0 is indeed so terrifying. In front of Shen Fei, these ordinary testimonials are like cutting melons and vegetables. However, Shen Fei waited for a moment, but his brow frowned. He killed this person and did not get a prompt to increase the attribute. Your current attributes are Attack, 3.0. Defense, 3.0. Speed, 5.0. Physical Constitution, 3.0. Understanding, 3.0. Evolutionary Talent, 3.0. Shen Fei looked at his attributes. Sure enough, after killing this person just now, his attributes were not added. Just, is there no dog's head on her head? Shen Fei suddenly reacted. It turned out that this was the change completed in the first stage of the attribute, and the filtering range of the target changed. It seems that the dream of becoming stronger by killing mixed fish has been shattered. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, and then he looked at the dissipating corpse on the ground. Sorry, sister, I wouldn't have killed you if I had known. Shen Fei shook his head, but he didn't think much about it. If you kill all the things, what else can you do? He will not be able to resurrect the dead. Afterwards, several people rushed to the villa one after another. After Shen Fei observed it, they had no dog heads on their heads. Before, although Shen Fei killed a lot of people, he was not a murderer. For these guys who were not targets, he no longer killed them with disagreement like before. Instead, he showed his strength a little first and persuaded him to leave. If the other party really wanted to die, Shen Fei would send them away. In this way, the sky quickly became completely dark, and the first day of the Imperial assessment was finally over. P.S. Please support, please recommend, please invest, please monthly tickets. Chapter 10 Night Attack Mad Scientist. I don't know what the danger is during the dangerous period. How many assessors in the wild will survive tomorrow? Shen Fei stood on the second floor of the villa, drinking a portion of nutrient solution while looking outside through a window. Outside the villa is a dark area, not only without light, but also without any sound, and it is completely dead silent. Of course, although Shen Fei was curious about the danger outside, he had no idea of going out to try it. The Imperial assessment has reached this point. Of course, it is mainly based on stability. After looking at it for a while, Shen Fei quickly picked a room on the second floor and moved in. Late at night, there was no movement in the room where Shen Fei was, and a black shadow appeared on the second floor at some point. After exploring one room by one, the black shadow soon discovered the room where Shen Fei was. This guy guarded the entire villa alone and probably killed a lot of people. I wonder if there was any warning props leaked out. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and then carefully observed the surroundings. Soon, Xia Qiang found a little flashing red light. Humph! Xia Qiang sneered secretly. After she became weak, she directly passed through the red light around her and quietly came to Shen Fei's bed. Call! Xia Qiang held a dagger in his hand and slowly stabbed Shen Fei in the head. The dagger was getting closer and closer to Shen Fei, but Shen Fei never responded. She was really asleep. Xia Qiang looked at the dagger that was less than 10 centimeters away from Shen Fei's head. The next moment, she suddenly exerted force. Swish! The dagger stabbed at an extremely fast speed. But at that moment, Shen Fei's head disappeared, and almost at the same time, a cold light pierced Xia Qiang's head. Is this your real speed? It's amazingly fast. Xia Qian calmly withdrew her hand, and she turned her head to look at Shen Fei, who was still maintaining the explosion. You haven't lifted the virtualization. Shen Fei was also a little surprised. According to his observation, Xia Qian could not partially deficient, and she had to maintain the entity when attacking. But the current situation tells Shen Fei that this guy must have been maintaining his blur just now. Fishing, right? Xia Qian snorted coldly. Fortunately, she was cautious enough. Shen Fei didn't say anything else. Xia Qian's temptation was really unsolvable for him. Xia Qian's temptation was costless, but he couldn't really leave his head for Xia Qian to stab him. After the skull's defense is strengthened by 3 times, it is also unknown whether it will block Xia Qian's attack. Flowing Mercury is the last trump card. For Shen Fei, passing the Imperial assessment is always the most important thing. He doesn't want to waste this life-saving prop casually. Miss Xia, my murderous intention towards you doesn't seem to be that strong. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qian's head, and the originally golden dog head turned purple. Shen Fei immediately understood that this was the result of the first stage of attribute superposition. The ordinary person with green dog heads is no longer the target, and Xia Qian, who was originally a golden dog head, was also demoted to a purple dog head. But I want to kill you. Emuzai, I was so unlucky. Don't sleep in these 3 days. Xia Qian tried to wipe his neck at Shen Fei, then turned his head and ran towards the wall on one side. Call. Xia Qian directly penetrated the wall and disappeared in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei had no intention of stopping it. Apart from fishing, he really couldn't do anything to Xia Qian. I'm afraid I'm going to let you down. I really don't plan to sleep. Shen Fei said indifferently. His threefold physique was not in vain. At least until now, Shen Fei can't feel any sleepiness. I guess it's okay to stick to it for 3 days. That night, Shen Fei tried to catch fish again, but Xia Qian never showed up again. He probably didn't know where to go to sleep. Shen Fei didn't care, and the night passed quickly. The next day, when the sky just lighted up, Shen Fei suddenly heard the sound of smashing and smashing from the first floor. He quickly got up and looked at it, and found that 4 or 5 figures were smashing the wall. This is... Shen Fei was shocked and he quickly went downstairs to stop him. At this time, Shen Fei also discovered that these people were blind and looked confused. With one knife, Shen Fei quickly solved these people. Are these people who stayed in the wild last night? Shen Fei had a guess in his mind. On the first day, the danger mainly comes from other examiners, and those who hide in buildings at night can survive. On the second and third days, the danger becomes these guys who become similar to zombies. The most important thing is that the goal of these guys is not to kill people, but to tear down walls. The villa is demolished, and it will be dangerous at night. Shen Fei suddenly felt cold when he thought of the people just now. The enemy on the surface can be seen and touched, but he is not afraid. But he cannot be sure of what transforms people into this confused state, and the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Are you worried? Suddenly, a sound rang out. Shen Fei looked up and Xia Qiang didn't know when appeared in the corridor on the second floor. The other party changed into a light red shirt, as if it was because he had just woken up, and the hair on his forehead was a little messy. Shen Fei was not surprised that Xia Qiang appeared here. The other party must have been hiding in this villa yesterday, otherwise how could she assassinate him in the middle of the night? But Xia Qiang's talent in the virtual realm was too weird. Even if Shen Fei knew that the other party was hiding here, he had no choice but to do anything to her. Good legs. Shen Fei glanced at Xia Qiang's long legs and said lightly. Worry? Shen Fei was not worried. His current positive strength is much stronger than that of some people with virtual realm talents. If this kind of strength cannot pass the imperial examination, Shen Fei really can't imagine who can pass it. He just subconsciously considered the worst. Stinky man. Xia Qiang snorted coldly, but the next moment, she asked, "Are you interested in mad scientist?" Mad scientist? What? Shen Fei looked puzzled. So you don't know yet? Xia Qiang asked in surprise. You killed a lot of people yesterday, why didn't you lose this thing? Xia Qiang said, throwing a book of books down. Shen Fei took it and looked it up, and soon felt slightly shocked. This is an introduction about mad scientists. The booklet says that mad scientists create a nano-poisonous insect. Anyone bitten by poisonous insects will become an unconscious walking zombie. However, poisonous insects only move at night and will not enter the building. Is this why night is a dangerous period? Shen Fei felt a little surprised. At the same time, Shen Fei also discovered that the book also records the location of the mad scientist, which is very close to the manor. Have you ever played virtual games? Xia Qiang's voice came. There are often big bosses in virtual games. In my opinion, this mad scientist is the boss in this area where we are. There will be additional rewards for killing the bosses in virtual games. I think that killing the mad scientists in this imperial assessment will not be nothing. For those who have the talent of virtual realm, the imperial assessment is not difficult and can pass with your eyes closed. Since the official will let me get this booklet, it means they want me to deal with this mad scientist, which is also a test for us. The analysis was very wonderful. Shen Fei couldn't help but clapped his hands, but he immediately said, "But this is a test for you, not for me, I didn't get the booklet." Maybe it's just that you are not lucky, so you didn't make it happen. Xia Qiang smiled and said, "But this doesn't matter, after all, you also have the talent of the Void Realm." Shen Fei didn't say anything. After all, he was not a real Void Realm talent, and perhaps he could not trigger the mechanism left by the official. This kind of booklet is likely to be something that only people with Void Realm talent can burst out. I am not sure about dealing with that crazy scientist. If you are interested, you will abandon the grudges before and join forces again. How about it? Xia Qiang suggested. Membersman, do you really dare to join forces with me? A smile suddenly appeared on Shen Fei's face. I believe you again, brother. Xia Qiang tried her best to control her facial expression and also showed a smile. It's a pity, I don't believe you. I'm not interested in crazy scientists. Shen Fei smiled indifferently and threw the book back. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei turned around and walked out of the villa. He wanted to go out to guard. After that, he thought there were still zombies to destroy the villa. He had to kill it in advance so that the villa would not accumulate and the villa would really collapse. Chapter 11 Kill the Boss. For Shen Fei, the second day of the Imperial assessment was far less exciting than the first day. There are indeed many zombies who come to destroy the villa, but they are easily hacked to death by Shen Fei. Shen Fei spent the day very easily. Compared with Shen Fei, the battles in other villas were much more intense, and some examiners were even beaten to death, and the villas collapsed directly. This is also impossible. If the Imperial assessment can be easily passed, there will be no such low pass rate. The next night was equally safe, and Xia Qian didn't even come out to cause trouble. If it weren't for the intuition that Shen Fei and Xia Qian were a very persistent person, he would have thought the other party had given up. What is this woman doing? Shen Fei felt a little uneasy, and it was fine if Xia Qian came out to swing twice. If she doesn't come out, it means she's holding her ultimate move. It was soon noon on the third day. Shen Fei, who was cleaning up the zombies behind the villa, suddenly heard a harsh laugh. Ha ha ha, little girl, stop. I have something good here. Don't you want to see it? I don't want to see it at all, but I know there is a guy who is interested. You will know it when you come with me. This was Xia Qian's voice. Shen Fei was shocked when he heard this, and at this time, he also saw Xia Qian's figure. There was a figure behind the other party, who was constantly chasing. The figure was 3 meters tall, wearing thick round glasses, a white coat, and holding a metal syringe that was thicker than Shen Fei's head. Crazy scientist! Shen Fei immediately guessed his identity in his heart, and at the same time, Shen Fei's eyes subconsciously focused on the head of the mad scientist. That was a huge golden dog head. It turns out that not only humans entering the virtual realm can become targets, but these unknown existences in the virtual realm can also become targets. Shen Fei was surprised and happy. Moreover, this is a golden dog head. After his first stage of attribute superposition was completed, even Xia Qian's dog head turned purple, and it is conceivable how rare the golden dog head was. Not to be missed. Shen Fei bowed his head to take the exam. After thinking for a moment, he took out 3 flying knives that had exploded from his body. Call! 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 Shen Fei gathered all his strength to throw out the 3 flying knives. Shen Fei's power is still at the level of an ordinary adult, but the speed of the flying knife he threw out was so fast that it could not be seen clearly, and the attack power was quite terrifying. The 3-handled flying knife is finished with a font that flies to the mad scientist. The moment the flying knife exploded, the mad scientist suddenly waved the thick needle in his hand and knocked one of the flying knives out. However, there were still 2 flying knives that made the achievements and directly inserted into the crazy scientist's chest. In an instant, the mad scientist stopped and looked at Shen Fei. Does the little guy want to participate in my great experiment, too? The crazy scientist grinned with a huge mouth, pulled 2 daggers out of his chest and walked towards Shen Fei with big strides as if nothing had happened. The 3-meter little giant walked quickly, and the feeling of oppression was still quite terrifying, but Shen Fei was not afraid at all. He just threw out the flying knife mainly to test it. If this crazy scientist is too strong, he will naturally turn around and run away. But now it seems that the other party is still within his scope of dealing with it. Even if he couldn't beat him, he killed a lot of people the day before yesterday and exposed many life-saving props, which would not easily turn over. Tread. 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 Shen Fei took precise steps and continued to accelerate, facing the crazy scientist's head-on. Shen Fei's sprinting was getting faster and faster. When he was a few meters away from the mad scientist, Shen Fei directly slashed down with a knife, while the mad scientist raised the metal syringe to resist. However, at the critical moment, Shen Fei suddenly changed the direction of the knife. Swish! With a threefold attack power, the mad scientist slashed fiercely on the left face of the crazy scientist. Suddenly, a large piece of white flesh without any blood was turned up. Cunning little mouse! The mad scientist seemed to be careless. His big hand like a palm fan grabbed Shen Fei's head directly. Shen Fei reacted very quickly. He rolled behind the mad scientist with the tip of the knife as the fulcrum. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei stabbed the other party's thigh with a backhand, but the tip of the knife was only 1 inch and was blocked by the fat and thick flesh. At this time, the mad scientist's metal syringe also penetrated straight, and Shen Fei had no choice but to draw the knife and retreat. Call! 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 Shen Fei kept trying to attack various parts of the mad scientist's body, but the opponent was rough and thick in skin and flesh, and had amazing recovery. Shen Fei's attack effect was not great at all. Shen Fei's only advantage is his speed. The speed of ordinary people is 5 times that of an ordinary person, can be said to be extremely flexible. Shen Fei is moving and moving, and the crazy scientists can't touch him for the time being. And at this moment, on the other side, Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, who was having fun fighting with the crazy scientist, and was surprised and confused. She guided the mad scientist here, indeed to deal with Shen Fei, but in her plan, the most difficult step is how to guide the mad scientist to shift the goal to Shen Fei. But now, she didn't do this step with her, so Shen Fei rushed up by himself and fought with the crazy scientist. Xia Qiang was naturally surprised in such a situation, but she was also confused. She could not see through Shen Fei's purpose at all. With Shen Fei's insidious and treacherous behavior, Xia Qiang naturally didn't believe that the other party would not have thought that she brought the mad scientist here to deal with him. Is this guy who helped me when I saw that I was being chased? Xia Qiang had such a guess in her heart, but she quickly rejected it. Is this possible? It's impossible. Then why is he? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei again, but this time, her expression changed slightly. That's... Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei's left hand, which was a tube of grey potion. Temporary enhancement potion. Xia Qiang was slightly stunned. Laugh. Shen Fei stabbed the syringe on his arm and pushed it in quickly. In an instant, Shen Fei felt countless powers surge out from the depths of his body. This feeling. Shen Fei squinted his eyes and felt it quietly, even his movements slowed down. call. The mad scientist held a huge syringe and stabbed it down. This time, Shen Fei did not dodge anymore, but reached out his hand directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shen Fei grabbed the huge metal syringe. In terms of power, after Shen Fei injected the enhancement potion, it was only about twice as good as before, but this blocking action had the defensive attributes. If the blocking of twice the strength cannot withstand this attack, if you pass it 3 times, it will be easy to block it. The mad scientist made a puzzled voice, but at this time, Shen Fei moved. A phantom was left in the air, and a shockingly fast knife directly cut into the neck of the mad scientist. Shen Fei's strength doubled, and his attack power naturally increased significantly. This time Shen Fei's knife cut deep and even touched the neck bone. What a hard bone! Shen Fei drew out the knife in a flash, and the mad scientist also let out a roar. Before, the crazy scientists fought with Shen Fei without caring about it, but this time he was really angry. Of course, this angry expression not only did not intimidate Shen Fei, but also exposed his limits. Shen Fei's knife just now is likely to really hurt him. This kind of anger can be said to be incompetent fury. Bang! 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 The mad scientist danced his arms wildly, as if he wanted to smash Shen Fei into meat sauce, but Shen Fei didn't eat this trick at all. He was too flexible and could perfectly control himself. Often, a little bit of action could easily dodge the mad scientist's unruly attacks. While dodging, Shen Fei was also constantly attacking the same neck of the crazy scientist. Place. 1 knife, 2 knife, 3 knife. Shen Fei's knife kept slashing in the same position. Although the bones of mad scientists are terrible, so many knives keep slashing in one place, they also make a gap. Suddenly, Shen Fei's knife completely slashed the mad scientist's neck, and a huge head was thrown out. Damn experimental product, you deserve to die. The head of the mad scientist flew out, was still roaring, and the body left behind seemed to maintain inertia, with his arms constantly attacking ahead. This kind of scene looks a bit weird. Shen Fei frowned and stepped aside. After waiting for a while, the crazy scientist stopped swearing. His body movements finally slowed down, and then he fell to the ground. P.S. Please support. If you have the conditions, you can invest in waves. Chapter 12 Exit and Reap. You killed the target, you obtained all attributes +1. Your current attributes are: Attack, 4.0. Speed, 6.0. Defense, 4.0. Physical Constitution, 4.0. Insight, 4.0. Evolutionary Talent, 4.0. All attributes +1 point. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, and was both happy and angry. He was happy that the harvest was too great this time. What was angry was that Xia Qian was unable to kill her when she was Golden Dog Head. How much is this loss? Adding up to 6 attributes. Thinking of Xia Qian, Shen Fei glanced at the distance, and Xia Qiang was still standing there watching. Try it for the last time. If you can't get rid of her, you won't bother with just a purple dog head. This thought suddenly flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and then he walked into the villa without looking back. A few minutes later, Xia Qiang also walked into the villa. At this time, Shen Fei was slumped on the sofa, frowning, and his face turned slightly pale. Brother Shen Fei, I haven't slept for 2 nights and have injected temporary enhancement potion. I must be very tired, right? Xia Qiang said with a smile. It turns out that the most toxic woman's heart is. I'll help Meng Bangshuo, you're going to deal with me. Shen Fei opened his eyes, with a hint of anger. Xia Qiang was a little uncertain whether this guy was fishing again. It was her own eyes that Shen Fei injected the temporary enhancement potion. This cannot be faked. Shen Fei did not sleep for 2 days and 2 nights, which is true. Xia Qiang took elegant steps and slowly walked to Shen Fei, and took out a dagger and pointed it at Shen Fei's head. The dagger slowly fell down, Shen Fei snorted coldly, and he reached out to block it, but finally passed through it. Swish! The dagger headed straight to Shen Fei's head, and Shen Fei looked weak all over and did not dodge. He couldn't bear to leave the child and couldn't trap the wolf. Shen Fei was really going to leave his head for Xia Qiang to stab him this time. The assessment is close to the end, and it is useless to keep the flowing mercury. It is definitely not a loss to be able to replace Xia Qiang with it. However, beyond Shen Fei's expectations, the dagger finally fell down. Xia Qiang snorted, then turned around and quickly left here. She has props similar to me, have she seen through my plan? Shen Fei stood up with some confusion. Not to mention the flowing mercury, Shen Fei used the enhanced version of temporary enhancement agents to deal with mad scientists before. Unlike ordinary enhancement agents, the enhanced version of the enhanced agents has only slight side effects. What Shen Fei wanted to use this dual means of information difference and flowing mercury yin xiaoxiang, but he didn't expect that the other party would not be fooled. Forget it, this guy is more slippery than a fish, I have no choice. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, it's a pity that it's such a big purple dog head. Another peaceful afternoon passed, and time finally came to the last night of the imperial assessment. As the early morning approached, Shen Fei's heart, which had been slightly hanging, finally relaxed. The Empire assessment has been passed. Shen Fei's mouth slightly raised, and the turning point in his life was completed. Clang! A voice that didn't know where it came from suddenly appeared, and Shen Fei suddenly felt his mind clear, and then he found that his body was becoming blurred. Go away! Shen Fei looked up at the second floor of the villa. At the same time, in a room on the second floor, Xia Qiang sat quietly here, and her body became blurred. Shen Fei, don't let me meet you again in the future. Xia Qiang looked downstairs. Next moment. Wow! Wow! Shen Fei, Xia Qiang, and even the entire assessment world, all the surviving assessors disappeared into this world. Io, Shenshui City, the third evolutionary school. Shen Fei opened his eyes in a virtual simulator, and the first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look at his own attributes. Your current attributes are: Attack, 4.0. Speed, 6.0. Defense, 4.0. Physical Constitution, 4.0. Insight, 4.0. Evolutionary Talent, 4.0. It turns out that the talent is different from the virtual realm, and it is also effective in reality. Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The range of ability to use is always beneficial. Student Shen Fei, the Empire sent a message that you have passed the Empire assessment. Congratulations to be one of the 33 people who have passed the Empire assessment in this year of our school. Xiaoyu's voice sounded with a smile. Teacher Xiaoyu, you are happy and happy together, but you can help me open the virtual simulation cabin door, and my legs feel numb. Shen Fei said. Okay, Shen Fei. Xiaoyu agreed. Laugh. As the two metal hatch doors opened, Shen Fei jumped out of it. This is an extremely huge classroom with thousands of virtual simulators in the classroom. However, at this time, all of these virtual simulators had been turned on, and Shen Fei was the last person to come out of it. It seems that I am the only one in our class who has passed. Shen Fei glanced around and understood in his heart. Eliminated people must have left this virtual simulation classroom long ago, so there is only Shen Fei left at this moment. However, it is not surprising. The entire Third Evolutionary School has nearly 1 million students, and the Imperial Assessment is held every 3 years. There are 200,000 to 300,000 participants in each class. With so many people, including Shen Fei, only 33 people passed. It is conceivable that the pass rate is low. With such a pass rate, it is normal for a class of thousands of people and no passer. Are there multiple people? That's almost impossible. At this time. Wow! A virtual projection suddenly appeared. This is a charming beauty wearing a blue and white tights. She has long blue hair, deep eyes, and a high nose. In terms of appearance, among the many beauties Shen Fei has seen, only Xia Qian can fight. Unfortunately, this is not a real person. Teacher Xiaoyu, is there anything else? Shen Fei asked. Student Shen Fei, as an affirmation of your passing the Imperial Assessment, the school decided to give you some cash as a reward. Xiaoyu said with a smile, and at the same time she also reached out to touch her hand. Suddenly, a virtual page appeared. After Xiaoyu paused, the communication watch on Shen Fei's wrist also lit up. This is a piece of information from Imperial Bank, and Shen Fei's account has 1 million more Imperial coins. The current balance is 1,670 yuan. Thank you for the cultivation of the school. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Shen Fei's face. He's getting rich. I've never seen so much money in this life. This is what you have won by yourself by Shen Fei. Xiaoyu said with a smile, and she followed. In addition, the school will form a Void Realm class from tomorrow. This class will teach uniformly from 8 to 10 every day to explain the knowledge about Void Realm for half a month. Student Shen Fei will remember to come. Teacher Xiaoyu, where is the teaching location? Shen Fei asked directly. His understanding of the virtual realm is still based on hearing throughs. Now he has the opportunity to learn systematically, so he naturally cannot miss it. Building number 1, classroom No 001. Xiaoya said the location. Clear. Chapter 13 Friends Class. Shen Fei quickly walked out of the virtual simulation room. The corridor outside the classroom was empty, but there was a couple whispering there. When the two saw Shen Fei coming out, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Hooligan. The two of them held hands and ran over quickly. Stop, 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 stop the sour smell on your body first. Shen Fei quickly stopped the two of them. Suth smell. The sour smell of love. Shen Fei was speechless. The two of them, the male is Dongfang Shuo, and the female is Lin Ruyan, both of them are Shen Fei's friends. The three of them used to be the iron triangle that could talk about, but in recent times, the friendship between Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan has changed. This made Shen Fei very embarrassed. This one. Dongfang Shuo was speechless, but Lin Ru's voice was generous and didn't care at all. Shen Fei, you left the virtual simulation room for 3 days. Have you passed the imperial examination? Lin Ruyan asked solemnly. Haha, luck, luck. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and Lin Ruyan and Dongfang Shuo all had shocked expressions on their faces when they heard this. Really passed? All three of them participated in the Empire assessment, but they only regarded this as an experience before, but in fact they didn't have much hope of passing it. The chances were too low. But now my friend has passed it. Fei, this is great. Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan were both very excited. Although they did not pass it themselves, they could do it if their friends passed it. Once the Empire assessment was passed, there would be a bright future. It's okay, let's go and have something to celebrate. Shen Fei grabbed one with one hand, and the three of them quickly left here. People feel refreshed when they are happy, and Shen Fei just received a huge sum of money, so after he arrived at the school cafeteria, he did not eat the cheapest nutrient solution, but ordered a large table of delicious food. The three of them were eating and chatting. Shen Fei passed the imperial examination. Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan were like curious babies, asking questions. Shen Fei also satisfied their curiosity. In addition to not revealing his murder and attributes, he vividly described how he killed all sides. Of course, Shen Fei did not directly say such means as sneak attack, smug squirting, and obscene eyes, but instead used artistic means to slightly rendering to avoid affecting his image. Listening to Shen Fei's vivid narration, Dongfang Shuo and the others were both excited and confused. What was excited was that Shen Fei's imperial assessment was so passionate and full of heroic colors. What I wonder is why the imperial examinations they participated in were so sinister and despicable. Dongfang Shuo was attacked to death by someone, while Lin Ruyan was killed by several people who suddenly came out of the way. For half an hour, Shen Fei was dry and the mouth was dry, and Dongfang Shuo and the others were satisfied. Fei, I really envy the world of Ligamo Siba, and go to experience wonderful adventures again and again. It is definitely okay for you to become a star citizen in the future, and you even have the hope of getting a title. Dongfang Shuo couldn't help but sigh. If you want to improve your class and take risks, there is another way. Instead of envying me, you should take action. Shen Fei said. Forget it, Ruyan and I went to the army, we are definitely cannon fodder. Dongfang Shuo shook his head. So, are you two getting married after graduation? Decided? Shen Fei asked. I've decided. Lin Ruyan and Zhang focused on his head. Then it's a good deal for this guy, a Shuo. If I get rich, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Shen Fei smiled on his face. Although he didn't agree with the choice of his friends, he also expressed his support. In this era, the class is extremely distinct. Ordinary citizen, star citizen, nobleman. Ordinary citizens only have some simple right to survive, such as doing business, engaging in politics, etc., which have nothing to do with ordinary citizens. Children of ordinary citizens, except for real geniuses who are qualified to enter normal schools, all the rest must enter the evolutionary school. Students at evolutionary school have only two choices when graduation. If they have no marriage partner or a couple cannot get pregnant within 1 year after graduation, they will be forced to enter the army. In comparison, star-rated citizens are much better. All kinds of rights should be available to normal people, and there will be no forced joining the army. Aristocrats are above normal people and have many privileges. To improve the class, there are two most common ways: to enter the virtual realm and join the army. Anyone with ambition will choose to go to the army to take a try even if he cannot enter the virtual realm. Of course, more people still chose to lie flat, such as Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan. Obviously they chose to lie flat. This is also a normal choice, there is nothing to criticize. Fei, you can come, it doesn't matter if the red envelope. A smile appeared on Dongfang Shuo's face. This is what you said. I will only prepare for Ruyan at that time, don't regret it. Shen Fei smiled. I don't regret it, I definitely don't regret it, it's mine. What are you thinking about? Lin Ruyan knocked Dongfang Shuo in the head. The three of them quickly avoided the heavy topic of future prospects and started to joke. However, not long after, the ease was interrupted. Shen Fei, Ruyan, what a coincidence! A soft voice suddenly came. When Lin Ruyan heard the sound, her expression changed slightly. Shen Fei turned his head and walked over to a girl wearing a goose yellow dress. The girl is about 1.6 meters tall, with a round face and big eyes, fair skin as white as snow, and looks pretty and charming. Huang Zitong, what are you doing here? Dongfang Shuo asked with a stern face. Eat something. Huang Zitong said, I didn't expect to meet you so by chance. As Huang Zitong said, she looked at Shen Fei and said, Shen Fei, you are preparing for the imperial assessment. We haven't seen each other for a month, right? Well, it's been a month. Shen Fei touched his chin and nodded seriously. He traveled over for just 1 month. Although he inherited all the original owner's memories, he did not inherit all the original owner's interpersonal relationships. Shen Fei is not repulsive of true friends like Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan at all. But the woman the original owner had been infatuated with was to stay away from him. Then the empire assessment is over, you don't go to see me. Huang Zitong snorted lightly. What am I doing for you? Are you chatting? Shen Fei asked a little strangely. For a moment, the air seemed to fall into silence, and the expression on Huang Zitong's face froze. Zai Tong, Shen Fei means that he has just left the virtual realm and has not had time to find you. Lin Ruyan quickly explained. When Huang Zitong heard this, her expression immediately calmed down a lot. So that's the case. Huang Zitong nodded, and then she asked in surprise. The empire assessment has just ended? Shen Fei, you just left. Did you pass the empire assessment? I saw a person named Shen Fei in the list of 33 people who passed the empire assessment published by the school. I thought it was a duplicate name. Can't you see we are celebrating? Dongfang Shuo sneered, my brother is different now. Huang Zitong, just regret it. Dongfang Shuo, what do you mean? Huang Zitong said with displeasure. You know what I mean. Dongfang Shuo slapped the table. I don't know, please stop being sewed. Huang Zitong's face looked even worse. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, at this time. Shuo. Shen Fei suddenly spoke, and waved his hand to tell him not to speak for now. Fei, you. Dongfang Shuo couldn't help but want to say something, but Lin Ruyan kicked him under the table and he suddenly lost his voice. Shen Fei, sorry, I'm disturbing your interest in the celebration banquet. Huang Zitong also apologized, and a smile appeared on her face again. In her opinion, Shen Fei was talking to her. But, the next moment... Student Huang Zitong, it turns out that you know that you are disturbing us here too. Shen Fei said in surprise, then why are you still here? Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? Shen Fei's voice was not loud, but the moment he said it, the three people present seemed to have become petrified and calmed down in an instant. No one dared to believe this. This is what Shen Fei said to Huang Zitong. Huang Zitong was stunned for a while, then her eyes turned red, and tears as big as beans continued to fall. Shen Fei, you are kidding, right? Huang Zitong's voice trembled slightly. You know, I never joke. Shen Fei smiled slightly. Shen Fei, I hate you. Huang Zitong finished sobbing, then turned around and covered her eyes and walked away quickly. Chapter 14 Licking the Dog. Huang Zitong ran away in the blink of an eye, and Shen Fei didn't care. Don't stand there, eat. Shen Fei looked at Dongfang Shuo and the others who were stunned and reminded him. Fei, did you scold Huang Zitong away just now? Dongfang Shuo asked in disbelief. Swear? Did I say something dirty? Shen Fei asked back, and he immediately said, besides, I won't say it's a bit ugly. This woman won't leave either. But if you do this, you two will completely break up, but Shen Fei waved his hand. Ruyan, you are wrong, it's not good. Where can you break up? Shen Fei didn't care at all. There were too many beautiful women. He didn't want to hang himself on a tree like the original owner. A fei is right. Huang Zitong, a woman who eats the bowl and looks at the pot. It's simply disgusting. She should be treated like this. Dongfang Shuo slapped his thigh, his face full of approval. Eat yours. Lin Ruyan rolled her eyes. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, let's continue eating. Shen Fei smiled slightly. The water city of Ayamen is a completely closed city. Above the city, there is a small artificial sun that provides light, heat, and energy for the entire city. At this time, as the small artificial sun gradually dimmed, the entire city gradually fell into darkness. At one of the gates of the third evolutionary school, Shen Fei, Dongfang Shuo, and Lin Ruyan waved goodbye. Shen Fei looked at Dongfang Shuo and the others leaving, and sighed in his heart. The three of them are actually very clear that they have embarked on different paths, and their time spent together may be greatly reduced in the future, so today there are endless topics to talk about. The road is still long, let's encourage each other. Shen Fei secretly cheered up and turned around and walked in the other direction. However, before he could walk far, Shen Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. In front of him, three figures walked towards him with their hands ready to go. These are three boys. The leading boy is wearing a jacket and leather jacket and a fancy headscarf. His ordinary face is full of fierceness. Shen Fei, you really make us wait. The leading boy sneered. Who are you? Shen Fei asked. I'm Wang Quansheng. The boy said furiously, did you bully Zitong today? So it's you. Shen Fei suddenly realized that he remembered that this guy was also Huang Zitong's spare tire. Although he looked ugly, he had a strong relationship and had an evolutionary brother. Huang Zitong asked you to help her vent her anger. Shen Fei's expression was a little weird. Since you know, then save me nonsense. Wang Quansheng snorted coldly, brothers, come on. Just 1 or 2 meters away, two figures rushed up as soon as Wang Quansheng's voice fell. Although there are not many students in the evolutionary school, everyone practices a certain evolutionary method and has extremely high physical fitness. These two people directly chose the tactic of Shan Tai to press the top to suppress Shen Fei. However, just as the two approached, Shen Fei quickly took a step back. Bang! Bang! Shen Fei kicked them up and kicked them hard. No attribute bonus is required. Shen Fei has experienced the Imperial assessment and has completed the step of controlling the knife and controlling himself. This alone is enough to give him the advantage in fighting. Of course, Shen Fei will use a little more attribute bonus, which will be even more crushing. You! Wang Quansheng fell down in the blink of an eye when he saw the two helpers he brought. He felt a little disbelief. However, Shen Fei had no intention of entangling Wang Quansheng, so he stepped forward slowly. Don't be proud! Wang Quansheng roared, and then he punched him. Bang! Shen Fei blocked Wang Quansheng's punch with one hand, and hit his stomach hard almost at the same time with the other hand. Wang Quansheng groaned, and his eyes rolled uncontrollably. Shen Fei took a step back, and Wang Quansheng fell limp. Tell Huang Zitong, let her hide and leave later, otherwise I will fight her next time. Shen Fei looked at Wang Quanxing condescendingly, and said viciously. Shen Fei, don't be arrogant, my brother. Wang Quansheng was about to threaten when he cheered up. Suddenly, his eyes glared. A figure was running quickly from a distance, and Shen Fei also heard the sound of footsteps and turned his head to take a look. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. It turned out to be Huang Zitong. At this time, Huang Zitong was still dressed during the day, but she put on light makeup on her face, which not only covered her red and swollen eyes, but also made her temperament even more attractive. Shen Fei, are you okay? Huang Zitong quickly walked to Shen Fei. While looking up and down, she also asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Shen Fei felt a little strange in his heart. He pointed to the three people behind and said. They should be the ones who have something to do. Huang Zitong naturally saw Wang Quansheng and the other two. Wang Quansheng, who asked you to trouble Shen Fei? Huang Zitong's pretty face was angry, and she said, do you just like using violence so much? Zitong, am I venting my anger for you? Wang Quansheng said with some grievance. I don't have to worry about it. But... No, it's so late, you guys hurry up and go back. Huang Zitong waved her hand. Zitong, I'll take you home. Wang Quansheng said again. No need, Shen Fei, and I have something to say. Shen Fei will take me back later. Huang Zitong said without hesitation. When Wang Quansheng heard this, his expression finally changed. He stood up covering his severely painful belly, and stared at Shen Fei fiercely. Shen Fei, wait for me, my brother won't let you go. After Wang Quansheng said that, he immediately helped up his two companions, and then the three of them staggered away. Shen Fei didn't say anything else throughout the whole process, but just stared at Wang Quansheng with a very pitying look. At the same time, Shen Fei also remembered the original owner before he traveled through time, as if, maybe, probably. Is that true? Shen Fei didn't stay any longer, he turned around and prepared to leave. Shen Fei, where are you going? Huang Zitong grabbed Shen Fei's arm. Of course I'm going home. Shen Fei said naturally. You. Huang Zitong said a little aggrievedly, don't you want to tell me something? Why do you become so indifferent today? You talk about me like that in the restaurant today and ignore me here. I ask myself that I haven't offended you recently, right? I really don't know what Wang Quansheng is doing. Student Huang Zitong. Shen Fei interrupted Huang Zitong, and he said seriously, what do you think I am not cold? Do you want to be like Wang Quansheng? I have nothing special to do with Wang Quansheng. I have nothing but ordinary people talking. I am just an ordinary friend. Huang Zitong said quickly. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mistaken, it has nothing to do with you, right? Shen Fei asked again. Of course it's related. I don't want you to misunderstand. Huang Zitong said immediately. Shen Fei didn't say anything, and Huang Zitong also looked at Shen Fei in a daze. With broken hair, handsome but gentle facial features, Shen Fei wanted to win over 10 streets. Of course, in terms of ability and future, Shen Fei now also wins the 10 streets of King Quansheng. Shen Fei is so perfect now. Huang Zitong couldn't help thinking about this, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Why don't you want me to misunderstand? A smile suddenly appeared on Shen Fei's face, and his voice became softer. If you don't want to, just don't want to. How can there be so many whys? Huang Zitong said coquettishly. Oh, that's it, then beg you. Shen Fei's smile slightly lowered, and he turned around and was about to leave. Why are you leaving again? Huang Zitong was panicked. Shen Fei changed his face too quickly today, which made her unable to react at all. Because I think you are lying to me. Shen Fei said lightly. I didn't lie to you. Then why did you say so much? Because. Huang Zitong was very confused, and she didn't know what she should say at this time. Suddenly, Huang Zitong felt a sense of heart. She closed her eyes and said in a very small and thin voice, because I like you, Shen Fei, you know, I always like you. Chapter 15 Evolutionary Proof. It turns out that Zitong, you have always liked me. It's all my fault that I was not persistent enough before. This relationship came too suddenly, and I couldn't adapt. Zitong, give me some time to get used to it, okay? Under the dim light, Huang Zitong stood there blankly, and she kept recalling what Shen Fei said just now. She thought that Shen Fei would definitely respond if she expressed her attitude, after all, Shen Fei loved her so much before. But Shen Fei's response was a little different from what she thought. I agreed, but it seemed that I didn't fully agree, but I refused, but it seemed that I didn't completely refuse. It felt so uncomfortable that Huang Zitong's eyes gradually turned red. On the other side, Shen Fei had already returned to his home in Shenshui City on a flying passenger boat. Click. Shen Fei turned on the lights in the room. A room less than 30 square meters is in sight, a sleeping compartment for rest and surfing the internet, a sterile box for food storage, a single sofa, and an open space that can slightly open its fists and feet. That's all. There is no way, there are too many people in Shenshuacheng. There are nearly 1 million students in the 3rd evolutionary school alone. You can imagine how many people in Shenshuacheng are. With so many people, even if the space utilization rate of the sky, ground and underground in Guanshui City is extremely high, it is impossible for everyone to get too much space. It is already very good for Shen Fei to live in such a large room alone. That's right, Shen Fei lives alone. His parents were forced to join the army when he was 7 years old because they violated the imperial laws. Their life and death are still unknown. In the original owner's memory, they actually have no deep impression of their parents. They only vaguely remember that the couple's lives are very harmonious. Shen Fei put his butt on the sofa, but before he could sit on the hot side, a knock on the door suddenly came. Hi. Shen Fei stood up with some confusion and went to open the door. "Sir, please sign for your express delivery." A tin robot handed over a black box. "Express delivery." Shen Fei was thinking about something and he quickly signed. After returning to the house, Shen Fei opened the box and saw a watch. The watch is pitch black as ink. The dial and strap are completely integrated, and the entire watch is like a huge gem. There is also a booklet under the watch, exactly the same as the booklets that introduced various props I saw during the Imperial assessment. "Mr. Shen Fei, congratulations on passing the Empire assessment. This is the proof of evolution and the key to entering the virtual world provided by the Empire. This proof of evolution has bound your identity information. If you have any questions, please contact the official in time. It's indeed a proof of evolution." Shen Fei knew it in his heart, and everyone knew it. After passing the Imperial assessment, he had the opportunity to enter the wild virtual world. The proof of evolution is the key issued by the Empire to every passer to enter the virtual world. Shen Fei took off his communication watch and put the evidence of evolution on his wrist. The user was detected and the identity verification was passed. "Welcome, Shen Fei. This machine uses virtual information sympathetic technology, and all the information you see next is only, you can choose to have ideas or manually control it." As two voices sounded, Shen Fei also saw a main page appearing in front of him. The main page displays personal information, and there are several options such as Mall, Team, and Void Realm Home. Name, Shen Fei age, 18. Identity, Ordinary Citizen. Evolution Number, MWS 6026773129. Citizen Points, 0. Shen Fei glanced at his ordinary personal information and quickly skipped it. Shen Fei clicked on the Virtual Realm Home, which contained 2 emails. "Dear Mr. Shen Fei, welcome you to join the Void Realm Home. As a gift for your first time to join the Void Realm Home, we specially donate you this ticket to the 1-star Void Realm World War of 2 countries. I hope your Void Realm trip will have a good start. Dear Mr. Shen Fei, given that you killed the hidden character mad scientist in the unified assessment of the Imperial Organization, the Empire decided to give you this ticket to the 2-star Virtual World Mutual Crisis. It should be noted that the world of Mutual Crisis is more difficult, and I hope you choose whether to enter it with caution. 2 tickets to the Void Realm World." Shen Fei looked thoughtful on his face. Needless to say, the first ticket should be obtained by everyone who has obtained the proof of evolution, and it is also the startup capital given by the Empire. The second train ticket turned out to be something he got after killing the mad scientist. Xia Qiang was really guessing this way. There will be additional rewards for killing a mad scientist. Shen Fei was thinking. Shen Fei looked at the time of 2 tickets. The first ticket was half a month later, and the second ticket was 2 months later. Teacher Xiaoya said before that starting tomorrow, the school will organize a half-month Void Realm class to teach Void Realm knowledge. So that's it. It seems that the school has long known that the first Void Realm ticket issued by the Empire will be half a month later. Shen Fei suddenly realized. Thinking of this, Shen Fei withdrew from the Void Realm house and clicked into the mall again. Imperial Mall, Personal Mall. After a little observation, Shen Fei understood that malls are divided into two categories, namely Empire Mall and Personal Mall. The Empire Mall is opened in the Empire and can be purchased or sold. The transaction uses imperial currency and citizen points. The Personal Mall is a store opened by individuals. The transactions are very casual. You can use imperial coins or barter. Shen Fei browsed his Personal Mall a little and clicked into the Empire Mall. As a novice, Shen Fei still believes in the official position more. Dear Mr. Shen Fei, welcome to the Empire Mall. The following are the products recommended for you. 1 Virtual Realm World War II Countries General Information, 100,000 Imperial Coins. Detailed Information, 1 million Imperial Coins. Exclusive Information, 10 million Imperial Coins. 2 Ordinary World Crisis of Change General Information, 500,000 Imperial Coins. Detailed Information, 5 million Imperial Coins. Exclusive Information, 50 million Imperial Coins. 3 1 Ordinary Evolutionary Potion, 800,000 Imperial Coins. 4 1 Alloy Sword in Virtual Realm, 100,000 Imperial Coins. 5 Virtual Realm Weapons and Armor Set, 500,000 Imperial Coins. 6. Shen Fei looked at the prices of products one by one and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The school rewarded him with 1 million Imperial Coins today. He thought he had already risen, but that was the end? After a moment of entanglement, Shen Fei finally clicked on Ordinary Evolution Potion and chose to buy it. After spending 800,000 Imperial Coins, Shen Fei suddenly felt as if he had lost all his strength and collapsed on the sofa. I can't bear to leave my child and can't trap the wolf. Shen Fei told himself secretly. Evolutionary Potion is a potion that can help people quickly replenish the energy required for evolution. Shen Fei is currently only short of being a real evolver, and he only has enough energy to promote the transformation of his body. Relying on 9 Yuan sword to slowly absorb energy, I don't know what to wait for. I bought an evolutionary potion to accelerate it. Shen Fei is confident that he can become an evolver within half a month. After all, the imperial assessment is that consciousness enters the virtual world, but truly going to the wild virtual world, that is, the real body enters. P.S. Please support, please recommend votes, monthly votes, and investments. Chapter 16 Breakthrough, Evolution. After purchasing the evolution potion, Shen Fei did not buy anything else for the time being. He quit the mall and clicked on the evolution certificate to take a look. However, there is nothing left to pay attention to. Like the team option, Shen Fei didn't form a team, so naturally there was nothing in it. Call. Shen Fei turned off the evolutionary certificate, and after a while, there was another knock on the door outside. After Shen Fei opened the door, he was another express robot. Mr. Shen Fei, this is your express delivery, please sign for it. Thank you. After Shen Fei signed the express delivery, he quickly brought another box into the house. Shen Fei opened the box, and there was a closed potion and a pile of unopened metal syringes lying quietly inside. Imperial Mall, the delivery is very fast. Shen Fei sighed slightly. This was undoubtedly the evolution potion he just bought. Shen Fei picked up the instruction manual and took a look. In summary, it can be directly injected, but depending on the individual's physical condition, an entire evolutionary agent must be injected in different times. The energy limits that different individuals can absorb are different every day. Some people can absorb more, while others can absorb less. This is the difference in talent, so the number of injections divided by different people is different. Talent? Evolutionary talent. Shen Fei suddenly remembered the 6 attributes he had been superimposing. Among them, he knew the 5 attributes of attack, speed, defense, physique, and insight. He had never figured out what this evolutionary talent was. Try it. Shen Fei did not hesitate. He carefully absorbed a little bit of evolutionary potion with a syringe and injected it into his body. A little hot. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and the next moment, he felt restless all over his body. Call. Shen Fei got up from the sofa and came to a small open space in this small room. He held it with one hand and seemed to have a knife in Shen Fei's hand, and he slowly moved. This is the move of the evolution method 9 Yuan sword. As Shen Fei continued to move, the inch of flesh, bones and skin in his body were also mobilized. Shen Fei has completed his control over himself, and he can clearly sense the state of muscles in every tissue in his body. Shen Fei has a vague control of where he desires energy and where he is weak. The different moves of 9 Yuan sword correspond to different positions of the body. Shen Fei has long been extremely proficient, and for those places that are eager for energy, Shen Fei naturally focuses on taking care of them through corresponding moves. With sufficient energy supplemented, countless structures in Shen Fei's body naturally began to transform. As time passed, the evolutionary potion injected into Shen Fei quickly consumed, and he immediately injected a lot of it. Consume, inject, consume, inject. Shen Fei repeated the same process again and again, and he became more and more surprised in the process. His body seemed to have no limit, and was constantly absorbing energy. Is this the effect of Evolution Talent 4.0? Shen Fei sighed in his heart that no matter whether the evolutionary talent has any other functions, judging from the current effects, it is enough to satisfy him. Over the Ganshui city, the small artificial sun shone brightly again at some point, and the lights shone from weak to strong, shining everywhere, and the entire perimeter city became bright. At this time, the tired Shen Fei had been practicing in his room for a whole night. The feeling of constantly becoming stronger and without limits made Shen Fei unable to stop and could not stop at all. Sudden. Shen Fei's movements stumbled. At this moment, his whole body was subtly transformed, strengthened flesh and blood tissue, and musculoskeleton trembled slightly. It was as if a puzzle piece that had been scattered into countless pieces was suddenly stuck by a force. Shen Fei had a strange feeling that every inch of flesh and blood in his body and every bone were connected into a whole, and a complete cycle was achieved in his body. Under this cycle, a powerful force continued to surge out. This is... Shen Fei clenched his fists and felt the terrifying power. In just a moment, his power surged by more than 10 times. It's amazing. Shen Fei couldn't help but be amazed that the evolution method of 9 Yuan sword is on the surface a set of sword techniques, but when practicing it, the body structure has changed quietly. Moreover, the body structures changed separately before, but it was just a quantitative change, and there was nothing to see. But now, countless structures have suddenly merged and have changed qualitatively. It has become completely different. At 7:50 a.m., outside Building 1 of the 3rd Evolutionary School. Shen Fei came here with a glorious spirit. After a big step, Shen Fei's mood is naturally indescribable in words. However, just as Shen Fei was about to enter Building 1, suddenly, Shen Fei! Huang Zitong's voice came. Shen Fei turned his head in surprise and saw Huang Zitong running over quickly. Today, Huang Zitong changed into a white shirt and tied a very light ponytail. She shouldn't have made up, but her fair skin is the best decoration, making her more pure and charming. Shen Fei thought for a moment, and a smile soon appeared on his face. Zai Tong, why are you here? I asked someone yesterday that your Su Realm class was going to teach in Building 1, so I came here early in the morning. Huang Zitong asked softly. Why are you here so late? You're almost late. I was delayed this morning. Shen Fei said. I'm preparing this for you. Huang Zitong smiled and handed a pink lunchbox to Shen Fei. Zai Tong, you are so nice to me. Shen Fei took the lunchbox with a touching touch. Then you considered what I said yesterday. Just as Huang Zitong was about to talk about what happened yesterday, Shen Fei's expression suddenly changed. Oh, Zitong, there is not enough time. I'll go in first and we'll talk later. Shen Fei said, without hesitation, and ran into Building 1 without looking back. Huang Zitong. Shen Fei was really hungry. He ate while walking and ate the food prepared by Huang Zitong in the blink of an eye. After that, he came to classroom 001. The classroom was not big, but more than 30 people were sitting there. After Shen Fei came in, he found that there was no familiar face, so he didn't care and found a place and sat down. Soon, an illusory projection appeared in the classroom, which was the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has excellent computing ability and can teach millions of people at the same time. At the 3rd Evolutionary School, 80% of this knowledge-based course is taught by Xiaoyu. The title Teacher Xiaoyu was not for nothing. The virtual realm is the virtual realm. As Xiaoyu's voice sounded, the environment of the entire classroom was also changing, and the spaces on the upper, lower, left and right became a colorful and chaotic state. 33 students and Xiaoyu were all standing in the chaos, and white light spots appeared around them. These white light spots are the virtual world. Xiaoyu continued. The world of virtual realm is both real and false. Reality is because our body and some special virtual realm items can enter it. It is false because what happens in the virtual realm will not become a fact, such as if you die in the virtual realm, death is not really dying. The food you eat in the virtual realm and the energy you absorb do not exist. Xiaoyu kept telling her, she didn't say anything nonsense, every sentence was the point, everyone was listening carefully, including Shen Fei. Chapter 17 Conflict. Dear students, that's all for today's introduction to the characteristics of the virtual realm. Tomorrow, we will talk about the accidents and troubles that may occur in the virtual realm. Students, please don't be late. Xiaoya finished speaking with a smile, and the phantom that followed her disappeared into the classroom. In an instant, the image of the virtual realm in the classroom also disappeared quickly, and everything returned to its original state. The harvest is great. Shen Fei closed his eyes and recalled what Xiaoya had just said. These 2 hours were not in vain, and his understanding of the virtual realm had a qualitative change. Soon, Shen Fei was about to get up and leave. However, at this moment, a pretty handsome boy suddenly came to the front of the classroom. Students, I'm in the Xia Beifeng. I have a suggestion. Can you please wait for a while? Beifeng said with a smile. What do you want to say? Someone asked. Evolutionary evidence, did you all receive it yesterday? Beifeng said, then raised his left hand, and there was a pitch-black watch there. Beifeng continued. I wonder if you have checked your virtual realm house. Each of us received a ticket for the Void Realm. I think there may be ones who go to the same world among these tickets. My ticket is to go to the world of Saturn. If any classmate is like me, we can talk about it. Whether it is teaming up or sharing intelligence, it is a good thing for both sides. After Beifeng finished speaking, many people looked thoughtful on their faces. Is your ticket Saturn's mistake? A girl in a white shirt suddenly spoke. Yes, so is this classmate. Beifeng asked quickly. It seems we can talk. The girl spoke calmly. Afterwards, 4 more people stood up, and their tickets were all in the world of Saturn's mistake ahead. There were 33 people in a class, but 6 of them were in the same world. This must be no coincidence. Others who realized something also spoke up and found their companions. Shen Fei was also quite active, but what disappointed Shen Fei was that except him, there was only one person who went to the War of 2 Countries. This is a young man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses. This man not only dresses uniquely, but also has a proud look on his face. The young man looked at Shen Fei, and then he said lightly, "It is impossible for us to form a team." Each of us took out 500,000 imperial coins and bought a detailed information about the War of 2 Countries. Why can't it be possible to form a team? Shen Fei was a little confused. Although he had no intention of forming a team, this person was too straightforward. The third evolutionary school has 87 evolutionists in total. Among the 21 evolutionists who passed the imperial examination, I know each one. Obviously, you are not included. The young man said lightly. Meng Zongshuo, no one is the evolver. If you form a team to enter the virtual world, it is simply a drag on me. You're saying it's pretty good. Shen Fei nodded seriously. This is actually the reason why he didn't want to team up with others. He is already an evolutionist and has several times the attribute bonus. His strength is obviously far beyond that of ordinary evolutionists. Ordinary evolutionists team up with him, which is to drag him down. It seems that I don't need to worry too much. Said the young man, get the money, I'll buy the detailed information and share it with you later. When Shen Fei heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Get money? Are you worthy of working with me in terms of empire currency? Shen Fei sneered. He stood up, gave the young man with sunglasses a contemptuous look, and then walked out of the classroom without looking back. I'm not worthy. The young man in sunglasses was stunned for a while, and then he was furious. A guy who is not even an evolver dares to despise him? Call. The young man in sunglasses immediately stood up and quickly chased him out. On the other side, Shen Fei quickly left Building 1. Although he just despised the young man with sunglasses, in fact, the reason why Shen Fei did not cooperate with the other party was just because he couldn't afford to cooperate. Shen Fei's entire net worth is only 200,000 imperial coins left, and even if he is a part of the market, he can't afford detailed information. I can't form a team and can't afford intelligence, so he naturally escaped quickly. Although he was thinking about leaving quickly, Shen Fei subconsciously slowed down as soon as he left Building 1. Because he saw a figure there. Why haven't you left yet? Shen Fei looked at Huang Zitong, who was walking over quickly, and asked in surprise. I'm waiting for you to go to class together. Huang Zitong stopped less than 30 centimeters in front of Shen Fei. She looked up at Shen Fei and snorted softly, "Do you just hope I'm not here?" That's not. Shen Fei smiled happily, and he said, I was still thinking about it when I was in class, how good it would be to see you after class. Really? Huang Zitong's eyes lit up. Fake. You really hate it. Huang Zitong patted Shen Fei lightly. Did he really think about it? Huang Zitong was thinking about it with some anxiety. And just when Huang Zitong wanted to say something, suddenly. You boy, stop here! With a sudden shout, the young man in a black windbreaker and sunglasses quickly came to the front of the two. Brother, I said you are not worthy of working with me, why are you here to do? Shen Fei looked at the other party in contempt. What do you mean? You'd better explain it to me clearly, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. The young man in sunglasses threatened when he saw that Shen Fei dared to look at him with such a look. Snort! Shen Fei sneered, and the disdain in his eyes became even more intense. You guy! The young man with sunglasses was furious. If the school had not had strict regulations and the students of evolution could not take the initiative to attack non-evolved students, he would have been unable to help but take action. But soon, the young man with sunglasses glanced at him and saw Huang Zitong. The young man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses and looked at Huang Zitong carefully. Huang Zitong? Are you that Huang Zitong? The young man in sunglasses seemed to have discovered a new world. Huang Zitong didn't say anything, but just silently approached Shen Fei 3 points again. The man's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. At this time, Shen Fei also stretched out his hand to block the young man in sunglasses' view. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Shen Fei said lightly. Good boy, wait for me. The young man in sunglasses surprised that he didn't say anything else. He left this sentence and ran away without looking back. Zai Tong, do you know her? Shen Fei asked a little strangely when the young man in sunglasses walked away. I don't know. Huang Zitong shook her head in a daze. Then you are famous enough that even the evolvers in the school have heard your name. Shen Fei said with a smile, and muttered in his heart. Could it be that he underestimated Huang Zitong? The spare tire this guy raised was actually much more than he thought? Even famous? Huang Zitong naturally didn't know what Shen Fei was thinking. She asked in surprise, that person was an evolutionist just now? Then we offended him. Not only an evolver, he also passed the imperial examination. Shen Fei added. Ah! Huang Zitong's face turned pale. Evolver, passed the imperial assessment, and double buff superposition, this kind of character is really terrifying. This guy is still in the virtual world with me half a month later. I have to be careful. There is no boundary between imperial laws in the virtual world. If I meet him, I will be dead. Shen Fei added to himself. Shen Fei, let's go and apologize to him. Huang Zitong said hurriedly. No, I will fight for a lot of skin and live a breath. This guy dares to look down on me. I will never end with him in my life. Shen Fei snorted coldly. Huang Zitong. Chapter 18, Such a Terrifying Talent. The third evolutionary school in the Shenshui city has opened a total of 27 evolution directions, each evolution direction, and there are separate martial arts training grounds and teaching buildings in the school. At this time, Shen Fei and Huang Zitong came to a huge martial arts training ground. Shen Fei, where are we going? Huang Zitong suddenly came to her senses. She was persuading Shen Fei to apologize all the way, but she didn't notice that they had been away for a long time. The martial arts training ground of the God Transporter's lineage. Shen Fei looked forward. It was a huge oval building the size of several football fields. The lineage of the God Transporter? Shen Fei, the evolution method you practiced is from the lineage of the God Transporter, right? Huang Zitong suddenly reacted. It's rare that Zitong, you still remember my evolutionary direction. Shen Fei sighed slightly. I really hate it. Of course I remember such an important thing. Huang Zitong snorted lightly, but she immediately said. What are you doing here? I just said so much, are you jealous of? This is something that concerns your future, why don't you care? You have many problems. Shen Fei did not choose to answer, and he went straight to the martial arts training ground. After a while, the two walked to the martial arts training ground. In the large open space, there were many young faces swaying here, sweating and practicing each move. Shen Fei can see that some practitioners of 9 Yuan sword also have other evolutionary methods. These are all students in the lower school year of the third evolutionary school. People like Shen Fei and Huang Zitong who are about to graduate have long stopped coming to places like this. I miss that time so much. Huang Zitong sighed inexplicably. Shen Fei was much more cute at that time than now. You are resting outside for a while, I have something to go in and deal with. Shen Fei turned his head and said to Huang Zitong. Then hurry up. Huang Zitong nodded very well. She let go of Shen Fei's arm and took a step back at the same time. Shen Fei smiled, but he didn't say much, turned around and headed deep into the martial arts training ground. Following the memory, Shen Fei came to an office and knocked on the door and walked in. A chubby middle-aged man also raised his head. Teacher Wang. Shen Fei did not hesitate. He said directly, I am Shen Fei of the 77th class. I practice 9 Yuan sword. I just broke through yesterday and became an evolver. The middle-aged man was stunned by Shen Fei's words for a while, and then he reacted. Tuesday, there is less than a year before graduation, right? Can you break through at this time? Congratulations, congratulations, said the middle-aged man, and he also stood up. Teacher Wang, Zhuyuan sword is no longer suitable for me. I heard that our school also provides follow-up evolution methods for free. Shen Fei asked. This is nature. The teaching quality of our Shenshuacheng Third Evolutionary School is famous throughout the entire Iomatsu. The middle-aged man smiled. I will talk about evolutionary law later. Let's go, I'll take you to test the data first. Test data. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. This is also to understand your specific situation. Teacher Wang explained. You have to know that among ordinary people, there are fat people and thin people, some are born with divine power, and some are weak, and the same is true for evolvers. Although some evolvers have similar evolution levels, their physical performance gap is very large. If they are more exaggerated, they can reach several times. That's right. Shen Fei was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard about this. A moment later, Shen Fei followed Teacher Wang to a room full of various equipment. The room was empty, but in the middle of the room, there was a woman wearing loose white training suit sitting cross-legged. This is a very beautiful woman, but when Shen Fei saw the other person for the first time, he was not concerned about his beauty, but his inexplicable temperament. She sat there quietly, as if it was a huge peak, which actually gave Shen Fei a feeling that he could not get close to or was insurmountable. This person is definitely not simple. Shen Fei couldn't help but breathe in his heart. Is there such a master in the Third Evolutionary School? And at this moment, the woman who was sitting cross-legged there also opened her eyes. Director An, sorry, I've disturbed you. Teacher Wang bowed slightly and apologized repeatedly. Is there something wrong with you here? The woman asked, her voice very cold. This student Shen Fei has just become an evolutionist. I will take him to test physical data. Teacher Wang explained. Hello Director An. Shen Fei also asked, no matter who this is, it is not easy to offend. So that's it. The woman nodded, she stood up and walked aside, waved her hand to signal the two of them to be at will. Seeing this, Teacher Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Student Shen Fei, come on, let's measure the strength first. Teacher Wang took Shen Fei to a machine that was about one person tall. This force measurement machine can withstand the maximum strength of tens of millions of tons, and its accuracy can reach milligrams. It is the equipment purchased by our school beauty for a large amount of money. Teacher Wang introduced the machine, and he followed. Student Shen Fei should not worry about damaging the machine, just attack with all your might. Then I'm not polite. A hint of anticipation appeared on Shen Fei's face. As soon as he broke through this morning, he only felt that he had become much stronger, even more than 10 times. But he doesn't know how strong it is. Now, it is time to test. Of course, you cannot use attribute bonuses. Shen Fei punched out without hesitation. Boom! The target in front of the force measuring machine suddenly shook slightly. And the moment Shen Fei's punch fell, not far away, the mysterious director and also turned his attention to him. What a great power! Shen Fei's talent is probably not simple. Director An was slightly surprised. At this time, Shen Fei was not idle either. After his fist erupted, his elbows, knees, calves, feet and other parts attacked one after another. Teacher Wang, how about it? Shen Fei looked at Teacher Wang, who had been staring at the display screen. Shen Fei, you broke the record. Teacher Wang suddenly said. Breaking the record? Shen Fei was shocked. He was very sure that he did not use the power of his attributes to bless him. Before you, the evolutionist who just broke through in our school had a record of 7.32 tons of explosive power, but your elbow hit just now reached 12.77 tons. Before you, the highest record of average strength was 4.43 tons, but you reached 8.56 tons. Teacher Wang turned his head and asked in disbelief. Are you really just breaking through? There is only an external cycle in his body. Even if it is not just a breakthrough, the data will not be much different from his real value. Director An's voice suddenly sounded, and she walked slowly over. So that's it. Teacher Wang suddenly looked dazed. External circulation? Shen Fei asked. Do you feel like you are connecting many tissue structures in your body when you break through? Director An asked. Yes. Shen Fei nodded. This is the outer cycle. Establishing the first outer cycle is a sign of becoming an evolutionist. Director An said calmly, you don't have to be surprised by your strength. This is your talent. Is it talent? Shen Fei pondered. This is probably the effect of evolutionary talent. Evolution talent 4.0 is so terrifying. Teacher Wang, you go back first, I'll give him a test next. Director An suddenly spoke. Then I'll trouble Director An. Teacher Wang agreed decisively. He winked at Shen Fei and then left here in a flash. Shen Fei said nothing. Under the law of the Empire, Director An couldn't eat him anyway. He was afraid of a hammer. My name is Onling, the next project, Explosion Speed. Onling said briefly, then took Shen Fei toward another instrument. P.S. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and investment. Chapter 19, The Road to Evolution. With the help of Onling, Shen Fei quickly tested a lot of data, such as explosion speed, reaction speed, extreme speed, skin toughness, bone hardness, etc. Almost every data of Shen Fei broke the record, and some far exceeded the previous records. Although these are just records from the third evolutionary school, they are definitely scary. Under a huge machine, Onling looked at Shen Fei's data and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Talent should be a very long item, but Shen Fei is very long every item, or in other words, every item is very average, which is very strange. Maybe it's because of its special physique. Ling didn't think much about it. At this time, Shen Fei also walked out of the machine. Teacher Ling, do you have any other data to test? Shen Fei asked. That's it. Ling said, and she waved her way in front, and suddenly, a virtual page full of Shen Fei's data flew towards him. Average strength, 8.56 tons. Braking speed, 70 mph. Extreme speed, 102 mph. Skin toughness, 100,000J/cm2. Bone hardness, 76 HRC. Shen Fei quickly browsed his data, and a hint of amazement appeared in his heart. It was too perverted. This was completely beyond ordinary people. Before he traveled through time, it was definitely Superman 1. Of course, Shen Fei didn't think much about it. After all, it's not before time travel. Even if the data is added with attribute bonus, he is still a younger brother in this era. Want to be arrogant? It's still far from it. Shen Fei clicked on the evolution certificate and saved this virtual page. At this time, Ling also noticed Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence, and her eyes flashed slightly. Teacher Ling, I will say goodbye first. I also want to find Teacher Wang to learn the subsequent evolution method. Shen Fei bowed and said. Ling just nodded at first, but just as Shen Fei turned around and was about to walk out of the room, Ling's voice suddenly came. The third evolutionary school has only one subsequent evolution method for the god-transporting lineage, called Zhen Yuansha. Although it is powerful, it is a waste of talent to practice this. Hi! Shen Fei couldn't help but stop. Teacher Ling, what do you mean? Shen Fei immediately turned around and asked. However, Ling did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked, do you understand what the evolutionary is? Shen Fei thought for a long time, but didn't say a word. Isn't it just that you become stronger by practicing? What else can happen? When Ling saw that Shen Fei did not say a word, she was not surprised. She waved to Shen Fei. Shen Fei did not hesitate and walked over directly. At this time, Ling stretched out his hand and waved it in front, and suddenly, a virtual projection appeared. This is a mannequin. The first step in evolution is to establish an external circulation inside the body. Ling pointed on the human body model. Suddenly, lines appeared inside the body of the model, connecting everything. What Shen Fei was most concerned about was that these lines were also connected outside the body, and there was a constant stream of energy entering the body along the line. The purpose of the external circulation is to facilitate the absorption of cosmic energy. Shen Fei asked. Yes. Ling nodded and said. Before the establishment of the external circulation, monk and I can only guide the absorption of cosmic energy by your practice, but now you can continuously absorb cosmic energy and replenish yourself. You can think about it. Your average strength has reached nearly 10 tons now, and your physical strength is far greater than before, but your appetite has not changed. Where does the energy come from? When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded immediately. Yes, although he felt a little hungry this morning, the things Huang Zitong brought him made him eat 70% or 80% full. If we rely solely on food to provide energy, how can we afford this body? But I don't feel that I'm absorbing cosmic energy at all, Shen Fei said strangely. In ancient times, humans didn't know that the blood in their bodies was flowing. Ling said calmly, and she followed. Besides, your external circulation efficiency is actually very low now, and the energy you absorb is not much, it can only be barely enough for you to use, and it is difficult for you to sense it. I understand. Shen Fei nodded suddenly, and Ling's example was very appropriate. Teacher Ling, you just said that my external circulation is inefficient. I guess the subsequent practice of evolutionary methods is to improve the efficiency of the external circulation, right? Shen Fei suddenly asked. You are very smart. Ling nodded and said, the subsequent evolution method is to establish an internal circulation in the external circulation to improve the efficiency of the external circulation to absorb cosmic energy. Internal circulation sounds easier. Shen Fei pondered. It is naturally easy to establish an internal cycle, but what about 10? What about 100? What about 1,000? Ling said, as she reached out and drew a few strokes on the virtual mannequin, and suddenly one by one, the extremely complex internal cycles appeared, but as there were more cycles, the fewer the blank spaces in the body were. Shen Fei also understood that the more internal loops, the better. Teacher Ling, according to what you said, the evolvers seem to have established an external cycle at the beginning and then an internal cycle. So why does evolution have to be divided into many directions, and there are different evolution methods in the same direction? Shen Fei asked again. When you first chose the direction of evolution, someone should have told you about this problem. For example, the God Transporter is good at close combat, and for example, the original primordial lineage is good at controlling various natural forces. Ling said, and Shen Fei nodded slightly, someone said it. But these words are simply a lie to the child. Huang Zitong is the first ancestral lineage, but since she was a child, she still had to practice martial arts obediently. How could she have any manifestation of controlling the power of nature? No doubt, these are true. Ling seemed to know what Shen Fei was thinking, and she explained. All changes are after you establish an internal cycle. For example, the evolution method of Shen Yuansha, establishing an internal cycle can give birth to a strange energy in the body. This energy is invincible and can be attached to the body and external objects, which is most suitable for combat. That's right. Shen Fei had a sudden look in his eyes, which means that different internal circulations established will lead to different powers. Do you have any questions? Ling asked. I have no doubts about the evolver. Shen Fei looked at Ling with some expectations, and he asked, Teacher Ling just said that the true Yuansha is not suitable for me, so Teacher Ling knows there is an evolution method that is more suitable for me. Yeah. Ling nodded, and she waved her hand, and suddenly the projection of the mannequin in front of her disappeared, replaced by a phantom statue of a strong man standing with his hands down. The strong man had his upper body exposed, his whole body was covered with strange patterns. He looked like a primitive man from an ancient era, full of ancient and wild aura. This statue is just an image, its entity contains a set of evolutionary methods called the transformation of the wilderness god. Practicing this set of evolutionary methods will lead to a transformation ability. We call it the transformation of the wilderness god. After transformation, your physical fitness will be comprehensively increased. The degree of increase depends on the number of cycles in your body. The more the number, the greater the increase. I just helped you test your physical data and found that all your data are very outstanding, which is very suitable for this evolutionary method. Ling said, and she was suddenly stunned. Why are your expressions so strange? Ling asked. Is there any? Shen Fei quickly adjusted his expression and said solemnly, Teacher An, please tell me where to learn this evolutionary method. I am very interested in it. I haven't finished talking yet. This evolution method is very difficult, but it's much more difficult than Zhen Yuansha. It is not a problem to have a high difficulty. As long as you have a deep skill, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Besides, I have the confidence to practice it. Shen Fei spoke without hesitation. Even if this evolutionary method is difficult to reach heaven, he must practice it. The attributes superimposed by Shen Fei are to enlarge the basic attributes in a fixed multiple, and this evolution method can actually improve the basic attributes. It's terrifying, it's really terrifying. Chapter 20 I heard it all. Ling didn't say anything. She stared at Shen Fei, who was excited for a while before slowly saying, I have one statue of the wilderness god here, I can lend it to you to watch. Thank you, Teacher Ling. Shen Fei was overjoyed immediately. Don't rush to thank me. Before watching the statue of the god of desolation, there are two things I have to explain to you. Ling said, I told you before that this set of evolutionary methods is very difficult, so it's not just a casual talk. First, this evolution method is not like Zhen Yuansha that clearly tells the enzyme to establish an internal circulation. Because everyone has different physical constitutions, you must understand the internal circulation route by yourself. In addition, it is particularly difficult to establish the internal circulation of the evolutionary method of wild god change. It requires extremely high control over the body, and its demand for energy is far greater than that of true Yuan Shat. Teacher Ling, as long as you work hard, iron rod will be ground into a needle. Shen Fei repeated his determination again. Seeing this, Ling didn't say much. Second, the evolution method of the transformation of the waste god is not made public. You have learned this evolution method from me. It is best to find a way to join a certain law enforcement department of the empire. Ling said the second thing again, and when he heard this, Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Join the Imperial Law Enforcement Department? Teacher Ling, what would happen if he didn't join? Shen Fei asked. The Imperial Law Enforcement Department could not join casually. Although Shen Fei did not understand the specific conditions, he was definitely not qualified now. I don't know either, there are risks in any way. Ling said lightly. I understand. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully, but he immediately asked directly as if he had thought of something. Teacher Ling, is that over? Well, if you think it clearly, then you can learn. Ling nodded. Teacher Ling doesn't need me to do anything. Shen Fei asked again. I need 30 trillion imperial coins, do you have it? Ling asked. Teacher Ling, don't joke. Shen Fei was speechless. He sold Ganshui City. Can he get so much imperial coins? What about your decision? Do you want to learn? Enling asked again. Study. Shanfei nodded very firmly. You are waiting for me here. Enling didn't say anything more, and she immediately left the room. In just a moment, Enling walked in with a metal box about the size of a human head. Enling entered the password and opened the box. Suddenly, a statue that was exactly the same as the virtual image she released before was revealed. The only difference is that compared to the image, the statue has a more charm. When Shanfei saw the statue, he felt like he could not move his eyes away at the first glance. Sit down cross-legged. Enling took out the statue and put it in front of Shanfei, and said at the same time. After Shanfei did as he said, Enling said again, look at its eyes, empty its consciousness, and breathe with my voice. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Enling's voice kept ringing, and Shanfei did as he said. At first, Enling's voice was still very clear, but gradually, Shanfei felt Enling's voice disappear. He came to an endless land, where a wild giant stood, holding a giant knife in his hand, slashing, sweeping across the world. And in the giant's body, there is a faint flash of luster. These lusters are connected into a piece, which is a cycle of energy. Call. Suddenly, everything disappeared, and everything in front of Shanfei suddenly returned to reality. He turned around and found Enling sitting there quietly, drinking a cup of coffee. What did you realize in 2 hours? Enling put down his cup and asked calmly. Well. Shanfei recalled it before he said, a set of methods to sense energy, control energy, a set of knife techniques, and 9 internal cycles. What else? Enling asked. Also. Shanfei was slightly stunned. There is an extra internal circulation in your body. Enling reminded him. When Shanfei heard this, he immediately concentrated on his senses. With the help of the method of sensing energy in the body that he had just realized, Shanfei quickly realized that in his body, in addition to a complete energy cycle communicating with the outside world, there was also an energy cycle from the brain to 3 inches below the navel. In a vague way, Shanfei also realized that he could do something with the help of this energy cycle. This is the transformation of the wilderness god. Shanfei also realized in his heart. I'll be here today. I'll find me after you open up all the 9 internal cycles you have realized. Enling issued the order to expel guests. Thank you, Teacher Enling, for your advice. Shanfei bowed and thanked. However, Enling didn't say much. Shanfei seeing this, he no longer hesitated and turned around and left the room. Newcomer to the Void Realm, I hope you can go further. Enling stared at the direction of Shanfei leaving, and she sighed secretly in her heart. On the other side, Shanfei came all the way to the martial arts training ground of the Tongshen lineage. I thought this teacher Enling had something to do for me to do, but I had no choice. No matter what, this wild god change is not fake. If I meet this teacher Enling, I am really lucky today. Shanfei thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Shanfei encountered this kind of good luck, he naturally felt better. However, Shen Fei's good mood did not last long. When he came to the place where he had parted with Huang Zitong, his face suddenly collapsed. Wang Quansheng was still wearing a flower turban. He held a cup of hot water, nodded and bowed to Huang Zitong, who was sitting on a stone chair. At this time, Huang Zitong had a stern face, as if she would scold anyone who came over. Zitong, you drink a sip of water to relieve your breath, teach Shen Fei a lesson. I don't want to implicate you, but my brother insists on letting me do this, I can't do it. Wang Quansheng carefully handed over the hot water, while still talking. You go, I don't want to see you. Huang Zitong said expressionlessly. You drink this glass of water and I'll leave. Roll. Hey, okay, you can calm your breath, you can cool your breath. Wang Quansheng said as he stepped back and soon ran not far away. Nearby, there are two figures. One of the figures is strong, but its appearance is similar to Wang Quansheng. This is Wang Quansheng's twin brother Wang Quansheng, one of the few evolvers in the school. At this time, Wang Quansheng looked at Wang Quansheng who was retreating in shame, his face slightly dark. And beside Wang Quansheng, a young man who looked a little childish, also had a strange expression. Senior brother, your younger brother is really... The young man stopped talking. I won't expect him to have any future in my life. Just marry and have children safely. Wang Quansheng said in a deep voice. But, no matter what, I am only this younger brother, and I can't bear to beat him, and others can't do it. Junior brother, the school stipulates that evolutionary students are not allowed to actively attack non-evolved students, so it's not convenient for me to do it. I'll leave it to you when Shen Fei comes back later and I'll teach him a lesson for me. Don't worry, senior brother, are you still worried about my strength? The young man patted his chest and made a promise with confidence. Of course I can trust my junior brother. A smile appeared on Wang Quansheng's face, but just when he wanted to say something, a voice suddenly came. I heard it all, I want to teach me a lesson, right? P.S. Please support. Chapter 21 Beat. Wang Quansheng and his two men turned their heads, and a handsome man with broken hair appeared there at some time just a few meters away from them. Shen Fei. The two of them were slightly shocked. Is this guy walking silently? I heard someone want to teach me a lesson. Shen Fei moved his wrists, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Senior brother, is he Shen Fei? The young man asked. Brother, this is Shen Fei, help me teach him a lesson. Wang Quansheng's voice came from a distance. At this time, he was stopping Huang Zitong who wanted to run over. That's easy. The young man smiled calmly. He took out two short metal sticks from his waist, and then walked towards Shen Fei step by step with great confidence. Call! 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 The young man smashed Shen Fei with a set of combined stick techniques. Then... Bang! A quick and accurate punch hit his chin directly. Call! The boy was thrown out directly and lay on the ground without any movement. Of course, he was not dead, but just fainted. This is in reality, the imperial laws are extremely strict, and Shen Fei dare not kill anyone. Everyone has seen it, he attacked me first. Shen Fei had no choice but to spread his hands. Although the evolutionary students were not allowed to actively attack non-evolutionary students, they were still allowed to fight back. You are already an evolutionist. Wang Quansheng looked shocked. Shen Fei's punch just now was too fast, and that was a very fast that a very human could have. Yes, you'll know if you try it. Shen Fei hooked Wang Quansheng. Seeing Shen Fei's gesture, Wang Quansheng immediately understood his intention. In an instant, a hint of disdain appeared on Wang Quansheng's face. Humph, you probably just broke through, right? The evolver who just broke through dares to fight me. Wang Quansheng pulled open his collar and took off his top. Call. A series of black energy appeared on Wang Quansheng's body, covering his entire upper body in the blink of an eye. As for the ability of evolution method, Shen Fei observed it. From the surface alone, he could not see what the black energy of Wang Quansheng's body surface is useful. Shen Fei didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately followed the slightest feeling and directed the energy in his body to explode. Boom! A loud noise from his body came, and Shen Fei instantly sensed that the internal and external circulations of the body began to absorb cosmic energy frantically, and countless energy was transmitted to his inner circulation from his brain to 3 inches below the navel. After the internal circulation, these energy spread throughout his body at an extremely fast speed. Crackling. With crisp sounds, Shen Fei's height was 3 inches higher out of thin air, and his body was even stronger. Magnesium Valley Ashkang knocked on the straw and stumbled. When he saw the changes in Shen Fei's body, his expression suddenly changed. He thought Shen Fei had just made a breakthrough and was still very immature, but now this is clearly a manifestation of using some kind of evolutionary ability. What's the difficulty, is it? Fussy. Shen Fei clenched his fists, and he could feel the more powerful force. Call! 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 Shen Fei took a big stance and soon approached Wang Quansheng. At this point, Wang Quansheng didn't have time to think too much. He made a fist in his heart and directly attacked Shen Fei. Bang! Shen Fei raised his hand and took the punch easily. That's it. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Shen Fei's lips. Although he knew from the beginning that even if he did not use attribute bonuses, he would have a great chance of winning. After all, when he was testing the data before, all the data far exceeded the school record. He did not expect that Wang Quansheng's punch was so soft and powerless. It's estimated that it's only about 3 tons of power. Bang! Shen Fei slapped him with a backhand, and the huge impact suddenly hit Wang Quansheng's face, but it did not work, but only caused the black energy on his body to fluctuate. Huh? It turns out it's a turtle shell. Shen Fei suddenly realized it. At this moment, Wang Quansheng also realized that Shen Fei's current terrifying power was not something he could compete with, so he instantly rolled down and wanted to attack behind Shen Fei, but what greeted him was a kick. Shen Fei is not only powerful now, but his speed is also far higher than that of Wang Quansheng. Needless to say, Wild God Change is a full attribute bonus. Even if there is no bonus speed, Shen Fei's original speed is much faster than Wang Quansheng. Bang! Shen Fei kicked Wang Quansheng viciously in the face. Although he did not break his turtle shell, he kicked him out directly. Shen Fei followed directly with a sprint. Before he could land, another elbow hit Wang Quansheng's stomach fiercely. The turtle shell is still firm. Call. Shen Fei turned over and rode on Wang Quansheng, and directly pointed at his head and made a comeback. Boom! 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 With more than 10 tons of force burst out in each punch, Wang Quansheng relied on the protection of black energy. Although he was not injured, every time he tried to get up, he was easily suppressed by Shen Fei. It's too much. Wang Quansheng roared. He struggled desperately, but the gap in strength was too big. Shen Fei could press it on the ground with one hand and couldn't get up. This turtle shell cannot be an absolute defense, right? Shen Fei is fighting with a research mentality at this moment. After all, this is his first battle with the evolutionists, so he naturally has to accumulate more experience. Shen Fei smashed him wildly for a while, and he found that Wang Quansheng's face became paler and his breathing became more and more urgent. Obviously, resisting Shen Fei's attack made him extremely expensive. Finally, Wang Quansheng couldn't hold on any longer, and the black energy on his body became thinner 3 points. Drink! Shen Fei punched him with all his strength. Bang! The energy on Wang Quansheng's body surface actually collapsed like glass. Losing the protection of this layer of energy, all the remaining power of Shen Fei's punch hit Wang Quansheng's head. The violent blow made Wang Quansheng's eyes turn white and he fainted immediately. Shen Fei moved his hands and he lifted the Huang Shen transformation. In an instant, Shen Fei's body returned to normal as if he had shrunk, and at the same time, a feeling of fatigue also came from the depths of his body. The wilderness god change can probably increase my full attributes by about 50%. Shen Fei pondered in his heart. This is actually very terrifying. After all, he just built the first internal cycle. Shen Fei didn't think much about it. He stood up and walked towards Huang Zitong. Of course, Wang Quansheng was also in this direction, the culprit of everything. You can't hit me, you are already an evolver. Wang Quansheng plucked up his courage and looked directly at Shen Fei. But in fact, he still couldn't help but tremble. After all, Wang Quansheng, the brother he had always regarded as his biggest relying on, was just like a child, and was hit with a hammer with his head pressed down. The scene was simply too miserable. The psychological impact on Wang Quansheng was too great. Go roll, get out quickly! Shen Fei waved speechlessly. A poor dog licking, he didn't bother to pay attention to the other person. Wang Quansheng turned his head and looked at Huang Zitong. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but at this time, Huang Zitong's entire eyes were focused on Shen Fei and he didn't even look at him. Wang Quansheng gritted his teeth and ran away. Shen Fei! Huang Zitong rushed over and hugged Shen Fei all at once. Wen Xiang was soft and soft. Shen Fei was not polite and hugged her with his backhand. What happened just now? Shen Fei touched Huang Zitong's eyes and asked at the same time. They want to deal with you. In order not to let me tell you, they not only did not let me leave, but also snatched my communication watch. Huang Zitong looked up and said. What? Have you snatched your stuff? I'll ask you for it. Shen Fei was suddenly furious. No, I don't want the watch anymore, let me hug you more. Huang Zitong hugged Shen Fei tightly. At this time, her eyes looking at Shen Fei had a different brilliance. Wang Quansheng has always been an amazing person in Huang Zitong's heart. Evolver, joining the army in the future will generally have great prospects, but Wang Quansheng is as vulnerable as a child in Shen Fei's hands. This impact is too great. In addition to Shen Fei's identity that passed the imperial examination, Huang Zitong felt that Shen Fei is now a perfect incarnation. Shen Fei, you are so bad. Huang Zitong suddenly spoke. You deliberately scared me before, are you? You are obviously an evolutionist, and you are not afraid of that man in sunglasses. Men's sunglasses? A good name. Shen Fei smiled slightly. Chapter 22 Void Realm Train. The fight was awesome, and the crematorium was later. This sentence still makes some sense. Shen Fei and Huang Zitong quickly left the martial arts training ground of the Tongshen lineage, but not long after, a virtual projection suddenly appeared in him. They are two ahead. Looking at the blue-haired figure in front of him, Shen Fei suddenly felt something bad in his heart. Teacher Xiaoyu, is there anything wrong? Shen Fei asked. Student Shen Fei, someone reported that you were fighting in school. I have found out the whole story. Xiaoyu is obviously in the strict teacher mode now, with a very solemn expression on her face. Because the two brothers Wang Quansheng and Wang Quansheng first forced the freedom of your girlfriend Huang Zitong first, your counterattack was out of helplessness, so I punished me for giving it to me tomorrow. Okay, Teacher Xiaoyu. Shen Fei agreed directly. He knew that bargaining was not very effective. It was impossible to have nothing to do when fighting at the evolutionary school. Otherwise, Wang Quansheng and others would not have been deliberately waiting for him outside the school yesterday. But there is something, Teacher Xiaoyu, you made a mistake. Shen Fei said, I haven't confirmed my relationship with Zitong yet. I'm just a good friend now, so don't talk nonsense. Yet. The serious expression on Xiaoyu's face switched to a look of surprise in 1 second. Shen Fei's words also made Huang Zitong, who was snuggling against Shen Fei and was wandering outside the sky, suddenly woke up. Huang Zitong gritted her teeth slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. Shen Fei, he must still care about what happened back then. It will be fine after a while. He likes me so much. Huang Zitong told himself silently. Xiaoyu didn't say much and left quickly. At this time, Huang Zitong, who hadn't spoken just now, finally raised her head. Shen Fei, it's all because of me, you fight with people. Let me write this review for you. Huang Zitong smiled and said, if you want to go to the virtual realm, you must also prepare more during this period. Isn't this good? Shen Fei said hesitantly. It's okay. Huang Zitong shook her head immediately. Then thank you, Zitong. Shen Fei smiled slightly. Since Huang Zitong was willing, he would not say anything. As time goes by, Shen Fei comes to school on time every day to learn the knowledge of the virtual realm, and most of the rest of the time is spent on studying the change of the waste god. This evolution method is indeed extremely difficult. Although Shen Fei opened up the first internal cycle, it was developed by him in a daze. He himself didn't remember what happened. When he wanted to open up the second internal cycle, he felt the difficulty. First of all, he has control over the body. Before, Shen Fei can clearly sense every inch of his body through a 9 yuan sword, which is not enough. He still needs more refined control. The second is energy. Shen Fei didn't know how much energy other evolutionary methods needed, but he relied on the cosmic energy slowly absorbed by the outer circulation to open up a new internal circulation, and the speed was really slow and scary. Shen Fei estimated that even if he kept going for a while, it would take 3 months to complete the development of the second internal cycle. The first problem is better for these two major problems. Shen Fei learned a set of sword techniques called 8 Desolate Swords from the statue of the wilderness god. This sword technique is practiced with hope to improve the control of the body. Shen Fei's understanding is also high enough, and he has made great progress in practicing this sword technique. But the energy problem is difficult to solve. Shen Fei thought about it and finally attributed this problem to one word: money. With money, he can buy evolutionary potions, so that he will naturally replenish energy faster. Money has to be earned in the virtual realm. Shen Fei understood that the virtual realm is indeed important to him. The promotion of social class, the superposition of attributes, and the making of money must all go to the virtual realm. Time flies very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Shen Fei, be careful in the Su realm, I'll wait for you to come back. Shen Fei glanced at the message Huang Zitong sent him, and he simply replied to the word OK, then turned his head and looked to the side. This is a dark and deep passage. In the darkness, there seems to be something terrible, which makes people who have been staring at it for a long time feel palpitations. To go to the wild virtual realm world, the physical body must enter, and when the physical body enters the virtual realm, you must take the virtual realm train. Where Shen Fei is now, it is one of the stops where the trains in the Su realm stop in the Shenshui city. In the past half-month, although teacher Xiaoyu has taught a lot of knowledge about the virtual realm, many things are unclear. What is the essence of the virtual realm and how the virtual realm world is formed? All of these are unclear. Shen Fei pondered in his heart, and suddenly, hold head high. A huge noise suddenly came. Shen Fei turned his head again and saw a light suddenly appear in the deep passage. A silver-white hanging train rushed over. A colorful light burst out around the train, looking a little dreamy. Is this the Void Realm train? Shen Fei looked curiously in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the train arrived inside the station. It seemed to violate the laws of the universe. It was as fast as the previous second, but it stopped steadily in the station the next second. This sight corresponds to a carriage about 10 meters long. Wow! There was a door on one side of the carriage and opened to the other side. Suddenly, many people who were also waiting at the site rushed in. "Can you install so many people in such a small car?" Shen Fei muttered. "There are indeed many people waiting at this site, at least hundreds of them, and this carriage looks too small." Of course, although Shen Fei muttered in his heart, he did not hesitate and also followed the crowd and headed straight into the car. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei stepped into the car. And at this moment, the evolutionary evidence on Shen Fei's wrist illuminated. "The test is passed, welcome to take this train." A mechanical sound rang out, and then Shen Fei felt "I felt a force wrapped around myself." Everything in front of him suddenly changed, and Shen Fei found that he had already sat on a soft seat in an instant. What technology is this? Shen Fei felt the softness and comfort under his butt, and was slightly surprised. Does the Empire actually have this kind of black technology? And, the space inside the car is very large. Shen Fei looked back and forth and found that rows of seats seemed endless, and he could not see the end at first glance. You know, Shen Fei's vision is actually far beyond ordinary people at this moment. In a place with a wide field of vision, he could see anything within several kilometers at a glance, but he could not see the end of the car at a glance. It turns out that the Empire has this kind of space technology. Shen Fei secretly praised in his heart. It was the first time he knew it. And just as Shen Fei was observing left and right, suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty seat next to him. Shen Fei subconsciously turned his head and looked at him, and the next moment, he was slightly stunned. Chapter 23 Jin Xiao Xiao. The one who appeared beside Shen Fei was a petite-looking girl. She was wearing a blue-purple combat suit, with her medium-length hair divided into 3 strands, 1 strand behind her and 2 strands in front of her. Although Shen Fei only saw her side face, he was basically sure that he should be a very beautiful and cute girl. It just looks familiar. At this time, the girl next to her seemed to notice Shen Fei's gaze and turned her head to look. In an instant, the girl's eyes that didn't care much became deeper. "This lady, I'm Shen Qian, I'm lucky to be happy." Shen Fei stretched out his hand with a smile. "Shen Fei, let's put it here to act for me." Jin Xiao Xiao grabbed Shen Fei's collar and a look of shock and anger suddenly appeared on her face. "Miss, have you recognized the wrong person?" Shen Fei denied with a confused look on his face. "But, even if you turn into ashes, I know AI." Ben Shi's concubine was distorted. She went to the imperial examination with confidence, but she was killed in less than half an hour, just like a clown. How dare she forget such a humiliating hatred? Since you have recognized it, Shen Fei saw that Jin Xiao Xiao looked affirmative, so he simply stopped pretending. Bang! Shen Fei waved his hand and immediately patted Jin Xiaoxiao's hand away, and at the same time he slowly tidied up his clothes. "Miss Jin Xiao Xiao, right? I didn't expect that after leaving the Empire assessment, I could still see you here. It really surprised me," Shen Fei said calmly. "But the Imperial assessment, you and I also fight with your own abilities. Your skills are not as good as others, but it's not my business." The Empire assessment calculates your great. Jin Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and said, but since I met you this time, then wait for me. Then I'll wait. Shen Fei was not panicked at all. In the same carriage, he was still so close. It was quite possible for the two to go to the same virtual world. However, in the virtual realm, he could use the power of attribute bonus without any scruples. Ordinary evolutionists were not afraid. This time is different from last time. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, she was also full of confidence. Last time everyone could only use the same strength of the body, and could only use the props that were exposed in the imperial assessment, which was too limited. This time, Jin Xiao Xiao made sufficient preparations and she was not afraid of anyone. Miss Jin, I have a problem. Shen Fei suddenly spoke. What? Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei. I remember you died clearly last time, why did you appear here? Shen Fei was not polite, and he asked directly. In the last imperial examination, although all examiners only entered the virtual world of consciousness, the rules of the virtual world would also work. According to the knowledge Shen Fei learned in the Void Realm class in the past half-month, although there will be no real death in the Void Realm world, those who have died once will never be able to enter the Void Realm world again. Shen Fei was also very sure of Jin Zioxio's death. As the only purple dog head that Shen Fei encountered in the Imperial assessment, Jin Xiao Xiao provided Shen Fei with many attribute points. Jin Zioxio's attribute point is still shining and heating up for Shen Fei. Shen Fei can naturally be sure that she was really dead at that time. Since you asked sincerely, it's okay for me to tell you. Jin Xiao Xiao raised her head slightly, showing arrogance in her expression, and she said, for a civilian like you, it will naturally be difficult to enter the virtual world again after dying in the virtual realm, but I'm different. Are you a noble? Shen Fei was a little surprised. The class of the Empire, ordinary citizens, star citizens, and the nobles are the ones who go up. According to the customs of the Empire, star-rated citizens generally do not call others civilians, because star-rated citizens are actually civilians, and only the aristocratic class likes to call others civilians. This is not what you should ask about. Jin Xiao Xiao maintained her arrogant look and said, although I am defeated by you, I only need one repair potion to restore my qualification to the virtual realm. As for the proof of evolution, as my identity, I can easily obtain it without passing the imperial examination. Well. Shen Fei didn't know what to say for a moment, but the nobles of this era did have many privileges, and it was not impossible to understand. Is it difficult to obtain repair potions? Shen Fei asked. The stronger the strength, the more advanced repair potion is needed to recover. The most common repair potion is more than 1 billion imperial coins, and there is no market price. Jin Xiao Xiao said in detail. When Shen Fei listened, he suddenly lay on the backrest of the seat weakly. No wonder teacher Xiaoya didn't mention this matter when she talked about this part of the content. The students in the evolutionary school are all the sons of civilians, with 1 billion imperial currency. It's similar to dreams. Once you die in the virtual realm, there is indeed no hope of entering again. Are you scared? Now I'm sorry and begging for mercy now, it's still time. Jin Xiao Xiao said proudly. Shen Fei ignored Jin Xiaoxiu's words. He suddenly straightened up as if he had thought of something. Shen Fei stared at Jin Xiaoxiu with a straight eye. What are you doing? Jin Xiaoxiu subconsciously shrank back. Shen Fei's eyes were so perverted. Then if I meet you in the virtual realm, I will spare your life. You just need to transfer me 500 million imperial coins later. In this way, you will save a total of 500 million imperial coins. What do you think? Shen Fei asked. Bah! Jin Xiaoxiu said coldly. If you meet me in the virtual realm world, you kowtow 3 times, and I can also consider letting you go. Shen Fei didn't say anything else. Jin Xiaoxiu is so rich, it may be really difficult to deal with. When entering the virtual world, there is a channel for Krypton gold. In the virtual world, except for physical and virtual objects, nothing else can be brought into it. For example, in the Empire Mall of Evolution, there are ordinary alloy knives that can be bought with hundreds of imperial coins, while the virtual realm war knife is sold for 100,000 imperial coins. The reason is naturally that only virtual realm weapons can be brought into the virtual realm. Even the outfit that Shen Fei is wearing is specially ordered at the Imperial Mall for a huge amount of money. Otherwise, when he enters the virtual realm, he will be naked. All the items in the virtual realm are outrageously expensive, but this guy Jin Xiaoxiu probably doesn't care much about this, so she may have powerful virtual realm props on her. In this case, even if Shen Fei is confident, he will not think that he will be able to take her. Damn rich man! Shen Fei glanced at Jin Xiaoxiu. This guy was simply a moving gold mountain. Snort! Jin Xiaoxiu also turned her head and said nothing. After a while, a buzz suddenly came from the originally calm carriage. Feeling the movement, Shen Fei was slightly shocked. He turned to look outside the car and saw the darkness outside sliding rapidly, with colorful light flashing outside the car. The Void Realm train has set off. P.S. Please support, please recommend votes, monthly votes and investments. Chapter 24 Entering the World of War on 2 Countries. World of War between the 2 kingdoms, Ordinary Intelligence. The Kingdom of Heroes and the Kingdom of Heavenly Wolf are 2 countries that have coexisted for thousands of years. The Kingdom of Heroes has emerged in many heroes, and even 5 legendary heroes appeared in this era. The Kingdom of Heavenly Wolf has a large population. Although there are no heroes, everyone is good at fighting and entering this world. You will have a chance to choose a camp at random. Choose a different camp and you will get different tasks. Note, the duration of this virtual world is 1 month, and the ratio of time flow rate to the real time in the virtual world is 3:1. Shen Fei read this information carefully. Although there was no substantial content in it, it actually spent Shen Fei 100,000 imperial coins to buy this information. The empire is really dark. Shen Fei leaned on the train seat, cursing in his heart that the Empire Mall was not a human being. With just a little information, I dare to ask for 100,000 imperial coins. He passed the imperial examination and received 1,000,000 imperial coins awarded by the school. After spending 800,000 to buy an evolutionary potion, it was really not enough. A piece of information about 100,000 imperial coins, a set of virtual war suits with 100,000 imperial coins, the remaining 200,000 imperial coins are spent, and Shen Fei even had no money to buy weapons. It was all sad. The hero country looks more upright in these two camps, but the Tianlang country may be more suitable for me. Shen Fei was considering the camp issue in his mind. The experience of killing a mad scientist last time made Shen Fei know that characters in the virtual realm may also become targets of superimposed attributes. Although the Tianlang kingdom claims that everyone is good at fighting, once the combat power is even, the strength will decrease. Most of the people in the Tianlang kingdom may not be able to become targets. On the contrary, since there are heroes in the hero country, the hero should be a very prominent figure. Since he is a prominent figure, there is a great possibility of becoming a target. Especially the legendary hero, it is likely to be at the level of the golden dog head. Shen Fei lacks more information and cannot judge the strength of the legendary hero, but since the world of War of Two Kingdoms is just the most ordinary one-star virtual world, the strength of the legendary hero should not be too outrageous. Although he has not entered the world of the War of Two Countries, Shen Fei is already thinking about hunting legendary heroes. Therefore, Shen Fei believes that the Tianlang Kingdom camp may be more suitable for him. Anyway, choose one of two, just choose Tianlang Kingdom. Shen Fei made a decision silently in his heart. The Void Realm train was moving forward smoothly throughout the journey. Shen Fei could only see the colorful lights passing through the windows. In the atmosphere that made people feel sleepy, more than half an hour passed quickly. Suddenly, the evolutionary certificate watch on Shen Fei's wrist trembled, and a mechanical sound rang in his ears. In 30 seconds, this virtual realm train will enter the world of War of Two Nations, please be prepared to enter. As soon as the sound rang, Shen Fei immediately became energetic. He sat up straight and prepared. At this time, Shen Fei saw that Jin Xiao next to him had also changed from being lazy to sitting upright. It seems that we are really in the same virtual world. Shen Fei smiled. Then you just look forward to not touching me. Jin Xiao was still full of confidence. Shen Fei didn't say anything else, and at this time, he also felt a force similar to that when he entered the Void Realm train suddenly appeared, wrapping him in it. Next moment. Wow! Everything in front of him changed rapidly, and Shen Fei felt that he had come to a world full of white light. Detected virtual world, analysis is underway. Analysis is completed. This world is the world of War of Two Countries that has been recorded in the virtual realm world. One of the two major camps of the Tianlang Kingdom, please make a choice within 30 seconds, and it will be automatically assigned after 30 seconds. Shen Fei looked at the lines of text that appeared in front of him, and was not surprised. These were the effects of the proof of evolution. According to teacher Xiaoyu, it is difficult to obtain anything when entering the virtual world. The evolutionary evidence can be connected to the virtual world, so that the entrance can be assigned corresponding tasks under certain conditions. After the task is completed, the evolutionary evidence can also absorb special substances from the virtual world and give the entrance a reward. These rewards are also the motivation for those who enter the virtual realm. I choose the Kingdom of Heavenly Wolf. Shen Fei made a choice without hesitation. In an instant, Shen Fei felt that everything in front of him had changed, and the white light gradually dissipated, replaced by giant trees that were at least 3 or 4 people hugged each other. The originally extremely quiet environment gradually became rustling. Everything suddenly became clear, and Shen Fei also instantly understood that he had entered the virtual world. There is no difference between the physical body entering and the consciousness entering. Shen Fei stood up and observed the surroundings. It was a very dense forest. It was dark. It was undoubtedly at night. The soil under his feet was a little wet. Maybe it had just rained. Well, the clothes have also changed. Shen Fei looked at the clothes he was wearing, and at this time it had turned into a coarse linen. After all, it is a virtual realm war suit worth 100,000 imperial coins. This is a bonus function. After entering the virtual realm, it will change its appearance according to the environment. After thinking for a while, Shen Fei clicked on the proof of evolution again. You are now an aspiring man who is rushing to join the army in Tianlang Kingdom. Your hometown is. The army of Tianlang Kingdom will stay for 7 days 20 miles north of you. Detected mission. The Kingdom of Tianlang and the Kingdom of Heroes are about to start a decisive battle. Please assist the Kingdom of Tianlang to defeat the Kingdom of Heroes. If you complete it, you can get a basic reward. The basic reward includes a ticket for the virtual realm and several other rewards. It is worthy of being the world of the war of 2 countries. There will be war as soon as it comes, right? Shen Fei thought in his mind that to help the Tianlang Kingdom win, it seems that he really has to join the army. However, as we all know, joining the army to be a soldier may lead to no freedom in action. You must not be a soldier. You can act according to the opportunity. Shen Fei thought in his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. He relied on the compass in the evolutionary certificate to distinguish the southeast, west, and north, and he headed straight to the north. Shen Fei walked for several miles, and suddenly, he stopped. There is a fight. Shen Fei thought and quickly headed towards the place where the sound came. On the other side. Ha ha ha, when you meet me, Wang Sheng, you are unlucky. You still want to join the army? Let me die. A man holding a black knife and wearing simple armor rushed towards a team of 10 people with a sneer. Not far from this team, 2 bodies had already fallen there. Brothers, don't let him get close. 10 people quickly formed a circle back to back. They were all holding weapons and staring at the rushing man nervously. But there was a faint white light appearing on Wang Sheng's feet, and his speed was amazingly fast. Swish! In a trance, Wang Sheng rushed through the encirclement of several weapons. The knife in his hand just swept slightly, and suddenly, 2 more fell down. Tianlang Kingdom, is it worthy of everyone being good at fighting? Just a bunch of trash, ha 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 ha. Wang Sheng laughed loudly. After a little adjustment, he rushed over from another direction. The remaining 8 people were both angry and afraid, but they really had no choice when facing Wang Sheng. Just like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, they can only wait for the fate of being killed. But at this moment... So, are you a hero in the hero country? A voice suddenly came. Chapter 25 Join the Tianlang Army. Who is it? Wang Sheng frowned slightly, and he subconsciously turned his head to look back. At this time, a bush was separated and a figure also walked out of it. It was Shen Fei. Green dog head, I haven't seen it for a long time. Shen Fei looked at the sign above Wang Sheng's head, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but bend slightly. You actually chose the Tianlang Kingdom. Wang Sheng noticed the evolutionary evidence on Shen Fei's wrist. He looked at Shen Fei's clothes again, and a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. I have any problems with choosing Sirius Kingdom? Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and at the same time he also understood that the person in front of him was not only a person from the hero country, but also an outsider. However, Wang Sheng did not answer. When he saw Shen Fei being stunned, a light flashed in his eyes. Good opportunity. Without any hesitation, Wang Sheng thought flashed, and a white light appeared on the bottom of his feet again. Wow! In less than a second, Wang Sheng rushed over more than 10 meters away and a black knife rushed straight to Shen Fei's neck. Success! Wang Sheng was excited. After killing Shen Fei, he could get the virtual realm items on Shen Fei's body, which was unexpected wealth. But suddenly... boom! Wang Sheng only felt a huge force coming from his chest. Then he felt everything around him retreating rapidly. Bang! Wang Sheng hit a big tree hard and directly knocked the trunk out of a big pit. How could it be? Wang Sheng was full of disbelief, but a bloody color filled his eyes, and then endless darkness came. You kill the target and get attack plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1, physique plus 0.1. Shen Fei was very excited when he looked at the words floating in front of him. Horrible, so terrifying. This is the first time he has made all his strength since becoming an evolutionist. His basic strength and 4.0 attack bonus have no weapons, and he has hit an evolutionist with one punch. This guy must have been an evolutionist just now. The speed is very fast. If Shen Fei does not use attribute bonus, it is far less fast. Judging from the white light appearing on the soles of his feet, it should be the effect of some kind of evolution method. Thinking in his heart, Shen Fei quickly walked forward. At this time, Wang Sheng's body, who had just died, was becoming illusory. In the blink of an eye, his body disappeared from the spot. Shen Fei was not surprised by this. Death in the virtual realm was not a real death. A month later, he would still leave this virtual realm world with the rest of the people. Of course, without the repairing potion, this person will never be able to enter the virtual realm again. Good brother, just go to the army to work hard. Shen Fei said silently in his heart. He had no guilt about it. If he didn't kill the other party would also kill him. Even teacher Xiaoyu said that when you meet hostile people in the virtual realm, the biggest taboo is to be soft-hearted and soft-hearted. This weapon is good. Shen Fei picked up the black knife left on the ground. After he waved it a few times, a hint of satisfaction quickly appeared on his face. Although it is a little lighter, it can be used barely. This big brother. Suddenly, a neat shout came. Hi! Shen Fei turned his head, and he was slightly stunned for a moment. The 8 people who were still alive not far away actually knelt down at this moment. "Thank you for saving your life." The 8 people looked grateful. "Please get up, please get up, please get up quickly." Shen Fei quickly stepped forward and helped everyone up one by one, and he smiled. "I hate the most in my life to bully the weak. Besides, I just heard that the girl is a girl, how can I not take action?" "Dare you ask the big brother's name?" asked one of the square-faced men. "Shen Fei." Shen Fei smiled and said, "You all appeared here, are you just going to join the army?" "That's right, is Brother Shen so?" The 8 people all showed surprise on their faces. "Haha, that's true. Since that's the case, let's go with us, so we can take care of it on the road," Shen Fei said with a smile. "With Brother Shen Fei here, we will no longer be afraid of the damn heroes in the hero country." The 8 people were even more surprised, but Shen Fei didn't say anything else. After some exchange, he found that these 8 people were completely different from the mad scientist whom he met last time. The crazy scientist spoke in a messy manner with obvious low IQ. But these 8 people are all emotional and clear in logic, which is obviously no different from normal people. Teacher Xiaoya said that in the virtual world, more than 99% of the places are no different from reality, and it is true. Shen Fei thought quickly in his heart. Of course, 99% is not 100%. Wang Sheng's body disappeared just now, which was impossible in reality, but here, the 8 people clearly saw it, but there was no strange intention, which was abnormal. In other words, people in the virtual world only seem to be human on the surface, but in fact they may not be. Shen Fei didn't think too much, he happily set out with these 8 people. Originally, he went directly to join the army and was still worried about what to do if he was a soldier, but now that these 8 people are promoting him, it will at least give him a certain reputation in the army of the Tianlang Kingdom. At that time, with his own strength, he can at least become a leader or something. Along the way, Shen Fei also supported his ears and kept abreast of movements around him. Judging from the current situation, there may be many people coming to join the army. So, will other people be intercepted and killed? The more people he saved, the more famous he became. Shen Fei became an evolutionist, his hearing was greatly enhanced and he had a bonus of 4.0. Now that he really focused his mind, he still had a wide range of exploration. Everyone moved forward for less than a few miles, and Shen Fei really heard another wave of fighting. Without saying a word, Shen Fei rushed over to investigate the situation. As expected, this is another wave of interceptions. The interceptionist is an alien evolver, while the interception is more than a dozen strong men. The ordinary evolver could not survive a move and half a move in Shen Fei's hands. The interceptor was killed by Shen Fei with one knife. The more than 10 strong men were naturally rescued by Shen Fei. In this way, the 2 groups of people gathered together and continued to go to the military camp. As he advanced all the way, Shen Fei never noticed any other battles. The 20-mile journey passed quickly. The group finally arrived at the military camp of Tianlang Kingdom. All the soldiers of the Tianlang Kingdom were wearing black armor and holding spears. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei finally confirmed that without talking about other extraordinary factors in this world, at least from the perspective of the historical background, the technology here should be quite backward. If someone from outsiders could come in with an energy gun, it would be a waste of killing. Name. Hometown. Can there be a document for enlistment? Everyone registered their identities at the registration office, and the registered reporter was an old man in the long gown. After helping everyone register their identities, the old man suddenly asked, "Why are you injured? But what accident happened on the way?" Hearing this, everyone looked angry. To be honest, we have encountered heroes from heroes on the road. Thanks to Brother Shen Fei, we were able to save our lives. A big man quickly told the story. Hearing this, the old man immediately turned his surprised gaze to Shen Fei. "This hero, have you killed 2 heroes in the hero country?" "I did kill 2 people, but they were too weak, so it's not clear whether they were heroes." Shen Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he directly showed contempt, showing that the 2 people he killed were trash. "Everyone in my Tianlang kingdom is strong. Those 2 people can deal with more than 10 people at the same time, so they must be heroes." The old man stroked his palm and said, "If you can kill him, you are a real hero. I will recommend the marshal to you. What do you think?" "I can't find it." Shen Fei immediately agreed, and was also very happy that it would be easier to see the marshal of the Tianlang army directly. Chapter 26 Jin Xiao Xiao, I am here to join the army. Shen Fei successfully met the marshal of the army of the Tianlang kingdom. This was a man who looked only in his 30s. He had a high nose, a lightning look, and had a delicate beard. With this face, the times will be more progressive. This person definitely has the potential to be a star and become popular. It is hard for Shen Fei to imagine that this person is the marshal of the Tianlang kingdom. Of course, what attracted Shen Fei the most attention was the big golden dog head on this person's head. In the central army tent, Shen Fei looked at the extremely handsome Tianlang marshal and subconsciously thought about the value of this head. "Master, be careful." 2 roars suddenly sounded, and then Shen Fei felt 2 cold lights erupting on both sides of him. Swish! Shen Fei instantly pulled out the black knife hanging from his waist. Clang! Clang! 2 weapons that stabbed Shen Fei were instantly bounced away, and at the same time, the 2 armored soldiers who took action also froze in place. They touched their necks in disbelief, and strands of blood had already penetrated. If Shen Fei had used some force just now, they would have been 100% dead now. The sudden scene immediately caused the Central Army's tent to fall into silence. Immediately. Clang! 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 The sound of swords unsheathed came one after another, and many guards looked at Shen Fei as if they were facing a great enemy. "I'm here in the Tianlang army. I'm fighting for the country. The marshal wants to kill me." Shen Fei looked at the man in the big tent. And all. The marshal was also a little confused at this time, but he could see clearly that his 2 guards took action first. Of course, he was more shocked. The strength of these 2 guards was already first class, but in Shen Fei's hands, he couldn't even take a single move. The sword light that Shen Fei had just taken was also amazingly fast. This is a peerless master. As the military advisor said, this man easily killed 2 heroes of the hero country. It seems that the marshal thought quickly in his heart, and at the same time, he also looked angry. Why did you two suddenly attack? Report to the Grand Marshal. We suddenly felt that this person had a violent murderous intent, so we drew our sword. The 2 of them immediately knelt down on one knee and replied. It's nonsense. If this gentleman really has murderous intentions, you 2 have already landed on the ground. The marshal snorted coldly. It almost caused a misunderstanding, causing our country to lose a big help. Come on, drag it down. Slow. Shen Fei suddenly spoke, and he bowed and said, report to Marshal, I did have the intention to kill just now. In an instant, the Marshal's expression froze slightly, and many guards unconsciously clamped the hilt of the knife again. It's a shame to say that the only thing I've been able to win on my daily life is this handsome face. Today I'm going to see the Marshal is far better than me. I'm now. Alas. Shen Fei sighed deeply. As soon as Shen Fei said this, the Central Army's tent fell into silence instantly, and everyone showed a strange look on their faces. Puff. A laugh that could not be held back suddenly sounded, and the laughter was quite crisp, obviously a female voice. In an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. Who is it? An guard shouted, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed towards an open space. Clang! A dagger appeared and directly stopped the man with a knife. Almost at the same time, a petite figure slowly emerged in the originally empty place. Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei's face looked strange. People from Hero Country? They are very brave. The marshal frowned, and he waved his hand in an instant, take it down. Yes. The guards agreed in unison. The next moment, except for some of the guards who were still protecting the marshal, the other 10 guards rushed out and headed straight for Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei looked around and understood that although there were no heroes in this world, the Tianlang Kingdom, but there were elites. These guards, all running like the wind, were obviously much stronger than those who came to join the army that Shen Fei encountered on the road. Not to mention the special abilities provided by the evolutionary method, these guards are probably no less powerful than ordinary evolvers. At the same time, Jin Xiao Xiao looked at the group of people who rushed over after a disagreement. Her face was a little bad. Why couldn't I help laughing out loud just now? It's really troublesome. Jin Xiao Xiao thought about it, and she simply stood there motionlessly. In an instant, the knife hit. Bang! 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 A layer of almost invisible energy appeared, blocking the ramparts steadily outside. Jin Zioxio's face was calm. She hugged her chest with her hands and even closed her eyes. Is this the effect of evolution? Shen Fei was shocked, but he didn't feel that he was very similar. Unless Jin Xiao Xiao is a more advanced evolver, even if she has defensive skills, she will not be able to withstand so many attacks without any effort. It's an item in the virtual realm. Shen Fei gritted his back teeth. Damn the big dog, an ordinary virtual realm war knife costs 100,000 imperial coins. How much does this virtual realm energy shield cost? Let me. Shen Fei shouted suddenly. A group of guards subconsciously dodged their bodies when they heard Shen Fei's voice. Although Shen Fei only made a slight move just now, his powerful impression was engraved in everyone's hearts. Call. Shen Fei rushed to Jin Xiao Xiao in an instant. With the help of the momentum generated by the extreme speed, Shen Fei slashed out with the peak. Boom! The entire central army tent trembled, and a strong stream of smoke and dust were splashed. Energy loss 1%, remaining 99%. A voice sounded in Jin Xiaoxiu's ears, which shocked her suddenly. This can stop the attack of the evolver of the Yaori Realm Super Shield. Is this guy a monster? Jin Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. The attacks of those people before could not even consume the energy of the shield, but now 1% of the energy was directly knocked out. So hard. Shen Fei's voice came, and he was also a little shocked. His basic power is almost twice that of ordinary evolvers. With attribute bonus, after the explosion of one blow, the attack power soared by 4.1 times. With such a terrifying blow, Shen Fei felt that the shield in front of him didn't even shake. Of course, this is an energy shield that can block the attack of the Sun Realm. You are still far from it. Jin Xiaoxiu's voice came from it. Yaori Realm. Shen Fei was puzzled, but he didn't stop and slashed several times with his backhand. Call. Shen Fei's thoughts moved, and suddenly a large amount of energy dissipated in his body, and his body directly surged by 3 points. There is no doubt that Shen Fei used the transformation of the wilderness god. The basic attributes have increased by 50%, which means that Shen Fei's attack has changed from 4.1 times to more than 6 times. Boom! 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 Shen Fei slashed randomly, and Jin Xiaoxiu's heart kept ringing, which was the sound of the energy shield being continuously depleted. Shen Fei, stop, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Jin Xiao suddenly took out a metal ball the size of a palm from her body, and Shen Fei's expression changed suddenly when he saw the ball. Fuck, antimatter bomb! Shen Fei was simply shocked. What about bullying the primitive man here? Shen Fei immediately stopped the attack and raised his hand obediently. When taking the virtual simulation war class at the evolutionary school, Shen Fei had seen the power of this thing. Its impact range was very small, only about 10 meters, but within 10 meters, almost nothing could survive. Why did Mr. Shen stop? The marshal's voice was a little puzzled from above. He clearly saw the shield outside the assassin's body shaking. If I take action again, we will all die. Shen Fei didn't say much. There was not even a grenade in this world, and he still hoped to understand what the antimatter bomb was like. What a group of barbarians! You can do it without waiting for me to speak. At this time, Jin Xiao also snorted coldly, and she said, I'm not an assassin, I'm here to join the army. P.S. Thank you for the reward of the 500 point coins in Pu's Qing Huai, and ask for another wave of support. Chapter 27 Changes in the Situation. Teen. Everyone present looked confused, and even Shen Fei was slightly stunned. He always thought that Jin Xiao was from the hero country, and it was not difficult for her to come here. The mission received by the people in the hero country is likely to be to help the hero country win the war. Then, as long as the commander of the Tianlang kingdom is killed before the war will be won by more than half. Therefore, it is really not a sense of incongruity to say that Jin Xiao is here to be an assassin. Who would have thought that this guy would also join the army? Entering the army? From ancient times to the present, are there anyone who joins the army like you? The marshal suddenly sneered. Do you believe it or not? This is my enlistment document. Jin Xiao threw out a document with a snap, and a guard presented it to the marshal. The marshal opened it and looked strange. He is really from the Tianlang kingdom, and how did she, a woman, get the enlistment certificate? The enlistment documents can be forged. Do you still have evidence? The marshal asked again. What evidence is there? Without my help, your Tianlang kingdom will be defeated. What are you going to deal with the 5 legendary heroes born in this era of the hero kingdom? Jin Xiao sneered. Bold. The guards around him suddenly all looked angry. However, after hearing Jin Xiao's words, the marshal was calm and did not say anything, because he knew very well that this was indeed the truth. In the past, there were only 1 or 2 legendary heroes in each era. Their Tianlang kingdom relied on the large number of people and had great power and could still cope with it, but 5 of them appeared in this era. Before going to the war, he was ready for failure. Thinking of this, the unhappy look on the marshal's face gradually disappeared. Shen Fei's power just now impressed him, but this woman seemed to be quite not simple, which made Shen Fei even afraid of him. Ha ha ha, this gentleman, I misunderstood. The marshal walked down from the main position with a smile. He said, it is a blessing for our army to win too, and it is almost defeated by me. I am really ashamed. Shen Fei, whose face became fast enough, glanced at the marshal, and then he quietly glanced at Jin Xiao. This guy really has something, and he has gotten all the antimatter bombs. The key is that this antimatter bomb is still a virtual object. If this thing is given to him, the power can be more than 4 times. If he uses it to deal with legendary heroes, then isn't it accurate to explode one by one? I'm here to help Tianlang kingdom, not you. Jin Xiao said without hesitation. Why don't you know if you have a good plan to deal with the hero country? Good plan, I haven't thought about it yet, I still need to observe it. Jin Xiao's tone suddenly became 3 points weaker, but she immediately said loudly. However, one thing is certain. The trouble with Tianlang kingdom is mainly lies in the 5 legendary heroes. If 3 of them can be solved, Tianlang kingdom will have a chance of winning. If they can kill them all, Tianlang kingdom will definitely win. It hit the nail on the head. The marshal smiled with his hands. A fool can think of this level. The key is how to kill. This marshal can really play. Shen Fei was speechless, but he still bowed. Marson, can we draw these legendary heroes out before the war begins? If so, we can take the opportunity to surround them and kill them. It's not difficult to lead it out, but it's siege and kill. The marshal sighed. I am willing to lead the army to try it. Shen Fei spoke immediately. Oh! The marshal's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, it would be even better if this lady could help me. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. It's okay to see if your strength is okay. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded. Then please ask the two. The marshal was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Because of Jin Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance, Shen Fei's original plan was disrupted, and he was confused and took the step of understanding the situation first, and jumped directly to dealing with the legendary hero. However, this kind of development may not be a bad thing, otherwise Shen Fei would not have directly expressed his willingness to beat up the legendary hero. Of course, it is not easy to lead out the legendary hero, so the marshal did not rush to do it, but arranged for Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao to settle in the army first. The day passed quickly and night fell quietly. Mr. Wang, what do you think of these two people? In the commander's tent, there was a bright light, and the marshal was chatting with an old man. Although the surface identity is fine, the behavior of both of them is suspicious. However, according to the spy, there are also such people in the hero country, and there are a large number. The old man whispered. Very many. The marshal was shocked. Mr. Marshal, don't worry. At least I haven't found a master like the two of them so far. The old man quickly explained, and the marshal breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. These two people can be used, but they cannot be trusted. The old man concluded. That's all. The marshal looked at the burning lights in front of him, and he didn't say anything more. On the other side. At one point in the camp, Shen Fei came to a military tent. Unlike other military tents, there were guards near the military tent. The military tent was empty. Miss Jin Xiao Xiao, are you here? Shen Fei asked. Not here. Since that's the case, then I'll go in. Shen Fei was not polite, lifted the curtain and entered it. At this moment, Jin Xiao Xiao was sitting there, her hands and feet constantly moving, and her head was shaking left and right, as if she was observing something. Based on Jin Xiaoxiao's actions, Shen Fei instantly judged that this guy was playing some kind of virtual game. Even bringing in the game console is so rich. Shen Fei was indignant. Cough. Shen Fei coughed dryly. What's the matter? Jin Xiao Xiao turned off the virtual game and sat upright. You are just staying in the tent today and doing nothing? Shen Fei asked. 3 levels have been opened, said Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei immediately decided not to talk anymore, and he said directly, I was exploring information in the camp today, but guess what? What did you find? Jin Xiao Xiao asked with interest. I found that except for the two of us, there were only 3 or 5 outsiders in the entire Tianlang Kingdom military camp, and there were only 3 or 5 people. Shen Fei said this message with a serious expression. I thought you were going to say something? Boring. Jin Xiao Xiao lost interest in an instant. Do you know something? Shen Fei immediately asked. He was here to ask about this. There are definitely many outsiders entering this virtual world this time, but most of them choose the hero country, which is so strange. The information I purchased tells me that the power of the hero country is far superior to that of the Tianlang kingdom. Without outsiders' intervention, the Tianlang kingdom will be defeated in this war. Normal people will definitely choose the hero country. Jin Xiao said first, and she asked strangely. Don't you know? Shen Fei was silent immediately. Should he know? However, Shen Fei quickly understood that most of the others should have joined forces to buy detailed information worth millions. However, he had no money, and the other was that his partner had only one man in sunglasses, so he simply did not buy detailed information. This virtual world is a world of experience given to novices by the Empire. Naturally, it will not be difficult to get there. As long as you choose the right direction, you can pass it easily normally. Jin Xiao spoke again. Then how do you choose the Tianlang kingdom? Shen Fei asked in confusion. Of course it's to be more challenging. Jin Xiao said with her head raised. With my ability, it doesn't make any sense to choose the hero country. Only by choosing the Tianlang kingdom and then turning the tables against the wind will it be considered a real achievement. Shen Fei immediately looked at Jin Xiao with shock. Cut. Jin Xiao rolled her eyes and didn't want to say anything. Sure enough, the genius thinking is not something that ordinary people can keep up with. Even if the person in front of him has a rare and extremely talented void realm. Chapter 28 A large wave of dog heads attacked. It was really not very suitable for a lonely man and a widow to stay together in the middle of the night. So, Shen Fei stayed in Jin Xiaoxio's tent for less than 2 hours before leaving. Jin Xiao must have purchased exclusive information worth tens of millions of imperial coins. She knew a lot, and the most important thing was to be generous and not hide her personal information at all. Shen Fei inquired about many things from her. For example, the specific situation of the 5 legendary heroes in the hero country. In addition to the things in this virtual world, Shen Fei also learned about the level of evolution from Jin Xiao. Evolvers have 3 levels: crescent moon, sun, and starry sky. As soon as the external circulation is established, he is a new moon level evolver. After that, he continues to establish internal circulation. After reaching 9 internal circulations in the body, he has the foundation to break through the sun level. Of course, the 9 internal loops have just reached the breakthrough conditions. In fact, the new moon level evolvers can establish more internal loops. The more they build, the stronger their strength will be. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days pass. During this period, Shen Fei had been sharpening his knife and waiting for the news about the marshal. However, before he could wait for the news that the legendary hero was induced, an accident happened suddenly. Kill, kill, kill. Ah! Roar in and capture Zhou Jin alive. Late at night, Shen Fei, who was staying in his military tent to practice 8 desolations, was shocked by the sudden shouts of killing. He immediately left the military tent when he came. General Shen, the people from the hero country raid our army. Marshal, please go quickly. A soldier rushed over. Carry a sneak attack. Shen Fei was shocked. He thought that the hero country would choose to fight head-on, but he didn't expect to play a sneak attack. Despicable, so despicable. Take me over. Shen Fei didn't hesitate, and he said directly. Yes. The soldier agreed and immediately took Shen Fei forward. At this time, the marshal had moved to an inconspicuous military tent, and just as Shen Fei arrived, Jin Xiao also arrived in a hurry. At this moment, Jin Xiao had already put on a black armor, but she was so petite. Not only did she not have any momentum after putting on the armor, she looked a little funny. Shen Fei twitched his lips, but he couldn't help but laugh. He said seriously, Miss Xiao, you are still as heroic today. Why are you so good at talking all of a sudden? Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei with a strange look, but she didn't think much about it, just pretending that Shen Fei was impressed by her beauty. There is something strange. The information I got said that the two armies would start a decisive battle in 25 days. Why would the hero country suddenly launch a sneak attack? Jin Xiao said suddenly. In this military camp, Jin Xiao could only talk to Shen Fei. She thought about this question all the way, and when she saw Shen Fei, she naturally couldn't help but talk. Is it possible that the alliance card would have happened without the intervention of outsiders? Now that a large number of outsiders have arrived, they have joined the hero country, so naturally everything can happen. Shen Fei said directly. Hearing this, a hint of suddenness appeared on Jin Xiao's face. No wonder the information said that everything is for reference only. The specific situation depends on the actual situation. So that's it. Jin Xiao muttered, and she also said in surprise. You're pretty smart. You are too stupid. Shen Fei was speechless, but he didn't say anything else, but entered the military camp with Jin Xiao. The two generals have arrived. The marshal came up in person. Tell me, what's going on now? Jin Xiao asked dryly. Upon hearing this, the marshal's expression changed slightly, but he still said. This time, the four legendary heroes each brought an elite team to steal the camp from four directions. Fortunately, I was prepared for their move, and the soldiers fought to the death, and the situation was still under control. In this case, it's our chance. Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder. General Shen said it well. The marshal immediately smiled. I had always been struggling to find an opportunity to surround and kill legendary heroes before, but now the opportunity has come. The hero country does not know the power of the two generals Shen and Jin. They dared to take the initiative to break into our army. This is a chance given by heaven. Can the marshal know which of the four legendary heroes are? Shen Fei asked. I have made it clear that from the east is the mountain, from the west is the wind sniff, from the south is the fiery sun, and from the north is the cold shadow. The marshal said it quickly, and Shen Fei was also thinking. According to the information Jin Xiao told him, legendary heroes are not only far stronger than ordinary heroes, but also have special abilities similar to those of the Void Realm. These four people have different special abilities. Who do you think we should deal with first? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao. It's all the same. The most powerful of the 5 legendary heroes in the hero country is the god of war, but he didn't come this time. Jin Xiao Xiao said casually. Let's deal with Lai Yang first. According to the information, he has 7 or 8 confidants. I hate fickle guys. Yet. Shen Fei was startled and then furious, so he killed this person first. This time, the people from the hero country suddenly entered the military camp, and the target was Marshal Zhou Jin. He naturally had to hide well at this moment to avoid being killed. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao rushed to one of the battlefields under the leadership of the messenger. The two of them did not rush to get closer, but stood in a distance and observed the form. The army of the Tianlang kingdom was indeed massacred. The so-called situation is still under control, and it is completely filled with life. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at the battle situation in the distance, and she was not surprised at all. There are not many people who have entered the hero country, only about a dozen, but they are all elites, especially the leading figure, with an extremely terrifying high temperature all over his body, as if he was a killer god. Wherever he went, he could be said to be unbearable. Shen Fei didn't say anything. Jin Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at her. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Are you drooling?" "Ah? Is there any?" Shen Fei subconsciously wiped his mouth, but how could he have any saliva? "I mean, you look like you, why are you doing so wide-eyed?" Jin Xiao Xiao asked again. "I feel heartbroken when my Tianlang kingdom army was massacred like this," Shen Fei said, and anger appeared on his face. "I will kill these thieves with my own hands." "You are not sick," Jin Xiao Xiao was shocked. However, Shen Fei didn't say anything else. At this moment, he saw a golden dog head, 2 purple dog heads, and more than 10 green dog heads. Not killing is not enough to calm the anger in your heart. Fortunately, I chose the Tianlang kingdom. Shen Fei was secretly grateful in his heart. Although it is extremely difficult to choose the task of Tianlang kingdom, as long as you have strong strength, it is not impossible to complete the task. The key is that there are too many dog heads in the kingdom of heroes. If all these dog heads could be cut to death, it would be a real big gain for him. Chapter 29 Jin Xiao Xiao takes action. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao observed for a moment. At this time, a bearded man quickly came to the front of the two. The big man's armor was burned with a big charred hole, and his body was covered with dust. It was obvious that he was a tough guy. I just experienced a hard battle. 2. Wang Ho are the commanders of the Southern Army. The Han dynasty bowed and said, "The marshal sent a message saying that the two can kill legendary heroes, but is it true?" "Of course it's true." Jin Zioxio's face was full of pride. "You can try it." Shen Fei smiled and said, "However, General Wang still needs the cooperation. As long as I can kill these miscellaneous people, I, Wang Haoiwen, will be heartbroken." The big man spoke without hesitation. Hearing this, Shen Fei did not hesitate. He said directly, "If you want to kill the legendary hero Lai Yang, you need to cut off his wings first." Can General Wang try to separate everyone? This Wang Ho suddenly felt embarrassed on his face when he heard this. More than a dozen people broke into the army, and it was naturally the best way to attack them, but they tried several times and all ended in failure. Legend has it that the hero Li Yang is too terrifying. His body emits a terrifying heat flow, and all arrows will be melted by it. Ordinary weapons cannot be approached. With his protection, and the heroes who follow Li Yang are all in a state that surpasses ordinary heroes, so they are now in a state where Fen Hao cannot do anything to each other. Is General Jin away? Shen Fei turned his head and asked. It's nothing to be difficult to separate them. Jin Xiao nodded confidently at first, and then she asked, what do you mean is, I'll hold Li Yang, are you going to kill his gangsters? If you want to hold Li Yang, you must take action by General Jin. It's still a little short of it. Shen Fei said with a solemn expression. The alliance is a slight and bad horse, and the slightest and even bad horse, said that the slightest and bad horse, and said that the slightest and the slightest. However, killing Li Yang does not require the antimatter bomb to kill the weapon. When I kill all his gang members, we will beat him up and take him down. Then he will definitely take him down. Shen Fei was afraid that Jin Xiao would steal the head, so he quickly instructed him. I killed him, isn't that right? Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei with a strange look. I think that all items in the virtual realm are so expensive, there is no need to waste them. Shen Fei showed heartache. I'll see the situation. Jin Xiao waved her hand, but she didn't talk nonsense anymore, but put her hands on her chest. In the blink of an eye, Jin Xiaoxio's figure disappeared from the spot. Invisible. Shen Fei immediately focused his attention, but after watching for a while, he didn't find anything. Is it an evolutionary method or a prop effect? Shen Fei pondered in his heart. He felt that the possibility of evolution was greater. After all, he did not find any props Jin Xiao used. At the same time, on the other side. Kill. Damn hero, die for me. Shoot arrows. At the center of the fierce battle, roars and screams kept coming. Li Yang is a beautiful man with short fiery red hair and extremely thick eyebrows. He looks at all directions and listens to all directions. He constantly bursts out with terrifying heat waves on his body, burning countless arrows shot into ashes. Most of the soldiers who dared to get close to him turned into coke in the blink of an eye. Everyone, don't be in love with the fight. Our goal is to capture Zhou Jin alive and fight with me. Li Yang shouted while strode forward. Yes. More than 10 Taoist figures following the fiery sun agreed. This legendary hero is too strong, and the technology in this world is too backward. A guy with this kind of strength is simply killing randomly in this world. Among the people, there were also 2 people who were quietly communicating. The key is that there are 5 such people, and they are all in the hero empire. The official is indeed conscientious. This first virtual world is not difficult. If we want to pass it, we just need to follow the trend. It's not difficult to pass, but how much benefits you can get depends on our level. I don't know who told the 4 legendary heroes to attack the Tianlang Kingdom army this time. If this operation is to be successful, I guess that person will definitely get additional benefits. That man is indeed powerful, but we have made outstanding contributions to the Tianlang Kingdom army this time. He eats meat and we can drink soup." The two of them communicated quickly, and at this moment, an accident happened suddenly. Bang! A blue ball appeared from nowhere and headed straight for the scattered sun. Lai Yang didn't care at all. He just thought it was just an ordinary hidden weapon and directly greeted it with a heat wave. Boom! A roar sounded instantly, and in an instant, a terrifying air conditioner burst out. What? Lai Yang's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously mobilized more heat waves to face the overwhelming air conditioner, but the more heat waves, the more terrifying the air conditioner. TMD, is this fire bullet? Where did the fire bullet come from? Not far behind Lai Yang, a man who was left with a slant and a C couldn't help but swear. What fire bullets? Someone asked next to him. You don't know this? This is the most widely used firefighting product in the Empire, a must-have for any spacecraft. Even if it is a small nuclear explosion, just throw one of them to ensure that it can be wiped out easily. The higher the temperature, the faster it cools down. The man explained quickly, as if it was to verify his words. As the fiery sun continued to output fire power, the increasingly terrifying air conditioning surged out within that small range. Old Lai Yang, please avoid it quickly and don't resist. The man immediately reminded him loudly. But at this moment, laugh. A cold light suddenly bloomed behind Lai Yang's head, and it was a black dagger. At the critical moment, Lai Yang quickly turned his head and he instantly avoided the dagger's attack, but then he hit him hard. Boom! Lai Yang was knocked away directly. At this time, a figure also appeared in the air. This is Jin Xiao Xiao. Behind Jin Xiaoxiao there was a pair of silver-white wings, which did not swell, but it made Jin Xiao Xiao stop in midair. Fuck! Several outsiders following Lai Yang were all shocked. Who is this? What's going on with this black technology? At this time, Shen Fei, who had been observing from a distance, also felt a great eye-opening feeling. No wonder Jin Xiao Xiao was so confident before, she really had something. Fire bullets may seem inconspicuous, but it is impossible for ordinary people to get it, let alone, this is the virtual world, and only special virtual objects can be brought in. General Wang, why don't you let someone surround Lai Yang and don't let them meet again? Shen Fei quickly reminded Wang Ho, who was still stunned. Upon hearing this, Wang Ho woke up from his first dream. Brothers, kill with me! Wang Ho roared angrily and rushed towards the fiery sun that was knocked out with a large number of subordinates. At this time, Lai Yang reacted very quickly. He immediately stood firm at the moment he was knocked to the ground, and at the same time he quickly wanted to return to his original position. However, Jin Xiao Xiao once again completed her invisibility in the air and then rushed towards Lai Yang. But this time Lai Yang was prepared. Although Jin Xiao Xiao was invisible, the moment the dagger appeared, the other party easily dodged and hid aside. In addition to having the ability to control terrifying high temperatures, Li Yang's foundation is far beyond that of an ordinary hero, and his reaction speed is naturally amazingly fast. Who are you? Li Yang frowned and looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. He really didn't expect that there was such a person in Tianlang Kingdom, and it was actually a woman? What's your look? Jin Xiao Xiao was furious immediately, and she disappeared from the spot and headed straight for the fiery sun. Good come! Li Yang shouted coldly, and another endless heat burst out, but Jin Xiao Xiao once again threw out a fire bullet expressionlessly. Laugh! The endless air conditioning burst out, and the high-temperature airflow bursting out from the fierce sun was instantly extinguished again. Li Yang. Chapter 30 Massacre. Jin Xiao Xiao really entangled the legendary hero Li Yang with just his own strength, which made Shen Fei very happy, and at the same time he was secretly amazed at the power of money. This thing is even stronger than the talent of the virtual realm. Of course, when Jin Xiao Xiao achieved the results, Shen Fei also acted quickly. At this moment, Wang Ho led a large number of soldiers to separate Li Yang from his men, and many soldiers once again launched a fight against the more than 10 people. The army of the Tianlang Kingdom still has combat effectiveness. Although their individual strength is far inferior to heroic characters, their victory lies in the continuous succession and fearlessness of death, which also caused more than a dozen heroes to be in a hurry. Support it all, Lord Li Yang will be able to come back soon. A strong man shouted, holding 2 giant hammers in his hand, and each hammer probably contained more than 10,000 kilograms of power. As the man waved his 2 hammers, the soldiers around him died when they wiped and injured when they touched. And just as the man was angrily shouting, suddenly, bang! With a dull sound, his giant hammer actually stopped. The man looked ahead in disbelief, and a slender hand appeared there at some time, forcing him to seize the side of his weapon. Just grabbing this way, the sledgehammer stopped. What a terrifying power! Shen Fei sighed in his heart. If this hammer is done, he will probably have nearly 20 tons of power. If it weren't for his defense 4.0, he would definitely not be able to stop this attack. Who are you? The man also wants to ask. Harv, be careful! A scream came. At this time, a black knife appeared in Shen Fei's other hand. The black knife burst out in a flash, leaving only a shadow on the spot. You! The big man's eyes widened in an instant. He raised his huge hammer and wanted to attack Shen Fei, but then... Laugh! A large amount of blood erupted on his neck. Bang! The big man's sturdy figure fell down with a bang. You killed the target and gained defense plus 0.3, attack plus 0.3, evolution talent plus 0.3. A line of text floated past Shen Fei's eyes, and a smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. A purple dog head, accept it. Harvs. Not far away, a young man wearing light armor showed grief. I killed me. The nose roared, and his body disappeared from the spot. Its speed is so fast that only after images can be seen in place. However, the moment the young man rushed up, Shen Fei felt happy. "Come on your door." Shen Fei's figure also disappeared instantly. Clang! 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 Several weapons collided, and the next moment Shen Fei and the young man appeared in place at the same time, but at this moment, Shen Fei's knife had been inserted into the young man's chest. "Lord Liang, I won't let you go." The blood in the young man's mouth continued to flow, and soon there was no sound. Shen Fei calmly pulled out the knife. Another purple dog head was taken away. Shen Fei killed 2 people in a row, and in an instant, everyone in the hero country camp fell into a daze. In fact, although these 2 people were easily killed by Shen Fei, their strength was not ordinary at all. The strength of ordinary heroes is not much different from that of ordinary evolvers, that is, the power of several tons and the speed of dozens of meters per second. However, one of these 2 men has a power of nearly 20 tons and the other has a speed of nearly 200 meters per second, which is far from comparable to that of ordinary heroes. In addition, among the more than 10 people, only these 2 have purple dog heads, and the rest are all green, which shows that the 2 of them are indeed the strongest in the team. "Everything comes back, let me do it." Shen Fei shouted loudly, and suddenly, the soldiers who were still besieging the heroes all retreated, and the group was surrounded in the middle. "Tread! Tread!" Shen Fei walked forward slowly, and the blood-dropping knife in his hand undoubtedly brought great oppression to everyone. XXX. "Brothers, fight him!" After a roar, several figures rushed out immediately. Although these people are just green dog heads, their strength is even better than ordinary heroes. If Shen Fei does not have attribute bonuses and his simple basic strength is similar to these people. However, Shen Fei happens to have attribute bonuses. Several people cooperated tacitly and slashed randomly, but Shen Fei swung his sword from the gap in their attack at the extreme speed. Shen Fei's attack power was several times the bonus, and with the sharp weapon he used, such as a knife, the armor on these people was easily cut by Shen Fei. Blood was stormy, and in an instant, several people who came fell down. Kill! Several more people came to kill him, but Shen Fei showed no mercy and stabbed him one by one. In the end, there were only 2 left on the hero country. Shen Fei saw the evolutionary evidence on their wrists at a glance, and there was no doubt that these were 2 outsiders. At this time, both of them also understood Shen Fei's identity. According to information, there is no such master in Tianlang Kingdom at all, so it must be an outsider. And this guy is so strong that he must have the talent of the virtual realm. Brother, we have worked hard to pass the imperial examination to reach the virtual realm. It's not easy. A man who stayed in the sea said with a bitter face. As long as you let us go this time, even if the mission fails, we are willing to tell you all the information about the hero country. I promised my fiancée to marry her after becoming a star citizen. I really can't die. Brother, I will give me a reward. Another person also hurriedly begged for mercy. I have a word to give it to you too. Shen Fei smiled faintly. Let's listen. The two of them were slightly happy when they heard this, thinking that the opportunity to survive had come. But the next moment, call. Shen Fei turned into a black shadow and instantly passed through the two of them. Go to the army by your goodbye. Shen Fei's voice sounded in the ears of both of them, and they also widened their eyes. Bang! Bang! The two fell down together. You killed the target. Your current attributes are: Attack, 4.9. Speed, 7.2. Defense, 4.8. Physical Constitution, 5.1. Understanding, 4.7. Evolutionary Talent, 4.8. Shen Fei looked at his attributes and felt overjoyed. In just a moment, his average attribute value increased by nearly 1 point, which was equivalent to killing a golden dog head. If you kill too many purple and green dog heads, the effect is not bad. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but the next moment, he felt as if he had noticed something, and his face suddenly changed. Ah, die for me! Before an angry roar could fall, a fire suddenly fell from the sky and headed straight for Shen Fei. Before the firelight approached, Shen Fei felt a terrifying high temperature. Even though his defense was close to 5.0, he felt his whole body burning. Without any hesitation, Shen Fei burst out with extreme speed. Whoosh! Shen Fei rushed out more than 10 meters within midnight seconds, and almost at that moment, an explosion also came at the place where he was just now. Boom! A huge slurry pit appeared in place instantly, and the terrifying high temperature made the air constantly distort. This is too scary. Shen Fei's mouth twitched. Once he was touched, he would most likely be seriously injured. Fortunately, he is fast enough. Chapter 31: The Legend of Killing. Hey, are you okay? Jin Xiao Xiao came from above, and she said, that guy is crazy. My fire bullets can't stop him, you can hold on. Jin Xiao Xiao said, in a magma pit that had just formed, a charred figure slowly crawled out of it. Seeing this, Shen Fei also understood why Jin Xiao Xiao said that this guy was crazy. The high temperature of the fiery sun had begun to hurt himself. There must be people he cares about among the people I killed. Shen Fei thought, but Lai Yang did not give him a chance to think too much. Die for me! The fiery sun roared and rushed out frantically. Whoosh! Shen Fei dodged directly to the side, and he could not touch him head-on. But Shen Fei dodged, but Lai Yang didn't plan to let him go. Call! 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 The harsh sun continued to emit terrifying high temperatures, turning large areas of the ground into magma, and Shen Fei's place was less and less. Moreover, during this pursuit, a large number of soldiers from the Tianlang kingdom were affected and turned directly into ashes. Two generals, you can't continue like this. Wang Ho's eyes were so passionate that he couldn't help but roar. He can't maintain his state for too long, just delay for a while. Jin Xiao Xiao shouted, "Let your people retreat. It's too late." Shen Fei took a look and knew that under the super high speed of the two, how could these soldiers have time to run away? "Jin Xiao Xiao, give me a bulletproof! Shen Fei shouted suddenly. "I said, fire bullets are useless," Jin Xiao Xiao reminded, but she still waved her hand. "Call." A blue ball headed straight for Shen Fei. "Die!" Lai Yang roared and headed straight for the fire bullets, but Shen Fei was still faster and took the fire bullets into his hand first. "I hope the attribute bonus is useful." Shen Fei prayed in his heart, and the next moment, he threw the fire bullet out suddenly. "Good come!" Lai Yang snorted coldly. He was worried that the temperature was too high and it caused harm to himself. If this thing was just enough to cool him down. The fiery sun was not afraid at all, and even opened his hands to meet him. Next moment, under high temperature catalysis, air conditioning burst. Boom! Endless air conditioning. The sky was overwhelming, and in an instant, the face of the fiery sun slugged slightly. The high temperature on his body was rapidly extinguished, and he tried his best to activate his ability, but every ray of high temperature appeared, causing more air conditioners to explode. Impossible! Lai Yang's heart was filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Shen Fei came from one side. Lai Yang's whole body was hot before, so it was difficult for him to get close, but now... Wow! The blade burst out. Lai Yang had no weapons, so he could only dodge. The basic speed of Lai Yang is also quite high, faster than the purple dog-headed young man Shen Fei killed before, but in Shen Fei's eyes, this speed is still far from enough. Without the blessing of high temperatures, the savage sun is the lamb to be slaughtered. Swish! 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 Shen Fei either chopped or slashed, and a knife launched a continuous attack from the front, sweeping across all directions. It is the sword technique 8 Desolations that Shen Fei understood from the statue of the wilderness god. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei slashed Lai Yang's neck with a knife, and a big head flew up from the sky. You kill the target, you get all attributes +1. A golden dog head, it's dead. Shen Fei sighed. To be honest, it's really hard for him to kill this fiery sun when he fights head-on. The other party's high temperature is too terrifying, and it's difficult for him to get close. You killed him. Jin Xiao Xiao fell from the sky and came to Shen Fei. She looked at the lying sun lying there in disbelief. The facts are right in front of you, thanks to your fire bullets. Shen Fei smiled and immediately changed the subject and said, speaking of this, how many things did you bring to the Void Realm? You even have any other door things like fire bullets? I just used fire bullets to deal with him, obviously it was useless. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered strangely, but she didn't think much about it, but laughed and said. Watch your walnut-sized brain and think about it carefully. I learned about the information of 5 legendary heroes in advance. I am planning to choose the kingdom of Tianlang. How can I not prepare? So that's how it is. Shen Fei looked shocked and said, Miss Xiao Xiao is indeed a genius. Snort. A proud look suddenly appeared on Jin Xiaoxio's face. Using fire bullets to restrain the harsh sun was indeed not something that ordinary people could think of. Shen Fei did not choose to say more to Jin Xiao. Although he killed a legendary hero, there were 4 people who came to steal the camp this time. There was quite a stir when the fiery sun broke out just now. It is impossible for the other 3 legendary heroes to be unaware of it at all. Let's move faster, it's best to kill another one. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao. Okay, the next target is good to deal with Fusion. That guy is a big stupid guy, maybe it's easy to deal with it. Jin Xiao clenched her fist and waved it. Closed mountains. Shen Fei nodded, and the 2 of them quickly headed east to the military camp. On the way, Shen Fei asked Jin Xiao curiously what props Jin Xiao prepared to restrain the overturning mountains. A rope made of microfiber. Jin Xiao said proudly. The power of the mountain is the largest among the 5 legendary heroes. His defense is also very strong, but he does not have the superpowers like Lai Yang and is not flexible enough. After research, I found that as long as he can be tied up, he will have no place to use his skills. If you tie it up with a rope, then I will be able to collect the heads by lying down? Shen Fei thought for a moment, and he immediately smiled. Then I will see Miss Xiaoxio's performance later. Humph, just look at it. Jin Xiao was very confident this time, and Shen Fei didn't say anything more. The 2 of them blinked to the east of the military camp, but after they arrived here, they realized what the plan was that they could not compare to changes. Here, there are more than 20 heroic Chinese. Among the more than 20 people, 2 of them were extremely terrifying. One was 2 meters tall and his skin was dark yellow. He was like a tank, and no one could stop him when he stepped casually. Another one had countless ice crystals suspended around, and ice crystals kept piercing out, easily harvesting the lives of countless soldiers of the Tianlang kingdom. Fusion and Hanyang, the 2 of them actually met. Jin Xiaoxio's expression changed slightly. It must be the movement made by Lai Yang that made them alert. Moreover, the 2 of them have changed the direction of their attack and are obviously going to retreat. Shen Fei instantly understood that the situation they had worried about before still happened. Fortunately, there is another Feng Xiao who is alone, let's kill him. Shen Fei said immediately. No, just kill these 2. Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei with contempt, and she said directly, they are 2, and we are 2, why don't you dare to fight them head-on? You can still drink repair potions when you die. I will be cold when I die. It's fine if I don't have a choice. Of course, if you have a choice, you can pick up soft persimmons and pinch them. Shen Fei spoke speechlessly. This is the incendiary bomb I plan to deal with Han Ying. Jin Xiao said, throwing several fiery red balls to Shen Fei. Without waiting for Shen Fei to refuse, Jin Xiao said again, I will deal with Fusion later, you will deal with Han Ying. As for those things, so many Tianlang soldiers are not just for a good meal. Since you said so, then okay. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately agreed. You know, he first entered this world, but planned to hunt the 5 legendary heroes alone. When I accidentally encountered Jin Xiao Xiao, the ally, the difficulty had dropped a lot, and it was indeed inappropriate no matter how cowardly I was. You are still a little brave, don't worry, if you die this time, as long as you contact me, I will provide you with a repair potion for free. Jin Xiao Xiao waved her hand and immediately put herself on the verge of her. The contact information was sent to Shen Fei through the evolution certificate. Boss Jin, be generous. Shen Fei looked shocked. Is this a real rich man? Based on his understanding of Jin Xiao Xiao during this period, this guy doesn't seem to be talking big. P.S. Please support, please recommend, monthly tickets, and investment. Chapter 32 Fierce Battle. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao reached a consensus, and the two did not hesitate and immediately found someone to take them to see the 2 commanders of the Tianlang army here. When the 2 commanders learned that they were here to kill 2 legendary heroes, and they had even killed Lai Yang before, they were all overjoyed and ecstatic. I'll leave the remaining minions to you two. Jin Xiao Xiao spoke lightly. Don't worry, 2 people, we guarantee with our lives, and no one will disturb you. Both commanders Zhang Qiu. Just hold them down, you don't need to fight to the death. Shen Fei also reminded him that the heroes brought by these legendary heroes are all good dog heads, and Shen Fei did not want these dog heads to be accidentally injured or wasted. Well. The 2 commanders looked at each other in confusion, but they nodded. Humph, stop talking nonsense, do it. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, her hands crossed and soon entered an invisible state again. Shen Fei did not hesitate anymore, and rushed forward quickly. Call. Shen Fei jumped up and directly crossed the soldiers of the Tianlang kingdom, and landed in front of the hero country where he was fighting and retreating. Don't block the way. The cold shadow with long blue hair waved his hand, and suddenly, the part of the ice crystal floating in front of him shot out with a burst of exclamation. Good come. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes, and the long sword in his hand turned into a large number of after-images in an instant. Ding 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 ding. After a crisp sound, all the ice crystals fell to the ground. What? Han Ying was stunned for a moment. Although this was not his strongest attack, someone in Tianlang Kingdom could take it. Han Ying couldn't help but look at the ice crystals cut off by Shen Fei. Each ice crystal was accurately cut off in the middle. Master! Han Ying understood instantly. The ice crystals he made were much harder than the 100 forged steel, but they were cut off so easily, and all of them were cut in the same position, which is very telling. Who are you? Han Ying asked in a deep voice. I am a hero hunter. Shen Fei pointed to the knife in his hand and smiled. Just now, I used it to cut off Lai Yang's head. When I heard this, my expression changed drastically. At the same time, next to Han Ying, Fuxian, who was originally dealing with the siege of the Tianlang army on the other side, suddenly turned his head. You killed Lai Yang. The sound of the mountain was like thunder, and it sounded loudly. Why are you calling so loud? Shen Fei buckled his ears, looking indifferent. I kill you. With a roar over the mountain, his strong body rushed straight to Shen Fei. However, Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and did not move. And just as the mountain collapsed and rushed out. Whoosh! 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 A series of thin ropes that were as transparent as if there was no shadow suddenly appeared around him. Call! Fuxian grabbed these ropes and wanted to break them. However, although these ropes were extremely thin, the power of hundreds of tons of clouds could not shake them at all. Whoosh! 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 More slender ropes kept shooting out and headed straight for the mountain. Fuxian is not a fool either. He realized something was wrong in an instant and began to dodge the thin ropes that were heading straight for him. Han Ying was also shocked when he saw this scene. He directly controlled countless ice crystals to turn into thin slices and shoot at the thin ropes. However, at the critical moment, Shen Fei appeared instantly, blocking all the countless ice chips. Your opponent is me. Shen Fei's voice sounded, and the next moment, he headed straight for Han Ying. After killing Lai Yang, Shen Fei's speed had reached a terrifying 8.2. As soon as he exploded, he came to Han Ying in just a few seconds. Swish! With one knife, Han Ying's pupils dilated slightly. Call! Beside Han Ying, a thick ice wall emerged out of thin air. Laugh! Although the ice wall shattered in an instant, it also bought a moment of time for Han Ying. When Shen Fei's sword swept across Han Ying's neck, it just passed through the air. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, and 4 or 5 cold shadows appeared around him in an instant, and these cold shadows launched an attack almost at the same time. Swish! 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 Countless ice crystals shot from all directions. Shen Fei's expression did not change. His knife seemed to appear in 4 directions at the same time. With a jingling sound, he blocked all the ice crystals. What the 8 Desolate Swords exercises is still physical control. The next stage of control is to have a subtle sword technique, and the body can easily control all the subtle tissues. Although Shen Fei was surrounded at this time, he was not panicked at all, and the various things about 8 Desolate Swords appeared in his heart. He has practiced this sword technique for less than a month, but he has already gained many insights. Practicing 9 Yuan knife is to let him control the knife and initially control his body. At this step, Shen Fei can easily feel the state of all the physical tissues in his body. Going further, that is, the sword technique is so slight, and the body is so slight, and every thread of flesh and blood can be perfectly controlled by one's own flesh. Only by reaching this step can one easily build internal circulations in the body. Otherwise, even if you know the method of building internal circulation and have enough energy, the possibility of failure is quite high. Clang! 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 Shen Fei's heart was as calm as water. A long sword accurately slashed in all directions, accurately blocking countless ice crystals. this trick? Han Ying looked at it and attacked all the time in an instant. Shen Fei, who blocked everything, his heart slightly condensed. Next moment, suddenly, several sword lights burst out, slashing at every cold shadow around. Although there were several sword lights, the speed and attack of each sword light were completely comparable to the attack made by Shen Fei with all his strength. This is the move of 8 desolations, 8 desolations. With this move, Shen Fei was able to burst out several attacks at the same time, and each attack was comparable to his full strength. Swish! 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 Several sword lights fell to the sky at the same time, but one sword light also slashed at the real cold shadow. The opponent instantly activated a large amount of ice to resist, and then quickly retreated. There is a master like you in the Tianlang Kingdom. Today it is hard to decide the winner. Let's fight again tomorrow, Han Ying said with a serious expression. When Shen Fei heard this, he smiled slightly. To be honest, you are indeed a good opponent. But I still want your head more. Shen Fei finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Han Ying instantly focused on the surroundings. He could summon a large amount of cold ice as a barrier at any time to resist the attack from Shen Fei. However, Han Ying was waiting for not Shen Fei's attack, but 4 black balls shot from different directions. What's this? This thought flashed through Han Ying's mind, and he subconsciously blocked them with several ice walls. Next moment, boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosion, carrying the blazing flames, erupted with a bang. The flame broke through Han Ying's ice wall in an instant and headed straight for him. The flames spread wildly in all directions, and the terrifying high temperature even exceeded the time when the fiery sun was desperately exploding. In an instant, Han Ying's expression changed. In the distance, Shen Fei's expression changed slightly, who threw the incendiary bomb with his own hands. It's so scary. Shen Fei was secretly shocked. His attribute bonus obviously had an amplification effect on items such as fire-extinguishing bombs and incendiary bombs. But the previous fire-extinguishing bomb was not obvious because it was triggering. The higher the temperature, the more violent it exploded. The high temperature of the fiery sun at that time obviously did not allow the fire-extinguishing bomb thrown out with all its strength. But the incendiary bomb exploded independently. With Shen Fei's increase, the power of this incendiary bomb is even greater than Shen Fei's expectations. Shen Fei, what did you do? Jin Zioxio's angry voice suddenly came. The rope she brought was not fireproof. In order to avoid being affected by incendiary bombs, she deliberately took fusion to distance herself from Shen Fei, but now the rope is still affected. Shen Fei did not respond, he stared at the burning flames intently. Suddenly, a cold shadow, dressed in rags and mostly charred, rushed out of the flames. Want to lie to me? Shen Fei stood there and didn't move. The figure was obviously a little blurry. If it was his real body, Shen Fei would eat his knife. However, Han Ying's clone ability was originally flawed, but such a huge flaw appeared at this moment. It seems that the high temperature has seriously affected his ability. It is not unreasonable that Jin Xiao prepares to deal with Han Ying. Chapter 33 Both died in battle. It's bad that I can't hide it from him. The cold shadow was in the blazing flames, and at this time many places on his body had turned into coke. Under the terrifying high temperature, he had extremely difficult time to condense a little ice to resist, but the condensed ice would melt in an instant. He couldn't hold on for long. But Han Ying didn't dare to break out easily. He understood that the real gate of hell was the one outside. Apart from these raging flames, Shen Fei must be ready to go, and just wait for him to show his head to the west. Hateful. Han Ying's thoughts were running wildly, looking for a way to break the deadlock. But after thinking about it, Han Ying found that this was a dead end. Han Ying, hold on, I'm here. Suddenly, a loud shout came, and when he heard this, Han Ying was slightly shocked. Cover the mountain, be careful, these flames are stronger than the fiery sun. Han Ying hurriedly reminded him loudly. Clear. The voice of Fusion came again, and Han Ying felt much more at ease. If Fusion responded to his words, there was no need to worry. At this time, Shen Fei looked at the rapid rushing mountain and his face also darkened slightly. Jin Xiao, stop him! Shen Fei spoke quickly. He had set a dead end for Han Ying. Once the mountain was overturned, there would be more variables. It's all your fault. Jin Xiao was speechless. If the sudden high temperature hadn't blown her robe, how could this opportunity to support her? Jin Xiao dived from midair, trying to block the mountain from advancing by sneak attack. But Fusion didn't care about her attack, and Jin Xiao's dagger couldn't even pierce Fusion's skin. Little mom, I want to hurt you, Mr. Fusion, it's still early. Fusion laughed. You're looking for death. Jin Xiao was furious in an instant. Without thinking, she took out a silver ball with her backhand. Pick. Jin Xiao turned on the ball switch and then threw it at the cloud mountain. I'm not afraid of fire. Fusion thought it was something similar to a burning bomb, so he didn't care too much, but the next moment... Boom! A white light burst out, instantly submerging the overcast mountain. Fuck! Shen Fei noticed this scene and was stunned. Is this an antimatter bomb? This must be an antimatter bomb. Jin Xiao actually used the antimatter bomb. The white light spread only 10 meters, but when the white light dissipated, a deep pit had already appeared within 10 meters, and the overturned mountain disappeared. No, my golden dog head! Shen Fei's face was slightly distorted, and at the same time... No, overturn the mountain! A roar came from the blazing flames and Han Ying rushed out suddenly. After horror, the flames of Han Ying's body suddenly turned black, but he still rushed forward quickly. Of course, the moment Han Ying rushed out, Shen Fei also reacted instantly. Swish! Shen Fei rushed directly to Han Ying and a sword light rushed straight to his head. I'm playing with the slap in my arms. Han Ying roared angrily. Die for me! Shen Fei also yelled in anger. If he died of fusion, wouldn't he be sad or angry? Swish 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 swish. After several consecutive blows, although Han Ying tried his best to summon Han Ice to block it, his ability was greatly weakened under the high temperature generated by the incendiary bomb, and now he could no longer block Shen Fei's attack. Laugh! 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 Several swords fell, and all of them passed through Han Ying's body. Blood was rushing out. Han Ying was full of unwillingness, but she fell down in the end. You kill the target, you get all attributes +1. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, for some reason, but a faint sadness flashed in his heart. If the mountain is still alive. Beautiful job! Jin Xiao Xiao fell from the air. It's okay. Shen Fei pulled a smile on his face. He didn't want Jin Xiao Xiao to find out that he cared about this matter very much, so he could only shatter the grievance and swallow it in his stomach. I had known that antimatter bombs were very terrifying, but I didn't expect that one of the legendary heroes would disappear in an instant. Shen Fei sighed. This is what I plan to use to deal with the most powerful god of war. Jin Xiao Xiao seemed to regret it at this moment, and her face was a little unnatural. Hearing this, Shen Fei's expression moved. Jin Xiao Xiao said before that among the 5 legendary heroes, the most powerful is the god of war. She also prepared antimatter bombs to deal with the other party. In this way, this god of war is indeed not simple. There are some miscellaneous fish left, hurry up and deal with them. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly looked at the men brought by Fusion and Hanying. At this moment, the 2 legendary heroes were all killed. Some of these heroes had become crazy, while others were panicked and at a loss. It's just a bunch of dry bones in the tomb. Miss Xiao Xiao takes action, I'll solve it. Shen Fei said calmly. Then I'll leave it to you. Jin Xiao Xiao was obviously very compatible with this trick. Without thinking, she nodded and agreed. In fact, Jin Xiaoxiao's own strength is not strong at all. At most, she is at the level of an elite hero. She can fight legendary heroes, all rely on various props. Therefore, it is also the best choice to let Shen Fei deal with these people. At this time, Shen Fei's already a little decadent spirit was also excited again. Among these people, there are 3 purple dog heads and a bunch of green dog heads. They cut all of them to death, and the effect is even better than a golden dog head. Everyone will die obediently. Shen Fei smiled grimly, and he took the knife and walked over. After a previous killing, Shen Fei's attribute bonus at this time was nearly twice as much as when he first entered this world. Shen Fei has no fancy abilities, but purely fast speed and fierce attacks. This characteristic makes Shen Fei look a little weak when facing some special abilities, but dealing with people who are far inferior to him in all aspects is cutting vegetables. A group of heroes, no one is Shen Fei's own union enemy, and they are slaughtered by Shen Fei in the blink of an eye. Your current attributes are Attack, 7.9. Speed, 10.5. Defense, 8.3. Physical Constitution, 8.1. Understanding, 7.7. Evolutionary Talent, 8.2. This time, it's really doubled. Shen Fei looked at his attributes and felt so happy. He just came to this world and his average attribute bonus was only 4 o'clock, but now it has soared to more than 8 o'clock. Why do I feel like you've become much stronger? At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly came over. When Shen Fei attacked her in the military tent, he seemed not so strong. You should know that I have the talent of the Void Realm. Shen Fei said without changing his face, after a few battles, I have become more proficient in the control of the talent of the Void Realm. His strength doubled, and it was visible to the naked eye that he became stronger, and Shen Fei did not intend to deny it. Your Void Realm talent is so strong. The previous fire bullets and incendiary bombs suddenly became so strong. It is also the effect of your Void Realm talent. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said, with a hint of envy on her face. She is not blind either. The fire bulletproof effect was not obvious before, so she didn't think much about it. But this time the incendiary bomb was too far from the incendiary bomb she remembered. The two were incomparable at all. The effect was one heaven and one earth. It can make Shen Fei himself extremely powerful and has the effect of amplification props. This virtual realm talent is too perverted. Miss Xiao Xiao, this is wrong. Shen Fei said with a solemn expression, the talent of the Void Realm is really not worth mentioning compared to Miss Xiaoxiao's talent. Jin Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. Cash ability is the most terrifying talent in the virtual realm. Shen Fei sighed deeply. If there were no Jin Xiaoxiao's props, he would have been many times more difficult to kill the legendary hero. When Jin Xiao Xiao heard this, she not only did not refute it, but nodded thoughtfully. You said that makes sense. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and a hint of proudness appeared on her face. P.S. Please support, please invest in monthly tickets and recommend tickets, thank you very much. Chapter 34 Shen Fei's Plan. 3 of the 4 legendary heroes who came to steal the camp had already died. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao naturally prepared to fight and kill the last Feng Xiao. However, when the two arrived at the western battlefield, they were told that Feng Xiao had already taken his subordinates away. Among the 5 legendary heroes, Feng Xiao is the only one who can fly. However, the direction of the wind roaring's not outside the military camp, but in the Liang. So, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao rushed back to the south of the military camp again. Wang Ho, Feng Xiao is here. Shen Fei looked at Wang Ho, the commander of the Southern Army, who was a little dejected, and asked a little strangely. The 2 generals are incompetent and let the people from the hero country take Liang's body away. Wang Ho said with some shame. Hearing this, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao nodded. Corpse? They don't care. It seems that Feng Xiao has indeed escaped. He is lucky. Jin Xiao Xiao hugged her chest with her hands and couldn't help but snort. What a pity, what a pity. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. Regret, it's really a pity. On a hillside about several miles away from the Tianlang Kingdom military camp, more than a dozen figures stood here, looking into the distance. The leader was a man in blue clothes. He carried his hands on his back and held him with invisible force under his feet, allowing him to hang in the air. This was Feng Xiao, one of the 5 legendary heroes. After so long, the Fuxian and Haining have not yet withdrawn. Feng Xiao frowned. Now, the Fuxian and the Haining should have come together, but something unexpected happened. I underestimate the Tianlang Kingdom too much. This night attack is probably... Feng Xiao looked at the camp that stretched for dozens of miles and couldn't help feeling a hint of fear in his heart. The Liang was beheaded, and the mountain covered and the cold shadow were not aware of life and death. What was hidden in the Tianlang army? Sir Feng Xiao, what should we do? Someone asked behind Feng Xiao. Wait for a while, if the Han shadows and the mountain covering the mountain are still not seen, we will retreat first. Feng Xiao immediately made a decision. And on the other side? Ha ha ha, 2 generals, killing the 3 legendary heroes this time is simply an incredible merit. I will definitely write to your majesty to ask for merit and reward you. The marshal's laughter came from the commander's tent. Surprise, really surprise. Although he had known for a long time that Shen Fei and the other 2 were not simple, he also clearly understood the power of the legendary hero. He did not expect that the 2 could not only really kill the legendary hero, but also kill 3 of them in one go. In this way, the legendary heroes changed from 5 to 2, and the situation that they would lose was a sudden possibility. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao sat there calmly, slowly tasting the banquet food prepared by the marshal. Shen Fei was sitting on the other side. He looked at the marshal who was smiling happily, but he was thinking in his heart. This marshal is also a golden dog head. He didn't think much about it before, but now, Shen Fei has killed so many targets, and he is basically sure that the stronger the strength, the higher the quality of the dog head. So, is the marshal hiding his strength, or is it that the person with a golden dog head is not necessarily strong, but there is another reason? Marson, it's too early to mention the reward now. Shen Fei suddenly stood up and said. Although we killed 3 legendary heroes in this battle, there are still 2 legendary heroes in the Kingdom of Heroes, especially the most powerful God of War. Can the marshal have a way to deal with the God of War? Hearing Shen Fei's words, the marshal's face was slightly solemn. He said, although the God of War is strong, there is only one person. Only when the army is rushing to prevent the head and tail from looking at each other can he win this battle. That would be a huge number of casualties. Shen Fei looked sad. I can't bear to the death of the warriors in the Sky Wolf Kingdom, so I would like to kill Feng Xiao and the God of War again. But after all this tonight, the 2 of them must have become frightened birds. We may not have the chance to kill them before the war. The marshal said in a deep voice. I have a plan, please send off the left and right. Shen Fei said, and after hearing this, the marshal waved his hand to let the guards retreat after hesitating. Shen Fei killed 3 legendary heroes, and the marshal already trusted him very much. Moreover, with Shen Fei's terrible strength, these guards would be useless to do not help him. At this time, Jin Xiao looked at the two people singing and talking, and felt extremely strange in her heart. Is this guy Shen Fei's brain circuit different from that of normal people? This thought flashed through Jin Xiao's mind. After a moment, Shen Fei expressed his plan. After hearing this, the marshal was silent. He did not expect that Shen Fei would propose such a plan, which was too imaginative. General Shen, is it too dangerous to enter the hero country undercover? The marshal couldn't help asking. Although I killed a group of heroes in hero country tonight, the advantage is that no one is alive, so hero country naturally doesn't know what I look like. Shen Fei said in a deep voice. Besides, there should be many new heroes in the Kingdom of Heroes recently. I am not very prominent when I enter it. As long as the marshal forges good heroic documents for me, everything will be perfect. Heroic documents, this is no problem. A light flashed in the marshal's eyes, and he immediately said, if General Shen insists on doing this, he only needs to wait for a few days. For the Tianlang Kingdom, I will not retreat. Shen Fei expressed his determination loudly. Jin Xiao. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. Outside the hero country's military camp, two figures came here. It was Shen Fei and Jin Xiao. Miss Xiao, there is the hero country military camp ahead. It's still time for you to regret it now. Shen Fei turned to look at Jin Xiao. Shen Fei initially decided on an undercover plan, but did not count Jin Xiao among them. After all, 3 legends have died in the Kingdom of Heroes. As long as you wait for the final battle, the Tianlang Kingdom will have a great chance of winning. But unexpectedly, Jin Xiao volunteered to come. Repent? Is there anything else that makes me Jin Xiao regret? Jin Xiao snorted, and she immediately said. Although your undercover plan looks a bit stupid, I have to say that it is very challenging. I just like challenging things. Oh well. Shen Fei didn't say anything more. He clicked on his evolutionary certificate a few times. Soon, a young man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses came from the hero country's military camp. Walked out. This is Shen Fei's class in the Void Realm class of the 3rd Evolutionary School. He is also the only student who is in this Void Realm world with Shen Fei. Before, although Shen Fei had a conflict with this person, the story of Shen Fei beating Wang Quansheng later spread, and the person immediately realized his mistake, so he took the initiative to seek reconciliation with Shen Fei and asked to form a team. Unfortunately, Shen Fei still rejected him. However, on the surface, the two have reconciled as before. Seeing this person, Shen Fei immediately took Jin Xiao up. Haha, brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for a long time, and your style is still the same. Shen Fei laughed and was about to come forward to hug this person. Shen Fei, what are you asking for me? The man in sunglasses pushed Shen Fei away without hesitation and asked at the same time. I have been intercepting and killing people who went to Tianlang Kingdom to join the army these days, and I have never had time to join the Hero Kingdom camp. I am not trying to find a place where I am looking for a dream. I am a despicable mountain toast. Huh? You have been intercepting the people in Tianlang Kingdom. The man in sunglasses was startled at first, and then he said again, I didn't expect that you still have some luck and chose the hero country. What luck? Who doesn't know that the heroic country will win in the war between the two countries? If I don't choose the heroic country, would I choose the Tianlang Kingdom? Shen Fei sneered. Brother Zhang can't be the hero country chosen by luck, right? Humph, of course not. I have been an evolutionist for more than 2 years. I also know some evolutionists from other schools. I naturally have my own channels. The man in sunglasses snorted coldly. But you, can you afford detailed information alone? Brother Zhang, the same thing, in terms of imperial currency, you are not qualified to cooperate with me. Shen Fei leaned into the man in sunglasses' ear, pointed at Jin Xiao, and whispered. Did you see the one behind me? Super lady, you can take out hundreds of millions of dollars at your fingertips. What? When the man in sunglasses heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Shen Fei with some disbelief. Cough, keep a low profile. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he immediately said. Okay, Brother Zhang, don't talk nonsense, tell us the situation of the hero camp. After that, I will give you a few good words in front of this young lady. When I leave this virtual world, the young lady will not treat you badly. Man in sunglasses. Chapter 35, Heroes Military Camp. The man in sunglasses easily believed Shen Fei's words. First of all, it was impossible for him to lose his head, that Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were the culprits who killed the 3 legendary heroes. Secondly, almost all the outsiders who entered this virtual world did choose the hero country, with few exceptions, and it is not surprising that Shen Fei has been intercepting soldiers from the Tianlang Kingdom outside. Because he had done this himself, and he was still regretting that he hadn't stayed outside for a few more days. Outside, there is also the task of intercepting and killing soldiers from the Tianlang Kingdom. After joining the hero country camp, except for a few people being valued by legendary heroes, most of them have nothing to do and can only wait for the decisive battle. The only thing the man in sunglasses doesn't believe is Shen Fei's saying that Jin Xiao can take out several 100 million imperial coins at will. In the eyes of the man in sunglasses, Jin Xiao may be very rich, but taking out hundreds of millions of dollars at will be nonsense. Of course there are such people in the empire, but they are definitely not something Shen Fei can know. However, the man in sunglasses was too lazy to expose it. He did not refuse Shen Fei's request. In the eyes of the man in sunglasses, this is not a big deal. Moreover, Shen Fei's previous attacks at school have proved his strength. For no reason, the man in sunglasses does not want to offend Shen Fei anymore. So, the man in sunglasses briefly explained the situation in the hero country's military camp, and at the same time, he also took Shen Fei and Jin Xiao into the military camp to register his identity. The two had heroic documents that were forged by the marshal of the Tianlang Kingdom, and they could not tell the truth in a short time, so they easily fooled them. Of course, the most critical reason is that there are too many heroes outsiders in the past 2 days, and a large number of heroes have joined. The heroes' army camp has become accustomed to this. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao are not at all conspicuous. 2 heroes, this is your camp. Someone will send you bedding and other supplies later. A soldier from the hero country brought the two out of the first camp. After he left, Jin Xiao Xiao took out an instrument that could block sound with his backhand. Shen Fei couldn't help but look at Jin Xiao Xiao carefully. How many things are hidden in this guy? Even such a non-door instrument? However, Jin Xiao Xiao didn't care about Shen Fei's eyes. She said with some surprise, "I didn't expect that it would be much easier than I thought. If I'm not sure, I won't come up with this plan." Shen Fei smiled unfathomably. "Humph, how capable are you?" Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei, and she immediately asked, "What are the plans next?" Just now, I communicated with the man in sunglasses, and he didn't even know that the three legendary heroes were dead. It seems that the news of the hero country blocked." Shen Fei pondered. "Men's sunglasses? You're calling me Brother Zhang in front of you?" Jin Xiao Xiao said in surprise, "I think the relationship between enzymes is pretty good." "Haha, this guy has plotted against me. He thought I didn't know, but in fact I guessed that it was him who did it." Shen Fei sneered. "If I have a chance this time, I will definitely slap him." Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei with shock. This was too sinister. From the surface alone, it could not be seen at all. "Cough, get back to the point." Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he continued. "It seems that the hero country is likely to try its best to persimmons during the decisive battle. Let's pick the soft one first. Let's find an opportunity to approach Feng Xiao and kill him." Shen Fei made a neck-wiping action. "Kill Feng Xiao first? Okay." Jin Xiao Xiao nodded. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao temporarily lie down in the hero country military camp. The hero's military camp has very little restrictions on heroes. For several days, Shen Fei, in addition to occasionally going out to explore the information, he stayed in the camp to practice 8 desolate swords. Last time he fought with Han Ying, Shen Fei had a deeper understanding of 8 desolations and made rapid progress over the past period of time. Of course, such a situation may also be because Shen Fei's understanding doubled again. In short, Shen Fei felt that he was making progress all the time. However, he has been practicing 8 desolations for a short time after all, and it is still a long way from realizing the skills of swordsmanship and further controlling himself. As long as the kung fu is deep, the iron rod is ground into a needle. Shen Fei secretly warned himself that he had been practicing hard day and night. Compared with Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao seemed quite lazy. She was idle and lay there playing virtual games all day. Sometimes she played all day. According to Jin Xiao Xiao, in the virtual world, there are neither good teachers nor good environments, and practicing is a waste of time, so it is better to play games than to play. Shen Fei didn't want to comment on this, so he continued to practice hard. It was the 4th day that Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao came to the hero country military camp. On this day, the hero country military camp was still very calm, and Shen Fei was still looking for opportunities to approach Feng Xiao. However, the opportunity to approach Feng Xiao was not found, but Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were taken to a large military tent in the military camp by the man in sunglasses. In this military tent, dozens of people gathered here, and each of them had a proof of evolution. Obviously, this is a gathering of outsiders. And sitting in the first seat was a figure wearing a silver mask and a little thin. From Shen Fei's perspective, this person had a big golden dog head on his head, which was very eye-catching. Brother Zhang, is this the person you are talking about? Shen Fei sat next to the man in sunglasses and asked in a low voice. This person is very powerful. In just a few days after coming to this world, he can speak in front of those legendary heroes. The man in sunglasses nodded. Everyone knows that he is very powerful, so this time he said that there is important information to be announced so that so many people will come here. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. The legend of the hero in the Kingdom of Heroes attacked the military camp of the Tianlang Kingdom at night, which should be the influence of an outsider. Now it seems that it may be this person. It is indeed not easy for an outsider with a golden dog head. However, for fear that others would not know that he had a secret, he even wore a mask, and Shen Fei muttered in his heart. Yu Liang, if you have any important things to announce, don't hide them, hurry up and say it. Someone spoke impatiently. What I want to say is about everyone's personal interests. The voice of the masked figure was a little low, and he said slowly. You may not know yet that 3 of the 5 legendary heroes of the hero country have been killed. Now, there are only 2 legendary heroes left in the hero country. The legendary hero was killed. Everyone listened to Yu Liang's words and looked disbelief on their faces. Joining the hero country camp, they have more or less witnessed the power of legendary heroes. They really surpass these evolvers in all aspects, let alone non-evolved people. How could a legendary hero be killed? Don't believe it. Yu Liang sneered, you guys should have teammates going out to do missions with the legendary hero a few days ago, right? Is anyone back now? Those people. When everyone heard this, they immediately realized something. The people from the hero country told them that their companions were still in the mission and would not be able to come back for a while. But now the decisive battle is imminent, and their companions and the legendary heroes have never come back, which is very telling. They are all dead? Why did they die? Someone asked in a deep voice. Attacking the military camp of Tianlang Kingdom at night, he was killed. Yu Liang said simply. Is the Tianlang Kingdom so strong? Everyone was shocked in an instant. The Tianlang Kingdom is not strong, but there are very strong Void Realm adventurers who have joined the Tianlang Kingdom. Yu Liang snorted coldly. This mission was not difficult at all, but now, the difficulty has increased by countless times in an instant. If you don't do it well, it will be a failure. Failed. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. Everyone is a novice, and the startup capital is only a little bit. This time I failed and I couldn't get any rewards. It would be difficult to come to the Void Realm again. Purchase tickets for Virtual Realm in the Evolutionary Certificate Mall, whether it is the Empire Mall or the private mall, it can be hundreds or millions of yuan at any time. Chapter 36 Yu Liang's Plan. Which bastard is it that actually joined the Tianlang Kingdom? It's so damn. The man in sunglasses slapped the table hard, with a look of shock and anger on his face expressing his words. This first virtual world is just a welfare world. The world that could easily pass the level and get rewards was suddenly told that it was difficult. How could he not be angry? But the next moment, the man with sunglasses' expression suddenly changed, and a sharp pain came from his arm, and he almost howled. "Shen Fei, why are you pinching me?" The man in sunglasses quickly turned his head. "Ah! Sorry, Brother Zhang, I'm so angry. I'm just thinking of you as that guy for a moment." Shen Fei let go of his hand calmly, as if nothing had happened. Man in sunglasses. It's useless to have such an accident. It's urgent to think about how to help the hero country win the final battle. Yu Liang said. You don't want to lose, do you? Of course we don't want to lose. Suddenly, someone said. But I have something unknown. You tell me the legend the hero died in the night attack on the Tianlang Kingdom military camp? So, why did the legendary hero suddenly attack the Tianlang Kingdom military camp at night? You all have purchased detailed information. You should know that according to normal development, there will be no friction before the decisive battle between the two countries. In the decisive battle, the hero country will defeat the Tianlang country with a decisive force. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Yes, what are the hero country doing when suddenly attacking the Tianlang country's military camp at night? This mission was obviously able to win by lying down, but an accident occurred due to a night attack. Then the question is, why are there night attacks? There are always a few fools who can pass the imperial assessment. After thinking about it, most people turned their attention to Yu Liang. I don't deny that I suggest that people from heroes do this. If the night attack is successful, then this battle will be won without a fight, which will prevent a large number of casualties. Yu Liang said calmly. Avoid casualties? What does it have to do with us? What's the relationship between us? I bought exclusive information and learned some things. The war ended early, which will be good for me. Yu Liang spoke again, and when he heard his words, everyone gasped. Exclusive information? One share costs 10 million imperial coins, so rich? In an instant, the eyes of everyone looking at Yu Liang changed a little. This is also a rich man. Shen Fei was also quite shocked. Unexpectedly, in this virtual world, there was a second rich man. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at Jin Xiao, and found that he was playing with the two long strands of her hair hanging down on her chest, without any surprise at all. Seeing Shen Fei's gaze, Jin Xiao cut and whispered in a low voice, "This guy must be for the primitive stone." Primary stone. Shen Fei was slightly confused, but he didn't ask much, but gave Jin Xiao a look and signaled to talk later. Jin Xiao understood and nodded calmly. You have put us in this situation for your own selfishness. Are you still embarrassed to speak? Someone suddenly stood up with an angry look on his face. Haha, even if I don't have my plan, it is a certain fact that the mysterious man joins the Tianlang kingdom. As long as he is here, any accident may happen. Yu Liang said loudly. So, what we have to deal with should be the mysterious man from Tianlang kingdom. I have a plan for this. You have any plan? Everyone sneered. If one plan continues, the hero country will lose 3 legendary heroes. Let's do another plan? Is it funny? However, Yu Liang ignored everyone's ridicule and said, "My plan has been recognized by the legendary hero Feng Xiao. He agreed to participate, but we are just not strong enough, and we still need your help." And as soon as Yu Liang said this, everyone was stunned. Feng Xiao agreed. He told you to cheat once, but still believe you? Are there any tricks in the brains of the people in hero country? It's true, you're bragging, right? Everyone spoke, unbelievable, while Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were even more surprised. They looked at each other and nodded closely. The opportunity is here. I don't need to lie about this kind of thing. My plan requires Feng Xiao to come forward. If I lie, it will be easily exposed. Yu Liang explained. Hearing this, everyone nodded. What is your plan? Someone asked. It's very simple, intercept the grain, lead the snake out of the hole, and encircle it and annihilate it. Yu Liang quickly told his plan. When everyone heard this, they nodded one after another. The plan is simple and straightforward, but there is a fatal problem. The mysterious man in Tianlang Kingdom can kill 3 legendary heroes, and Feng Xiao plus us can encircle and annihilate them. Someone asked immediately. That mysterious man killed the legendary heroes, they just broke through one by one, and more, Yu Liang said, and he slowly stretched out a finger. Buzz. A silver-white energy condensed at his fingertips. The energy instantly formed a column of light and shot into the center of the tent. Boom! The dust was flying, and a large pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters appeared there. The pit was deep and felt like it was bottomless. Do you underestimate me too much? Yu Liang's slow voice came out. In the military tent, everyone was staring at the big pit, and no one spoke. Yu Liang's strength is a bit powerful. Ordinary energy guns are far less effective, right? Half an hour later, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao returned to their tent. After Jin Xiao turned on the sound shielding device, she immediately said, "There are definitely many internal loops that Yu Liang has opened up." Huh? What does it mean? Shen Fei was slightly surprised. He should practice the evolution method of the source vein. This evolution method is good at manipulating various energies. Jin Xiao explained. I have seen the evolutionists in this lineage of the Sun Realm take action, and I am deeply impressed by them. Is this Yu Liang an evolver in the Sun Realm? Shen Fei said in surprise. Of course not. Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and said. If he was from the Sun Realm, his entire military tent would be gone with his blow. But ordinary New Moon Realm evolvers do not have such strength, so I guess he has established many internal loops, at least far more than 9. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Generally speaking, if you establish 9 internal loops, you will be qualified to break through the Sun Realm. However, this is just the basis. In fact, the internal loop can be established more. And the more internal circulation, the stronger the strength. I thought he also had the talent of the Void Realm. Shen Fei said. Do you think the talent of the Void Realm is Dabake? The official data released is 1 in a billion chance of it being 1 in a billion. In this virtual world, it would be exaggerating to have you. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted. Don't forget you are there. Shen Fei smiled and he immediately asked, what does the star stone you said before mean? It's just a treasure mentioned in the exclusive information, which is helpful for breaking through the Sun Realm, and it's nothing rare. This thing is the reason why legendary heroes appear in the hero country, and it is also the reason why the Tianlang Kingdom does not have a powerful legendary hero, but its per capita combat power is far superior to that of the hero country. Jin Xiao Xiao explained briefly. The origin stone is a stone outside the sky that suddenly falls one day. It is a strange substance that has a strange effect of subtly transforming the human body. The origin stone that fell at the beginning was divided into 2 parts and fell into the territory of the Tianlang Kingdom and the Hero Kingdom. The origin stones in the Tianlang Kingdom were classified into countless pieces, evenly spreading in the Tianlang Kingdom, while the Hero Kingdom obtained many relatively complete origin stones. The effect of large chunks of original stones is much better than the scattered original stones, so there are a large number of heroes in the country, and there are perverted characters such as legendary heroes. Although there are no large chunks of original stones in the Tianlang Kingdom, almost everyone is affected because of the dispersion of a large number of original stones, so there is the fact that everyone in the Tianlang Kingdom is good at fighting. Of course, for outsiders, the subtle effect of the Shiwen stone transforming the human body is not that outstanding, because it is a very slow process, which often takes more than 10 years, and the effect depends on luck. In such a huge hero country, there are usually only 1 or 2 legendary heroes in each era. 5 of them appeared in this era, and luck has already exploded. What really attracts outsiders should be its other function. According to the exclusive information, this original stone can be used as an important auxiliary for the evolutionists of the Crescent Moon Realm to break through the Sun Realm. If a normal new Moon Realm wants to break through, the probability is almost 0. With the original stone, the probability will increase to 30% or 50%. As Shen Fei listened, a trace of thought gradually appeared on his face. It turns out that the situation where the Hero Country and the Tianlang Country are very different is not a simple game setting, but there is a reason. In other words, the underlying logic of the virtual world should be very strict, at least, it will not be produced out of thin air. What are these virtual worlds? Shen Fei's question flashed in his heart. P.S. Please support, recommend collection of monthly tickets, thank you very much. Chapter 37, There is still an undercover agent? The Hero Country military camp, in some open space. The wind that was restrained to the extreme was silently blowing between the heaven and earth. Wherever the warm wind passed, the sand, gravel and trees in the open space were quietly broken down into invisible. Feng Xiao stood in the breeze, his face calm and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, the wind stopped. At the entrance of the martial arts training ground, Yu Liang, wearing a mask, walked in slowly. Sir Feng Xiao, let me tell you good news. Yu Liang slowly walked forward, and he said at the same time, I have summoned 20 heroes, and they are willing to act with us. Yet, Feng Xiao suddenly turned around. These 20 heroes, all of whom have unique skills, are also a great force when they join forces. Now, we have a greater grasp of the mysterious man in the Tianlang kingdom. Yu Liang said. Even if we can't kill that mysterious man, we can figure out his situation, and we will be more confident in the final battle. No. Feng Xiao's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent, and he waved his hand. Laugh. An invisible wind blade shot out, and a bottomless crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Must kill him. Feng Xiao spoke word by word. Okay, then kill him. Yu Liang nodded slightly. At this time, Yu Liang's surface was nothing unusual, but under the mask, his face was extremely cold. All the plans were disrupted, and now, I can only ask the hero country to die. Yu Liang sneered in his heart. Time soon came to the evening. Outside the hero country's military camp, more than 30 people gathered here. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao are among them. It seems that in addition to us outsiders, many local heroes from the hero country also participated in this operation. Shen Fei quickly understood in his heart when he observed the people coming one after another. Look! Suddenly, Jin Xiao Xiao pulled Shen Fei's arm. Shen Fei turned his head, and not far away, a man in blue slowly fell from the sky. What a big golden dog head, and these miscellaneous fish, if they are killed, they are comparable to 2 golden dog heads. Shen Fei's eyes widened, and he wished that everyone present would be stuck now. But Shen Fei knew that it was not the time yet, and they still had to deal with the god of war, so it would be better to sniff the Feng Xiao quietly and then come back and continue lurking. Shen Fei was not afraid of not finding any opportunity. The plan to cut off the grain would require leaving the military camp many times. If there were too many times, a turnaround would sooner or later. Feng Xiao didn't know that someone in the crowd was thinking about his head, and after he fell down, he said directly. You all know this plan. I won't say much nonsense. We only have one purpose, killing the mysterious strong men in the Tianlang army. Clear. The local heroes who came here in the hero country yelled together, their voices filled with murderous intent. This is to avenge Lai Yang and Haniang. Shen Fei understood in his heart. No wonder Feng Xiao believed him again after being cheated by Yu Liang's plan. It turned out that he was eager to take revenge. Feng Xiao had already found out the grain transport route of Tianlang Kingdom. He used Feng to fly over 100 miles, blocking a grain transport team of Tianlang Kingdom. In order to avoid being alert, Xiao Feng did not intercept the food, but asked the heroes he brought to take action. In fact, more than 30 heroes, their combat effectiveness is already very terrifying. Although there are many people in the Tianlang Kingdom's grain transport team, they are still powerless to resist many heroes. Soon, the grain transport team is completely destroyed and all the food and grass are burned out. Unless a large army is sent to transport grain, no one can stop so many heroic attacks, but the decisive battle is imminent. Will Zhou Jin dare to mobilize the army easily? Feng Xiao looked in the air, sneering in his heart. In this way, the Tianlang kingdom will likely invite the mysterious man to take action, then. The first grain cut was successfully completed, and Shen Fei did not find the opportunity to attack Feng Xiao, so everyone quietly returned to the military camp. For several days, the same process of cutting off food lasted 3 times, but nothing happened. That night, in Shen Fei and Jin Zioxio's military tents. As soon as the two returned to the camp, Jin Xiao sat down. I'm so annoyed to follow Feng Xiao to cut off food all day. Jin Xiao hugged her chest with her hands, and she snorted coldly, it's better, just force him to kill him next time. This young lady is almost patient. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao with a slightly distorted expression, and this thought flashed through his mind. However, after a little thought, Shen Fei nodded and said, since you said so Miss Xiao, then we will take the initiative to take action next time we take action. It is indeed not a solution to keep waiting like this. It's about the same. Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei with satisfaction. Shen Fei smiled and said, however, although he took the initiative, it is best to lead Feng Xiao from the sky first and then suddenly attack, otherwise, he would have to give him a wish. I can't help. Humph, it's enough for me to deal with Feng Xiao alone. I have prepared a secret weapon to deal with him. Jin Xiao spoke confidently. Then do I want this golden dog head? Shen Fei laughed in his heart, and he followed and said, I'm not relieved to let Miss Xiao deal with him alone. You have something to worry about. Jin Xiao seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked at Shen Fei in surprise. However, Shen Fei did not speak again, but just smiled slightly. Okay, you can just lure Feng Xiao down and deal with him. Jin Xiao said, and reached out to sort out the 2 strands of hair on her lower chest with a little unnaturally. In this case, we have to make detailed plans. Shen Fei said again. Yes. Jin Xiao nodded slightly. Killing Feng Xiao is not a difficult thing. After about 10 minutes, the two of them agreed on a plan. Afterwards, Jin Xiao, who was quite bored, clicked in front of him and prepared to continue playing virtual games. Shen Fei also picked up the knife and prepared to practice 8 desolate knife. But at this moment, Ao! A wolf howl suddenly sounded, and a faint sound came to the hero country camp. Ao! Just a few seconds later, 2 more wolf howls came. This is... Shen Fei stopped swinging his knife, and Jin Xiao also quit the virtual game. Code. The two whispered in unison. When they came to be an undercover agent, they had made a secret code with the marshal. These 3 wolf howls meant that the marshal had 100,000 urgent information to tell them. It seems that your virtual game can't be played. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao. You're waiting here. Jin Xiao didn't say much. She crossed her hands and quickly completed her invisibility and went straight outward. After about half an hour, Jin Xiao returned to the military tent, but she looked strange. What's wrong? Shen Fei was immediately aroused of curiosity. Jin Xiao Xiao rarely showed this look. It seemed that something strange happened. The news from the marshal said that someone from the hero country revealed the information to him, and the information was the complete plan of Yu Yang, Feng Xiao, and others. Jin Xiao Xiao said, and when he heard this, Shen Fei suddenly looked confused. He didn't remember to pass on the information back. Miss Xiao Xiao, have you been sending information back? Shen Fei asked. Of course it's not me. Jin Xiao Xiao said speechlessly, there seems to be other undercover agents in the hero country's military camp. Other undercover? Shen Fei was shocked. Chapter 38, The Death of Feng Xiao. In the military tent, Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei with a shocked expression, and a deep expression of empathy appeared on her face. When she learned the news, she was also shocked. This is so nonsense. The camp that the dogs in Tianlang Kingdom are unwilling to join, it would be exaggerated to have them, and there are other undercover agents? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shen Fei quickly calmed down, and he looked at Jin Xiao Xiao and asked, is there anything else? The marshal also said that he was preparing to fight in advance. Jin Xiao Xiao said. A decisive battle in advance. Shen Fei thought for a moment, and then he asked, the marshal is preparing to use the food transport team to attract Feng Xiao and the big heroes to leave the barracks. Let us drag these people down, and then he will take the opportunity to start the decisive battle. How do you know? Jin Xiao Xiao said in surprise. It is not difficult to guess that Shen Fei was thinking quickly in his heart. This plan is indeed very good and has a very high chance of winning, but it is not good for him. Shen Fei also planned to continue to come back undercover after Feng Xiao and find an opportunity to attack the god of war. If you fight ahead of time and want to kill the god of war, you can't attack and have to fight head-on. I think this plan is good. Jin Xiao Xiao commented. That's good. Shen Fei nodded. It's so far, and it's useless to say more. However, suddenly there was an undercover agent, which made him feel very strange. Did the marshal talk about that undercover thing? For example, is he among the heroes involved in this plan? Shen Fei asked again. It must be there. The undercover found the marshal and said that he was going to attack Feng. Yell, let us pick him up. Jin Xiao Xiao said again. Of course, he didn't know that we were two people. The man's original words were that he killed 3 legendary heroes. Yes, Shen Fei pondered for a moment, and suddenly said. Is it possible? This is a conspiracy of the hero country? The undercover agent is fake, and the purpose is to lead us over. After all, they have cut off food 3 times, but we have never shown up. This. Jin Xiao Xiao was a little surprised. Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Oh, it's so annoying. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly stomped her feet, and she said speechlessly. Can you not guess? Come on, no matter whether this undercover agent is fake or not, we will kill Feng Xiao to death next time we cut off the food. Well. Shen Fei thought about it, and then he nodded vigorously and said, okay, then do that. Jin Zioxio's words really make sense. No matter what the situation is now, in short, Kali Feng Xiao and the others will definitely not suffer any losses. After all, it is said that one hero will die less. Moreover, they have huge advantages. Whether it was the unknown undercover or Feng Xiao, they didn't know that they had already sneaked into the team. From the facts, they were the ones who took the initiative. Since you take the initiative, no matter how the situation develops, you will definitely not be wrong if you stop Feng Xiao first. The next day, it was evening again. Feng Xiao and Yu Liang summoned everyone again. The script was still similar to before. Under the strong wind, everyone rushed for more than 100 miles and raided a grain transport team from the Tianlang Kingdom. The team had no resistance, and many foods fell easily into the hands of the hero country, but the mysterious strong man that Feng Xiao was looking forward to never appeared. Feng Xiao had a calm face in the air, while everyone below was quickly checking the food to see if there was anything hidden in it. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were pretending to check near a grain truck, and their attention was focused on Feng Xiao in the sky. You lend me your props later. I pretend to find something and lead him down. Shen Fei made a gesture of wiping his neck. Why do I feel like this kind of sneak attack? Shen Fei pretended not to hear it, and at the same time made preparations silently. However, just as Shen Fei was ready and was about to open his mouth to attract Feng Xiao's attention, suddenly, "Hisser Feng Xiao, look at what I found." Yu Liang's voice sounded. The wind roar in the sky was instantly attracted by attention. At this time, Yu Liang had a very delicate statue in his hand. The statue was a man in a black robe. His eyes were like stars, and his face was faintly filled with vicissitudes of life. Call. Feng Xiao quickly came to Yu Liang from the sky. He stared at the statue with a look of doubt in his eyes. What's wrong with this statue? Feng Xiao asked. I suspect that the sculpture may be the mysterious strong man in Tianlang Kingdom. Look at the lines of words behind it. Yu Liang said, handing over the statue to Feng Xiao. Is that true? Feng Xiao heard this, and a trace of murderous intent revealed in his eyes. Feng Xiao quickly took the statue, but the next moment, he was slightly stunned. The back of the statue was very smooth. Where did the word come from? And at this moment, a gap suddenly broke on the back of the statue. A strong light burst out in an instant. Swish! The light thrust Feng Xiao's eyes. Even though his body strength was far beyond ordinary people, he subconsciously closed his eyes under this strong light. Almost at the same time, Yu Liang stretched out a finger, and a beam of light suddenly burst out, heading straight for Feng Xiao's chest. However, Feng Xiao is one of the 5 legendary heroes after all. Although the sudden accident left his mind blank, he turned his body instantly with his subconscious reaction. Laugh. The beam of light instantly pierced through Feng Xiao's chest, and a charred hole the size of a bowl appeared there. Through the hole, Feng Xiao's beating heart could be clearly seen. It can be said that if Feng Xiao flashed a little slower, then he would probably be dead now. The sudden accident shocked everyone. Feng Xiao said nothing, and he endured the severe pain and quickly took off. But at this time, Yu Liang's 10 fingers condensed a series of energy. Laugh! 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 A series of energy light blocked all the roots of Feng Xiao's rise. Feng Xiao had no choice but to stop at a low altitude. However, in this moment, Feng Xiao's vision, affected by the terrifying strong light, also recovered. At this time, Feng Xiao finally confirmed that it was Yu Liang who suddenly attacked him. Yu Liang, what are you doing? Feng Xiao couldn't help but roar. Yu Liang said nothing, his attack frequency became faster and faster, Feng Xiao's face was as heavy as water, and he had to keep dodging. Suddenly, Yu Liang stopped attacking with a strange expression. Feng Xiao was slightly stunned. Next moment. Call! A cold light flashed by, and when Feng Xiao was completely unresponsive, a piece of black knife tip poked out from his chest. There was no trace of blood on the tip of the knife, but it had actually pierced Feng Xiao's heart. Feng Xiao turned his head in disbelief and looked at him. He saw a familiar figure. In Feng Xiao's impression, this is an ordinary hero in the team for this period of time. His attention just now was all on Yu Liang, and he was severely injured and did not pay attention to the enemies behind him. Or it's because this guy is too insidious. He didn't have any movement before the outbreak. Feng Xiao's thought flashed in his heart, and then it was endless darkness that drowned him. P.S. I wish everyone who takes the college entrance examination all the best and the title of the winner. Chapter 39 The God of War suddenly appears. You kill the target, you get all attributes +1. Your current attributes are: Attack, 9.0. Speed, 11.0. Defense, 9.0. Physical Constitution, 9.0. Insight, 9.0. Evolutionary Talent, 9.0. The attributes of the MENA department have reached 9.0, and the second stage of attribute superposition has been completed. You have obtained 4 free attribute points. The second phase is completed again. Shen Fei looked at the many words floating in front of him, and he was slightly surprised. However, Shen Fei didn't think much about it, because it was not the time yet. Awesome, awesome! Yu Liang's smiling voice came. After killing the 3 legendary heroes, you dare to sneak into the hero's country, which is really admirable. Shen Fei knew that Yu Liang had guessed his identity, so he naturally would not deny it. Are you an undercover agent of the Tianlang Kingdom? Shen Fei asked. If you want to change the bag, you will not be able to do it. Yu Liang nodded slightly. Yu Liang had a mask covering his face, and Shen Fei couldn't see his expression, but his intuition told Shen Fei that there was something wrong here. Shen Fei has considered many undercover candidates during this period. He even suspected the man with sunglasses, but he never suspected that it was Yu Liang. According to Shen Fei's long-standing idea, Yu Liang will definitely not be an undercover agent in the Tianlang Kingdom. In Shen Fei's previous judgment, Yu Liang's target was Shiwenji, and there was no mistake. According to Jin Zioxio's information, if a new Moon Realm Evolver wants to break through the Sun Realm Evolver, items like the Origin Stone can almost be said to be a necessity. If not, the success rate is almost zero. If there is, the success rate will be a success rate. As a new Moon Realm Evolver who has opened up far beyond 9 internal cycles, it is natural for Yu Liang to have a desire for the Origin Stone. And what Yu Liang did is also in line with this goal. Yu Liang escaped from the legendary hero, attacked the Tianlang Kingdom military camp in order to end the war early, and the war ended early, and Yu Liang played an important role in it. He will definitely be valued by the hero country, so that he will have the opportunity to come into contact with the Shiwen Stone. Originally, everything was undoubtedly true, and Shen Fei also felt that he had already learned the truth. But now, Yu Liang suddenly jumped out and said, he was an undercover agent of the Tianlang Kingdom. The key is that he really attacked Feng Xiao. If this person hadn't hurt Feng Xiao hard and attracted Feng Xiao's attention, Shen Fei would have killed Feng Xiao. It would have been absolutely impossible, as simple as before. The facts happened in front of him, and Shen Fei's previous judgment on Yu Liang was all based on speculation. Logically, he should believe that Yu Liang was indeed an undercover agent of the Tianlang Kingdom, but Shen Fei always subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with it, because all this was outrageous. Yu Liang has changed from a golden dog head to a purple dog head, but it is also quite valuable. No matter what his situation is, looking for an opportunity to kill him, Shen Fei looked at Yu Liang's head above. While making up his mind, a smile appeared on his face without moving. Awesome, amazing! Shen Fei exclaimed, Your Excellency first designed to let the 3 legendary heroes die in the military camp of the Tianlang Kingdom, and then sneaked into Feng Xiao to cause him to severely hurt. I really admire you. Yu Liang listened to these familiar words, and his face under his mask was a little strange. Your Excellency has been awarded, but now is not the time to speak. Yu Liang said, and he glanced at the heroes around him. At this time, neither the local heroes of the hero country nor the foreign evolvers had reacted. What just happened really shocked them. However, Shen Fei knew the elegant meaning when he heard the legend and immediately understood Yu Liang's meaning. Now that all these heroes are left, the hero country will definitely lose in this war. It's a pity that the second stage of attribute superposition has been completed, and most people are no longer the target. Shen Fei glanced around and said in his heart that it was a pity. However, there were originally a few purple dog heads among these people. Although they have degenerated now, they are still green dog heads. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he moved directly and headed for a green dog. So fast! Yu Liang looked at Shen Fei, who disappeared instantly and appeared on the other side again, and his heart was a little solemn. However, Yu Liang did not hesitate, and a trace of white light began to condense on his fingertips. Seeing that the two were about to start a massacre, suddenly, call! A shadow as fast as lightning appeared from nowhere and headed straight for Yu Liang. Almost at the same time, a whistling strong wind suddenly appeared behind Shen Fei, which made Shen Fei's expression change slightly, whose blade was almost at the neck of a green dog. Without hesitation, Shen Fei turned around instantly and flashed to the side. Boom! A black shadow fell down with a bang, and a huge pit appeared on the ground instantly. It was a black halberd, which was obviously thrown by someone just now. Shen Fei didn't care about the halberd, and he turned to look at Yu Liang. At this time, Yu Liang had already flew backwards for nearly 100 meters, lying on the ground without knowing his life and death. Where Yu Liang was just now was a tall and thin man wearing silver armor. The man had a rich beard on his jaw. The other party didn't care about Yu Liang flying backwards, but instead looked at Feng Xiao's place where he fell to the ground. Looking at Feng Xiao, who had lost his voice, a complex look appeared in the man's eyes. "I'm still late," the man whispered. "God of War, why are you here?" At this time, the local heroes in the hero country were a little surprised. "I'll deal with it here, you guys go back to the camp first." The man didn't say much, and he looked at Shen Fei coldly. Mars. Shen Fei was also a little shocked when he looked at the figure. The last of the 5 legendary heroes, the God of War, is not only the 5 legendary heroes, the strongest one is the commander of the hero country. It is logical that he will not leave the military camp easily. Moreover, when the God of War spoke, how could he look like he knew something was going to happen here? "Shen Fei, be careful, this guy is really strong." Jin Xiao quickly came to Shen Fei's side, and there was a rare look of seriousness on her face. "I know." Shen Fei nodded. Even if Jin Xiao didn't say it, he knew that this God of War was definitely not simple. Because, the dog head above this guy's head is still golden. You should know that Shen Fei has just completed the second stage of attribute superposition. Logically speaking, the previous golden dog head should be downgraded. Like Yu Liang, it has been downgraded from gold to purple. But now, this God of War is still golden, which is very telling. "Where are your secret weapon against the God of War?" Shen Fei asked suddenly. "I said it long ago that the antimatter bomb is used to deal with him." Jin Xiao gave Shen Fei a blank look. "Just one?" Shen Fei was surprised. This was not like Jin Xiaoxio's work. "I came to practice, not traveling. If the God of War was not too perverted, I wouldn't have brought that thing." Jin Xiao explained. Training. Shen Fei was speechless when he heard this. What a guy, he brought a lot of props, so that's called training, right? Chapter 40 No Weakness. "The two of you who killed Fuxian, Hanyang and Lai Yang." The cold voice of the God of War came. "You talk first, why are you here?" Shen Fei asked back. "Zhou Jin told me." The God of War spoke calmly. "The rose covers the sheath and the bottom of the sheath is brave and the bottom of the benzene 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 benz." Believe it or not, it's useless for dying people to know so much. The God of War sneered, and he followed and said, "It's your turn." Not only Lai Yang and the others were killed by me, but Feng Xiao just now was also killed by me. Shen Fei pointed to his knife and said. It was this knife that cut off Lai Yang's head, pierced Feng Xiao's heart, slit Han Ying's throat, and split the head of the mountain. And as Shen Fei said, the god of war's face suddenly sank. I obviously killed the Fusion. Jin Xiao widened her eyes. She looked at Shen Fei, very dissatisfied with Shen Fei's behavior of stealing her record. Isn't this arousing hatred? Since you are not ready to deal with the god of war, then go and deal with other heroes. Shen Fei whispered. Marson, this guy probably has started a full-scale attack. It's best not to let them go back. Can you stand it? Jin Xiao hesitated. It shouldn't be dead. Shen Fei said with a smile, and then he turned his backhand to point all the 4 free attributes obtained after the second stage attributes were stacked on speed. In an instant, Shen Fei's speed bonus reached 15.0. The speed is 15 times, including the limit speed, explosion speed, and reaction speed. Shen Fei doesn't know how he loses. Oh well. Jin Xiao nodded. Anyway, even if Shen Fei is dead, he can save him a repair potion. Call. Jin Xiao did not hesitate, and a pair of silver wings appeared behind her. In the blink of an eye, Jin Xiao headed straight to the sky. Want to leave? A cold shout came, and in an instant, the god of war, who was just far away, appeared in the sky above Jin Xiao and kicked him up. Jin Xiao was shocked and instantly opened the energy shield. However, before the god of war fell, Shen Fei had already appeared in front of Jin Xiao and slashed it with an extremely fast sword. Laugh. With a 9-fold attack power, the god of war's armor was cut open like a piece of thin paper, but this knife cut the armor. When the blade touched the god of war's skin, it only went deeper and was firmly blocked outside. What? Shen Fei's expression changed slightly, and he instantly changed into blocking. Boom! Shen Fei took the god of war kick. With 9 times his defense, he kept turning a few times in the air before removing the momentum. Of course, Jin Xiao also took advantage of Shen Fei's cover and successfully took off the air. The god of war who could not fly would definitely not be able to catch up with her. What a fast speed! The god of war landed on the ground. He looked at Shen Fei, who also landed on the ground, and finally understood why Feng Xiao and the other 4 people died one after another. Onianon, Feng Xiao and the others are all likely to be killed instantly. The speed difference is too much. No, you are much faster than me. Shen Fei smiled, and he also said, and you don't have to be too sad. I'll send you down to meet your brothers soon. Yet. The god of war sneered and he stomped his feet suddenly. Bang! The black halberd that had been thrown out by the god of war in the distance flew straight into the sky and landed accurately in the god of war. Before speaking big, don't consider your ability. The god of war pointed the halberd in his hand at Shen Fei. This acrobatic is good. Shen Fei clapped his hands, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Call. Shen Fei's knife instantly headed straight to the neck of the god of war. However, the halberd in the god of war's hand just moved slightly, and steadily blocked the knife with the tail of the halberd, and at the same time, the halberd blade rushed straight to Shen Fei's head. Shen Fei tilted his head and dodged, while the blade moved. 8 desolate swords, 8 desolate slashes. Call, 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 call. At the same time, 4 sword shadows appeared, slashing towards the god of war from different directions. Seeing this scene, the god of war halberd spun suddenly, and after a clanging sound, it directly blocked all the sword shadows outside. Call. The god of war swept across the thousands of troops with another blow. The howling power made Shen Fei have no idea of taking it. He took advantage of his speed and took a step back and dodged away, followed by fierceness again. Slashed hard. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons of the two sides continued to collide, and the huge anti-shock force made the surrounding sand and dust rise, and the vision became blurry. However, Shen Fei always stared at the god of war and tried to launch attacks from all angles. The god of war, the halberd technique is flawless and its power is amazing. Every time he attacks, Shen Fei cannot easily resist the 9-fold defense bonus. Shen Fei's advantage is that his speed is fast enough. The god of war is actually not slow either. It is much faster than Feng Xiao and Lai Yang, but it is still incomparable to Shen Fei. Relying on the advantage of speed, Shen Fei can calmly deal with the current god of war. But it is useless to just deal with it calmly. Shen Fei could not break through the god of war's horde defense. What's even more terrifying is that even if it breaks through, it may not be useful. Shen Fei clearly remembers that when he intercepted the god of war to attack Jin Xiao Xiao, he actually slashed the opponent with one blow, but he didn't even break the defense. In this case, even if I cut him 100 swords, it may not be useful. If he hit me, I may lose half of my life. Shen Fei knew very well in his heart that it seemed that he was taking the initiative, but the god of war can fight and resist. Compared with the god of war, he is just a crispy skin. 9 times the defense could not stop the opponent's violent attack. It's simply no flaws. No wonder Jin Xiao Xiao used some inconspicuous props to target him. When dealing with the god of war, she was directly prepared to use antimatter bombs to kill him. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and then he suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. Seeing this, the god of war's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't you say you want to kill me? You're so capable. The god of war sneered. He understood that Shen Fei's speed was higher than him. If Shen Fei wanted to run away, he really had no choice. To kill Shen Fei, he could only hold him up with words. Don't worry, I'll kill you right away. Shen Fei said calmly. Oh. The god of war narrowed his eyes slightly. Transformation. Shen Fei shouted loudly, and in an instant, the energy in his body exploded. Click. 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 A crisp sound came from Shen Fei's bones, and then his body size soared out of thin air. Look at whether I can cut you to death. Shen Fei felt the power of the surge, and his confidence suddenly surged tenfold. He shouted loudly and rushed up immediately. When the god of war saw Shen Fei rushing straight towards him, he stabbed him with a halberd in front of him. Shen Fei did not hide this time, and he met him with a sword. Boom! With a dull sound, Shen Fei's rushing was stopped, and at the same time he took a step back slightly. Although he was still at a disadvantage, Shen Fei looked up slightly and smiled at the god of war. If it were just now, Shen Fei would have been picked up directly, but now, he has only taken a slight step back, which shows that the gap between the two in terms of strength is not big. Snort! The god of war snorted coldly, raised his halberd and headed straight for Shen Fei's throat. How could Shen Fei's speed make him succeed? Call! Shen Fei was short on the spot, and while dodging this attack, he quickly approached the god of war. 8 slashes! Shen Fei used the 8 slashes again, and this time, 5 sword shadows appeared. Clang! 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 The god of war rotated the halberd again and blocked it all, but Shen Fei's faster and more powerful attacks followed one after another. For a moment, the god of war felt tremendous pressure. In a very short time, Shen Fei attacked thousands of times. This time, his power was close to the god of war, and his speed was once again widened from that of god of war. The god of war felt a huge pressure. Sudden. Puff. A sword was like a stroke of a god, and suddenly grabbed the gap in the defense of the god of war and slashed his right arm hard. Laugh. A trace of blood spurted out, and a shallow wound appeared on the god of war's arm. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party's body was so hard that it was so hard. If it were Feng Xiao and the others, he would be able to cut it into 2 pieces if he continued to stab him. But this god of war was just a skin trauma and had some bleeding. But, since you're bloody, you're dead today. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Shen Fei's heart. This kind of opponent is really rare. He must be cut to death to show respect. Chapter 41 The Death of the God of War. Boom! 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 Where Shen Fei and the God of War were fighting, roars like muffled thunder kept coming out. Within a few miles, the ground was sunk 3 feet, and countless sandstorms filled the surroundings, making the surroundings grey. Suddenly, a figure crossed the sky and stopped above the 2 of them. Shen Fei really resisted it. Jin Xiao widened her eyes. With the help of assisting the equipment, she quickly saw the details of the battle between the 2 below. After seeing this, Jin Xiao was instantly sure that Shen Fei had definitely become stronger again. The God of War is really strong. Among the detailed information purchased by Jin Xiao, the God of War can fight Feng Xiao and the other 4. But now, the God of War has countless wounds on his body, and he has become a bloody man. Apart from the dust and ragged clothes, Shen Fei was completely unscathed. After the 2 of them had fought for so long, Shen Fei was the one who had the upper hand. If Shen Fei had this strength from the beginning, Lai Yang and Feng Xiao would have been easily cut to death. He must have become stronger again. Shen Fei, do you want help? Jin Zioxio's voice came from the sky. unnecessary. Shen Fei immediately responded. His breathing was extremely rapid at this time, but he stared at the god of war in front of him, and his eyes were filled with light. God of war, you are dead today. Shen Fei's eyes were like a torch, and he spoke word by word. Who died is not sure. The god of war's voice was calm, even though his blood had already soaked all over his body, even if he had hundreds or thousands of them. Dao's sword wounds, but the strength of the halberd he waved did not weaken at all. Neither of them spoke any more, but continued to wave the weapons in their hands frantically. Time passed by minute. Before Jin Xiao returned, Shen Fei fought with the god of war for unknown periods. After Jin Xiao returned, the two fought for nearly an hour. And at this moment, Shen Fei's brow suddenly frowned. At this moment, the god of war in front of him suddenly seemed to have lost all his strength. His body hunched down, and the halberd in his hand fell to the ground. The knife Shen Fei was about to cut off suddenly stopped. He looked up and found that the originally lit gaze of the god of war suddenly dimmed. He stood there, no movement. You killed the target and obtained all attributes +1. Your current attributes are: Attack, 10.0. Speed, 16.0. Defense, 10.0. Physical Constitution, 10.0. Insight, 10.0. Evolutionary Talent, 10.0. Dead. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, and he was slightly surprised. He had all attributes added, so this would definitely not be fake. This god of war is really terrifying. Shen Fei couldn't help but be afraid. This battle was definitely the most difficult battle he had encountered since he started to superimpose attributes. It seems that Shen Fei was not injured, but he dared not be careless throughout the whole process, because he cut the god of war and was scraping the god of war. If the god of war stabbed him with a halberd, that would be the real damage. Shen Fei was in danger throughout the journey. Besides, plop. Shen Fei hit the ground and lay down regardless of his image. Call. Shen Fei removed the wild god transformation and his body size became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tired, too tired. Shen Fei looked up at the sky. He had been maintaining the battle between the god of desolation and God. He had only opened up an internal cycle. The speed at which the outer cycle absorbed the energy of the universe was not much faster than when he had just broken through. If it weren't for the attribute bonus of Physique 9.0, he would have fallen down long ago. At this moment, Shen Fei's eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and two calves with perfect proportions appeared in his eyes. Shen Fei was not tall and his legs were quite beautiful. Shen Fei, the sister emperor asked Sang Jun and Bengzi with some concern. That's fine, just take a break. Shen Fei looked away calmly and replied calmly. I didn't expect that you actually killed the god of war. It's quite amazing. Jin Xiao poked Shen Fei's side face, and she couldn't help asking, what is your Void Realm talent? Miss Xiao Xiao, it is not a good habit to find out other people's secrets. Shen Fei smiled slightly, without any intention of answering. Humph, I just asked, don't want to say forget it. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, but she didn't ask any further. How are those heroes? Shen Fei asked. Most half of them ran back. Jin Xiao Xiao said casually, she is not Shen Fei, an ordinary hero who is murderous intent is like a killing dog. Besides, dozens of people ran away, and only a few of them could catch up with her. It's okay, we have all solved the 5 legendary heroes. If Zhou Jin can't win, then he might as well commit suicide. Shen Fei didn't think much about it. At this time, he suddenly felt a chill in the corner of his mouth, and Jin Xiao Xiao took out a bottle of water and put it to his mouth. You still carry water? Shen Fei asked in surprise. I have so many things. Jin Xiao Xiao shouted, and she asked, do you drink? Drink. Shen Fei nodded immediately. After drinking water, Shen Fei quickly felt that his physical strength had recovered a little. He stood up with the black knife and walked to the side of the god of war. The other party was still standing there at this moment. Shen Fei thought about it and dug a hole in the spot and buried the god of war. What are you doing? Jin Xiao Xiao asked. Don't you know if you are buried in the land? Shen Fei asked back. Isn't it burned when a person dies? Jin Xiao Xiao shook her head in a daze. Seeing this, Shen Fei didn't explain much. Although Shen Fei was in danger and was almost exhausted when fighting with the god of war, he gained a lot and could clearly feel his progress. Take the 8 Desolations move as an example. When he first fought with the god of war, he could only cut out 4 sword shadows, but now he could cut out 6. This is just a progress in the battle. Shen Fei had a premonition that when he went back and practiced, the progress should be even greater. In this regard, Shen Fei must admit that the god of war is a good opponent, and it is also a good thing to dig a hole for him, so why not do it? Not long after burying the god of war, Jin Xiao Xiao seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly asked, where is that Yu Yang? I really didn't expect that this guy was actually an undercover agent. I'm still ready to ask him what he was thinking. When Shen Fei heard this, he was suddenly shocked. He quickly turned around and searched around him. How could Yu Yang have any figure? He was beaten to death by the god of war, right? Jin Xiao Xiao muttered. At that time, Yu Yang was indeed beaten away by the god of war who suddenly appeared. If he died, his body would indeed disappear. Die. Shen Fei pondered in his heart. Is that Yu Yang dead like this? This seems to be the most likely, but Shen Fei always feels something is wrong. What Yu Yang does is too unreasonable. He should have a secret hidden in him. How could he die like this? A person will die if he is killed, and it is not impossible for Yu Yang to die. Shen Fei didn't think about it anymore. He even cut off the god of war to death. Will he be afraid of Yu Yang? If the other party dares to come out and cause trouble, just kill him. P.S. Please support, please recommend votes and votes monthly votes funding. Chapter 42 End and Reap. That night, when Shen Fei and Jin Xiao rushed back to the camp of the heroes, they found that they had been beaten to pieces, and a few Tianlang troops were staying here to clean the battlefield. According to these left-behind personnel, as soon as the Tianlang Kingdom army fought against the Hero Kingdom army, they immediately won the victory with a crushing momentum. At this moment, they had already advanced all the way and headed straight for the Hero Kingdom to kill. The Hero country is without the legendary hero leadership, and it is indeed vulnerable. Shen Fei sighed. So, this mission has been completed. A satisfied smile appeared on Jin Zioxio's face. After working so long, I finally tasted the fruits of victory. Helping the Jedi of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, which was bound to defeat, turn the tables, is a huge sense of accomplishment. This mission is 1 month. Shen Fei calculated the time, and it was less than a week before the mission ended. So, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao discussed for a while and decided to follow the army to see if there was no accident. It was a blink of an eye, and time came 5 days later. The army of Tianlang Kingdom was unstoppable, and in just 5 days, it captured a big city in the Hero Kingdom. At this time, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, who followed the army, also came to this big city. In a luxurious mansion, the two finally met Marshal Zhou Jin again. However, what surprised Jin Xiao was that the moment Shen Fei saw the marshal, he drew his sword and pressed it against the other party's neck. "General Shen, why is this?" Zhou Jin's expression did not change much. The god of war suddenly appeared on the way to intercept the grain. "Isn't the marshal aware?" Shen Fei asked with a smile. "It is indeed crucial that you can win this battle so easily, and the two of you will hold back or even kill the god of war," Zhou Jin said. "But I really don't know why the god of war suddenly left the camp." "Shen Fei, can't you really believe what the god of war said before?" Jin Xiao was a little surprised. The god of war did say before that it was Marshal Zhou Jin who leaked the information to him, but this is too nonsense, right? "I believed 3 points at the beginning, but now I believe 5 points. Shen Fei said first, and he immediately looked at Zhou Jin and said, "Marson, the god of war leaves the camp, who will benefit the most? I don't need to say more, right? If General Shen really thinks so, then you can kill me, I will never refute it," Zhou Jin said solemnly. "You said this?" Shen Fei sneered and he slashed it with a sudden knife. Zhou Jin did not move at all, but Shen Fei's knife stopped when he was less than 3 inches away from the other party's skin. Shen Fei looked at the purple dog head on Zhou Jin's head. According to his principle, if there is a dog head, it would be a waste of resources, but there are occasional exceptions. "The war is over, and even if I kill you with 1 knife, it's nothing," Shen Fei said in a deep voice, but he immediately changed his tone. "But I am willing to give it to Muan, it depends on whether you can grasp it." Half a day later, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao left the city captured by the Tianlang army because of threatening the marshal. At this time, each of them had a stone the size of a palm in their hands. The stone was blue all over, and emitting a slight ray of light under the light, which seemed a bit strange. "This is the Star of Origin." These complete origin stones exist in the main big cities of the hero country. When the Tianlang kingdom conquered the city of the hero kingdom, it naturally obtained the origin stone. The condition that Shen Fei gave Zhou Jin was to hand over the Star of Origin, and after hearing about Shen Fei's conditions, Zhou Jin agreed without much hesitation. So, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao got a origin stone. Jin Xiao obviously didn't care much about this Shiwen stone. She asked while playing around casually, "You suddenly attacked Zhou Jin, and the main purpose was this thing. Since you have a chance, of course you have to fight for such a good thing." Shen Fei said for granted, and he followed. "Besides, I feel more and more that Zhou Jin has indeed sold us." Huh? Jin Xiao was slightly confused. "Think about it, this is the origin stone, which is very important to both countries. I originally thought I had to rely on robbing, but I didn't expect Zhou Jin to agree so happily." Shen Fei explained. "I don't think Zhou Jin is like a person who is afraid of death. He gave us something as important as Shiwen stone so happily. The more this happens, the more it means that the god of war suddenly appears in the food transportation road, which has something to do with him." "You said this, it seems to be true." Jin Xiao thought about it, and then she became furious. What a marshal of the Tianlang kingdom! They made great contributions to the Tianlang kingdom, but this guy still sold them quietly. If Shen Fei hadn't been really strong enough and had killed the god of war, the consequences would have been unpredictable. "No, you can't just forget it. Go back and settle the score with him." Jin Xiao suddenly turned around, but Shen Fei grabbed her. "There is another reason why I won't kill Zhou Jin," Shen Fei explained. "I always feel that Yu Liang is not that simple. If you kill him now, if something unexpected happens and our mission fails, it will be more than worth the effort." Yu Liang. Jin Xiao was stunned. Why did it touch Yu Liang again? He may not be really dead, nor may he be an undercover agent of the Tianlang kingdom. Shen Fei didn't say much. After all, he had no evidence, it was just a kind of intuition. When Jin Xiao heard this, she glanced at Shen Fei with a strange look. "Then let me listen to you once," Jin Xiao muttered. Time passed, and finally, it had been a whole month since the adventurers of the virtual realm came to this virtual realm world. Shen Fei felt that everything around him was becoming blurred. Soon, he came into a white light, with only Shen Fei around him. Just now Jin Xiao, who was still chatting with him, also disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the evidence of evolution on Shen Fei's wrist lit up, and lines of text appeared in front of Shen Fei. "Congratulations, helping Tianlang Kingdom win the victory. The basic task has been completed. The following are the rewards. 1. You will get a ticket to the Twostar Virtual World Falling Sky. 2. You can obtain 60G of source material, or you can use this 60G of source material to exchange for the items you obtained in the virtual realm. You have 30 seconds to consider. After 30 seconds, you will default to choosing 60G of source material." Shen Fei quickly glanced at his reward. Needless to say, the ticket for the Void Realm is a gift. What is important is source quality, which is the main goal of adventurers in the virtual realm. The source quality, the specific function is unknown, but it can be sold to the empire at a super high price, with 1,000,000 imperial currency of 1G. 60G, that is 60 million imperial coins. It's so much money. Shen Fei was ecstatic. Although this mission was difficult in hell, the benefits that could be obtained were really huge. According to teacher Xiaoyu, even if a newcomer enters the virtual world, even if he completes the task, the average level is 1 to 2G of source quality. Even if he is lucky, it is difficult to obtain more than 10G of source quality. 60G, this has already opened the gap between 1 or 2 eras from newcomers. But, I have to exchange the origin stone I got. Shen Fei quickly checked and found that the original stone he got needed 30G of source material to exchange. Without hesitation, Shen Fei directly chose to redeem it. Source quality is very important, but teacher Xiaoyu also said that if you get something particularly rare in the virtual world and have sufficient source quality to exchange for, you must exchange it. Because these virtual objects are of higher value. If 30G source quality can be sold for 30 million imperial coins, the value of the origin stone is at least more than 100 million, and if you are lucky, you may even sell for 200 million yuan. This is the gap. You have completed your choice and you will start paying rewards in 3 seconds. The evolutionary certificate issued a prompt, and 3 seconds passed in a blink of an eye. Under Shen Fei's gaze, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the evolutionary evidence on his wrist, and these ripples spread towards the surrounding white light at an extremely fast speed. Wow! The colorful light began to condense in front of Shen Fei. In the blink of an eye, a silver-white metal box and a light blue stone as big as a palm appeared in front of Shen Fei at the same time. Shen Fei stretched out his hands to take down the 2 items, and the surrounding ripples and colorful light disappeared instantly. Shen Fei opened the metal box and took a look. A ball of colorless fluid was lying quietly in it. Is this the source quality? Shen Fei observed for a moment with some curiosity, and at this time, "Ang!" A huge sound came, visible to the naked eye, and in the distance of the white light, a train was coming quickly. The return train has arrived. Chapter 43 Jin Zioxio's Invitation. Iovisen, Shenshui City, in the small house of less than 30 square meters. Click. The lights are on. The sleeping cabin opened, and Shen Fei sat up from it with great energy. He had been in the virtual world for a month and did not dare to sleep for a minute, for fear of an accident. After returning home, he finally had a good sleep. Shen Fei got up and packed up, and then prepared to go out to deal with the gains from this virtual world. However, at this moment, Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence suddenly came with a shock. Shen Fei looked at the evolutionary certificate and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, after a little hesitation, he still pointed to the proof of evolution. Wow! A three-dimensional projection was cast from Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence. It can be seen that this is a large room with many gorgeous and exquisite decorations, filled with the atmosphere of money. Jin Xiao lay on a luxurious big bed, supporting her side face with one arm. She was wearing a light silver silk long skirt, and her long hair was scattered around her. Although she looked messy, her fair and cute face covered up all the shortcomings. Shen Fei was not surprised to see Jin Xiao Xiao. In the world of war on two countries, the two worked together quite happily, so naturally they exchanged contact information. Shen Fei just didn't expect that Jin Xiao Xiao would contact him so quickly. "Miss, is there anything wrong?" Shen Fei asked. "Can't you contact you if you're okay?" Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and she asked immediately, "Where are you going?" "Of course, I'm going to deal with the source quality I got this time. If you don't change it to money quickly, I'm not relieved. Moreover, the source quality I got this time is quite large, so I should be a one-star citizen. I want to deal with this matter." Shen Fei didn't hide it and said briefly. "Oh." Jin Xiao Xiao agreed, looking indifferent. "So what is easy to deal with a little source quality?" "Well." Shen Fei was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Well, I actually want to ask you this time." Jin Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed, and her tone became weaker. Suddenly, Jin Xiao Xiao supported herself and changed to a kneeling position. She finally asked, "Mi omega wu gu chua cha ying sang jun?" "Of course not." Shen Fei smiled and said, "Miss, you want to form a team with me, right?" "Humph, I think you are quite strong and qualified to be my teammate." Seeing Shen Fei so straightforward, Jin Xiao Xiao simply stopped worrying, and she asked directly, "What about your opinion?" "I can't find it." Shen Fei nodded suddenly. Seeing this, Jin Xiao Xiao felt relieved and a hint of pride appeared on her face. She patted her chest, which was slightly undulating, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take you flying. Many years later, when you recall today's choose, you will be glad for it." "I am very glad now." Shen Fei murmured in his heart that Jin Xiao Xiao is really rich. If he has such a teammate, he will enter the virtual world in the future, and intelligence and other things will at least start exclusively, right? Various props and the like have to be calculated separately. However, you can only form a team when you go to the same virtual world. Shen Fei suddenly said. "What's the difficulty?" Jin Xiao Xiao asked without caring at all, "What is the ticket for the Void Realm you got this time?" The 2-star virtual world Falling Sky." Shen Fei said. "What you got was a 2-star virtual world ticket. Why am I only 1-star?" Jin Xiao Xiao muttered, but she didn't think much about it. "Xioxia, help me check the virtual world of Falling Sky," Jin Xiao Xiao ordered to the distance. "Yes, miss." Soon a response came, and then Shen Fei watched with his own eyes as Jin Xiao Xiao reached a deal with someone in the private mall of Evolutionary Certificate. "At the cost of 30 million imperial coins, I bought a ticket for the virtual realm of Falling Sky. It's okay now," Jin Xiao Xiao said lightly. "Shen Fei." Shen Fei chatted with Jin Xiao Xiao for a while, and soon, he died of the communication. Rich people. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. This time, he brought out 30 grams of source quality from the virtual realm, which was 30 million yuan for money. Shen Fei thought he was already a rich man, but he didn't expect that it would be just a ticket. Of course, Jin Xiao must have lost money for spending 30 million. Even the tickets for the Tuostar virtual realm world are generally not so expensive. 1 or 2 million is about the same. Jin Xiao is just spending money. After half a day. In the Shenshui city, a huge hemispherical building suspended hundreds of meters above the city center. Shen Fei, who was full of "I'm very happy," walked out of a rather luxurious door. This is the Void Adventurer Center in the Shui city, which specializes in dealing with the affairs of void adventurers. Here, Shen Fei sold 30 G source materials very smoothly and obtained 30 million imperial coins. By the way, Shen Fei got 30 citizen points and officially became a 1-star citizen. In the imperial class, star-rated citizens are considered normal people, and have a series of rights such as business rights, house purchase rights, and right to leave residence. Although there is no difference in power, star citizens are still divided into 1 to 9 stars. The difference between a 9-star citizen and a 1-star citizen is that the descendants of a 9-star citizen are 8-star citizens, and the descendants of a 1-star citizen are still ordinary citizens. To become a star citizen, you need citizen points. There is only one principle for obtaining citizen points, that is, to contribute to the empire, and any contribution recognized by the empire can be converted into citizen points. Like Shen Fei's act of selling the source material to the empire determined that Shen Fei made a contribution to the empire, and Shen Fei could get a little citizen point for every little source material sold. Those who have 10 to 100 citizen points are all 1-star citizens. Shen Fei now has 30 citizen points, so he naturally became a 1-star citizen. Not to mention anything else, star-rated citizens have the right to buy a house. I will buy a bigger house first. Shen Fei planned happily in his heart. But at this moment, Shen Fei was suddenly stunned. Not far ahead, a familiar figure was heading towards the center of the Void Realm Adventurer. The figure is wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses. She is Shen Fei's good classmate in the Void Realm class and a man in sunglasses. What is this guy doing here? Can he still obtain source quality if his mission fails? Shen Fei was secretly surprised. Although Shen Fei had the intention of killing the man with sunglasses, this guy was lucky. After Shen Fei showed his undercover identity, he never saw him again. However, even if the man in sunglasses survived the attack of the Tianlang Kingdom army by chance, it should have been because of the lack of grain. How could he come here? Shen Fei thought for a moment in his heart, and he immediately went up to meet him. Brother Zhang, long time no see. Shen Fei's smiling voice came, and in an instant, the man in sunglasses turned his head. Shen Fei. When the man in sunglasses saw Shen Fei, his face became extremely exciting in an instant. There is anger, resentment, and a little panic. Chapter 44 Yu Liang emerges. Brother Zhang, it's so strange to meet you here. Shen Fei smiled. Shen Fei, do you still have the face to say it? The man in sunglasses quickly adjusted his expression, and he said angrily, you despicable villain, I am so confident. You actually chose the Tianlang Kingdom camp? In the virtual realm world, everyone depends on their abilities. Shen Fei said indifferently, besides, Brother Zhang has cheated me. Last time Wang Quansheng came to cause trouble for me, Brother Zhang also participated, right? How do you know? The man with sunglasses' expression changed slightly. How I know doesn't matter, it's all a trivial matter. Shen Fei smiled and he followed. Brother Zhang came here and got the source quality, right? Heroes have been defeated, and Brother Zhang can still get the source quality. What a great skill! Hearing this, the man with sunglasses' expression changed again, but he immediately said, "This is my business, so you won't have to worry about it." The man in sunglasses didn't say anything more. He went directly over Shen Fei and quickly walked towards the center of the Void Realm Adventurer. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at it, thinking in his heart. Did this guy encounter other tasks in the Hero Country camp? In the virtual world, tasks will not be published by itself. The tasks are all published by the evidence of evolution through connection with the virtual world. Evolutionary certificate can only release basic tasks at the beginning, but when the adventurer of the virtual realm is in the virtual realm, when you come into contact with something, the evolutionary certificate will automatically generate additional tasks, or side tasks. According to teacher Xiaoyu, in the low-star virtual realm world, side missions are very rare, and being able to encounter them will definitely be a great fortune. Really? This guy is so lucky? Or is there another reason? Shen Fei was a little surprised. However, as the man in sunglasses said, this actually has nothing to do with Shen Fei, so after thinking about it for a while, Shen Fei didn't think about it anymore. A moment later, Shen Fei boarded the public flying yacht and left the Void Realm Adventurer Center. Half an hour later. In the third evolutionary school, in the martial arts training ground of the God Transporter lineage, Shen Fei, led by the chubby teacher Wang, came to a rather quiet tea room. This is Director An's office. If she is not here, just wait here for a while. Teacher Wang looked a little anxious. After leaving this sentence, he hurriedly left. Please trouble Teacher Wang. Shen Fei thanked him from afar, and then he raised his hand to knock on the door. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The door is not closed, come in. Hearing this, Shen Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. After tidying up his clothes a little, Shen Fei pushed the door and walked in. This is a not-so-large room, decorated with some greenery dotted around. Ling was wearing a loose white shirt, and her head was still a simple ponytail. She sat in front of a table, lowering her head and gazing, as if she was reading a book. Teacher Ling. Shen Fei closed the door and walked over. It's you. Ling turned his head and looked at Shen Fei, and she signaled Shen Fei to sit down. Shen Fei thanked him and sat down opposite the table. You have only established an internal cycle. Is there anything wrong? Ling asked plainly. Shen Fei did not rush to answer. He took out a light blue stone the size of a palm from his clothes and placed it on the table in front. Teacher Ling, this is what I got in the virtual world. It is called the Origin Stone. Shen Fei said. I heard that this origin stone has an auxiliary effect on the breakthrough of the Sun realm in the Crescent Moon realm. I would like to ask, can it be used for the breakthrough of the Wilderness God transformation? Star of Origin. Enling looked up at Shen Fei in surprise. You can get this kind of thing when you go to the virtual realm for the first time. It's quite amazing. Enling praised first, and she followed. Since you know the Sun realm of the sky, do you know how the new Moon realm breaks through the Sun realm? I don't know. Shen Fei shook his head directly. The energy that can be used in the Crescent realm comes from the outside of the body, which obviously has great limitations. Enling followed. And the Sun realm is an evolver who has solved this defect. To break through the Sun realm of the new Moon realm, it is necessary to establish an energy source in the body. This energy source is connected to all internal circulations and can store a large amount of energy. When the evolver needs it, he can mobilize energy from this source. The efficiency is many times faster than that of the evolutionary in the new Moon realm, which is absorbed from the outside. So that's the case. Enling said it very concisely, and Shen Fei instantly understood what she meant. Then what does this have to do with external objects like Shiwen stone? Shen Fei asked in confusion. The source of energy is real. Do you think the body of ordinary evolvers may carry so much energy? Enling said calmly. Most breakthroughs in the Sun realm require the use of some special items to integrate into your body as the source of energy. The original stone you brought should be such a special item. Most? Shen Fei asked. There are still a few people who can use themselves as the source of energy, but it's very rare. Enling didn't say much. She picked up the star stone and observed it for a moment, and she followed. The wild god change has a great demand for energy. If you want to break through the Sun realm within 36 internal cycles, then it is enough to use it. If you have more internal cycles, then this original stone is obviously not enough. Hearing this, Shen Fei was slightly surprised. Is this thing still restricted the internal circulation? Don't think it's strange. The more internal circulation you build, the stronger the physical body will be. The more energy you circulate in your body will be. The more energy you circulate in your body, the more energy you need to carry. The more energy you carry, the higher the requirements for auxiliary items. Enling seemed to know what Shen Fei was thinking, and she explained directly. After Enling said this, Shen Fei also understood. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Enling, for reminding me. Shen Fei stood up and thanked him. You have great potential, try to become stronger. Enling smiled at Shen Fei. Teacher Enling still looks good when she smiles. Shen Fei looked at Enling's smile and this thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't think much about it, but nodded immediately. Become stronger? Of course you have to become stronger. In this era, everything is naked. The strong take everything. The weak can only be used as cannon fodder and a breeding machine. How can he not become stronger? 10 minutes later, Shen Fei left the evolutionary school and decided to buy a house. However, shortly after Shen Fei left the school, suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he also stopped. Shen Fei, it's been a long time since we met. A figure with a silver mask came towards him, and the figure placed one hand behind him and held a hostage with the other. Huang Zitong's hands were tied up, and her mouth was tightly tied up by a black cloth. Seeing Shen Fei, tears instantly flowed down the corners of her eyes. Yu Liang. Shen Fei was shocked when he looked at the masked figure. Didn't he all come from the virtual world? Here comes, how could this guy be here? P.S. Please recommend monthly tickets and investment, thank you very much. Chapter 45 Yu Liang's Death. Near the third evolutionary school, on a path. There was silence around him, with Shen Fei and Yu Liang being less than 10 meters apart. This sudden scene made Shen Fei feel a little silent, not knowing what to say. Shen Fei, I'm very happy that you can still recognize me. Yu Liang smiled. I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Shen Fei smiled and asked immediately. Is it from Shiwen Stone? Yes, my goal has always been the Origin Stone. Yu Liang nodded, and his voice became cold and said at the same time. If you, a bastard, had you joined the Tianlang Kingdom camp and destroyed the legendary hero's plan to attack the Tianlang Kingdom military camp, the Origin Stone had long been my possession, so why would I wait until now? Fortunately, although the plan has had many accidents, the result is the same. Yu Liang said in a deep voice. Your girlfriend is in my hands now. Hand over the Shiwen Stone. You don't have to think about delaying time and waiting for rescue. All the signals nearby are blocked by me. The Ganshui city surveillance system now only thinks that everything is normal here. You are quite professional, you do a lot of things like this, right? Shen Fei said in a pretense of surprise. Stop talking nonsense. If I count to 10, if you don't hand over the Origin Stone, your girlfriend's head will probably disappear. Yu Liang said, one of his fingers had condensed energy and placed it behind Huang Zitong's head at the same time. Huang Zitong may have felt the crisis of death. Her face turned pale because of fear and then turned pale. I want to emphasize one thing. We are pure friends. You can stop slandering people. Shen Fei suddenly spoke, which made Huang Zitong's heart sink to the bottom of the valley, and she also closed her eyes. Then she is even more useless. I'll kill her first. Yu Liang sneered, and the energy on his fingertips was about to explode. Slow. Shen Fei shouted loudly. Ha, are you afraid? Yu Liang seemed to have expected it, and he snorted coldly. 10, 9, 8. This Origin Stone is worth at least 100 million imperial coins. Do you want to take it away like this? Do you think a life can be worth 100 million imperial coins? Shen Fei asked. At least 100 million imperial coins? Huang Zitong suddenly widened her eyes. Huang Zitong let out a meaningful sob. I don't have to say it or not, it depends on you. Yu Liang sneered. 6, 5, and 4. Yu Liang's voice kept ringing. Okay, I'll give it to you. Shen Fei shouted loudly, and he suddenly took out the origin stone from his body. You actually kept putting Shiwen stone on you. Seeing this, Yu Liang suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this, what would he have tied to a hostage? Just kill Shen Fei and take the things away. This guy relies on his Void Realm talent in the Void Realm world to be extremely terrifying, but he does not have Void Realm talent in reality. However, the result was the same. Yu Liang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He pushed Huang Zitong directly and walked forward quickly. Woo! Huang Zitong stared at Shen Fei in a daze, and there seemed to be thousands of words in the tears. Unfortunately, Shen Fei did not pay any attention to Huang Zitong's situation at this time. He looked at Yu Liang, who was walking step by step and was also planning to take action at any time. Shen Fei knew very well that even if he handed over the origin stone, Yu Liang would not really let Huang Zitong go, or even let him go. The reason is very simple. This guy's behavior is now seriously violated the imperial laws. Once he is caught, he will definitely be dead. Shen Fei could have thought that after Yu Liang got the origin stone, he would definitely escape from Shenshui City or even from Iomai. When the imperial law enforcement officers discovered something was wrong and wanted to arrest him, he would stay in Io and would be reluctant to escape. In this case, from Yu Liang's perspective, of course, the later the better. So, how could he leave behind the two of them? Normally, the number of internal cycles established by Yu Liang is far greater than that of Shen Fei, and his strength is definitely far greater than that of Shen Fei in reality. It is probably not difficult for him to kill Shen Fei. But Yu Liang probably wouldn't have thought that Shen Fei was so powerful in the virtual realm, because the reason was not because of his talent in the virtual realm. His attribute bonus can also be used in reality. In the blink of an eye, Yu Liang pushed Huang Zitong to Shen Fei. He grabbed the origin stone that Shen Fei took out, and at the same time suddenly pushed Huang Zitong towards Shen Fei. Go to die. A trace of ferocious look flashed across Yu Liang's face under the mask, and a beam of light burst out from his two fingers. However, Shen Fei had been on guard against Yu Liang's move. He instantly hugged Huang Zitong and the two of them rolled out together. You stay well. Shen Fei said something to Huang Zitong, and he quickly rolled up and got up. Hitting very quickly. Yu Liang sneered. This was not the world of virtual realm. He thought he had eaten Shen Fei, so he was not panicked at all. There are even faster. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Since Yu Liang blocked the signal here, he had no worries about taking all his strength. However, just when Shen Fei was about to explode, suddenly. Boom! With an explosion, a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, and the beam of light enveloped Yu Liang. In just a moment, Yu Liang's figure disappeared into it. Click! The light blue origin stone and a white metal token fell to the ground. What the hell? Shen Fei was startled. He looked up at the sky in an instant and saw that in midair, a figure had just retracted his palm. Teacher Onling. Shen Fei spoke in shock. Call. Install. The spirit fell from midair in an instant, and she bent down and picked up 2 items that were landing on the ground. Ling threw the origin stone to Shen Fei, but her eyes remained on the white metal token. Looking at Ling with a thoughtful look on her face, Shen Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher Ling, why are you here?" "I found someone stalking you quietly, so I came over and took a look." Ling looked up and explained, and she followed. "It's rare to be able to save your girlfriend with the origin stone." "Well." Shen Fei knew that Ling had misunderstood. He chose to save Huang Zitong. First, Huang Zitong was caught and innocently. Of course, Shen Fei could not watch her be killed. Secondly, Shen Fei was confident that he could rob the Shiwen stone back. But unexpectedly, Ling actually followed. Moreover, this teacher Ling is indeed a strong man. No one like Yu Liang died in an instant. It's so scary. The law enforcement officers in the Water City are coming soon. What happened? You will tell the truth later. Ling suddenly said. Law enforcer. I'm not very careful when I make any moves, so I'll definitely not be able to hide it from them. Ling said immediately. Besides, some people openly intend to commit crimes in residential cities. Such a big thing cannot be hidden from them, otherwise if you are found out in the future, you will become unreasonable. Of course, you don't have to be afraid. Although the imperial law is strict, as long as you don't make mistakes, law enforcement officers will not make things difficult for you. Understood. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 46 The Law Enforcement Officer of the Virtual Realm. This is a room made of pure alloy. Shen Fei sat in the center of the room. In front of him was a wooden table with a cup of tea on it. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from all directions of the room. Name. Gender. What happened at that time? 10 minutes later. What else do you have to say? Asked the indifferent voice. I want to report someone. This person is likely to have collusion with Yu Liang. Shen Fei spoke suddenly. Who is it? Zhang Cheng, an evolutionist at the 3rd Evolutionary School. Shen Fei said. The last time I entered the Void Realm world, I was the only one of Zhang Cheng, the 3rd Evolutionary School. This time Yu Liang was able to find me easily and knew my relationship with Huang Zitong. I suspected it was related to this person. Is there any evidence? In the virtual realm world, Zhang Cheng's mission was failed, but he seemed to have obtained some source qualities, which might have been obtained by Zhang Cheng from Yu Liang. Shen Fei said briefly. Okay, we're clear about your report. You can wait here for a while. The indifferent voice became silent, and Shen Fei also picked up the tea in front and took a sip. Shen Fei stared at the table in front of him. At this moment, he had already understood everything. In the world of the War of Two Countries, Yu Liang is indeed a member of the Hero Country Camp. Yu Liang first convinced the legendary hero to attack the Tianlang Kingdom military camp at night, and the purpose was indeed what Shen Fei guessed at the beginning. Yu Liang played a key role in the victory of the hero country camp, so as to obtain enough source quality and end the war ahead of schedule. Then Yu Liang took advantage of the hero country's attention to him and found a way to get the Star of Origin. But Yu Liang didn't expect that Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxiao would join the Tianlang Kingdom camp and destroy his plan. At this point, it is difficult for Yu Liang to obtain the Origin Stone again. First, Yu Liang himself is not good at getting close to the Origin Stone, and second, the Origin Stone needs enough source quality to be exchanged from the virtual world. If Yu Liang cannot play a key role in the victory of the Hero Kingdom, then he will not get too much source quality. In this way, even if he gets the Origin Stone in the virtual world, he cannot exchange it. But Yu Liang seemed to be not ordinary persistent about Shiwen Stone, so he had a bold plan. Yu Liang took the initiative to push the hero country camp to lose the war, allowing the mysterious people in the Tianlang Kingdom to obtain the Origin Stone, and finally snatch the Origin Stone from reality. That's why Yu Liang's behavior was contradictory and he suddenly became an undercover agent in the Tianlang Kingdom. Good boy, it's so cruel. I'm confused. I'm still confused when I'm still stubborn and have some doubts. Yu Liang wants the Origin Stone, is it really just to break through the Sun Realm? Io Viagra is in the solar system and is undoubtedly the core area of the Empire. The Empire will operate it like an iron barrel. The cost of crime here is not low, and the risk is too great. Don't worry about him. Shen Fei shook his head and left him behind. After Yu Liang's incident, he summed up the biggest lesson that in the virtual world, you must try your best to hide your private information, otherwise, you will be very likely to be killed by someone offline orders. Shen Fei didn't wait for a long time. After about 10 minutes, he was released from the house. As soon as he went out, Shen Fei saw a female law enforcement officer with long hair and long legs standing there. Mr. Shen Fei, I'm sorry for letting you wait in the interrogation room for so long. The female law enforcement officer bowed slightly and said, but this is the rule of the Empire, and we can't do anything about it. I hope you can understand. Oh, it's okay, your tea is quite delicious, but it would be great if you have a choice next time. I prefer sweet drinks. Shen Fei said with a smile. Of course, he was a little surprised at this moment. This is an Imperial Law Enforcement officer. In his impression, this is a group of cold, ruthless, cruel, and violent guys. Ordinary citizens are most afraid of seeing the people they must be Imperial Law Enforcement officers, because once they see them, it often means they will be arrested and join the army. In Shen Fei's memory, his parents were forcibly taken away by law enforcement officers, and there has been no news since then. A law enforcement officer is so polite. Shen Fei feels a little flattered. Your idea is very good, meaning, we will consider it. The female law enforcement officer said again, our director wants to invite you to meet you, I wonder if you have time. Chief of Law Enforcement. Shen Fei was surprised, but after thinking about it, he agreed. This female law enforcement officer is so polite, it can't be a bad thing, right? Under the leadership of the blonde and long-legged female law enforcement officer, Shen Fei soon met their director. This is a middle-aged man with a body shape that is somewhat similar to that of Teacher Wang, who is in the lineage of God, but his aura is much stronger than that of a middle-aged man. Shen Fei learned from the previous female law enforcement that the director was named Feng Ziqiang and had just become the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Ganshuacheng. After Feng Ziqiang saw Shen Fei, he did not rush to talk about the serious matters, but instead brought some other things first, such as the man in sunglasses reported by Shen Fei. He was brought back by law enforcement officers for interrogation. After just a little trial, the man in sunglasses admitted his crime. He did collude with Yu Liang. Of course, the man in sunglasses did not know Yu Liang's real purpose. However, even so, he had something to do with dangerous elements like Yu Liang, so what awaited him was the sanctions of the imperial law. He is likely to graduate early and be sent to the army in a remote place. Brother Zhang, you'll have a good journey. Shen Fei said silently in his heart. After a while, Feng Ziqiang, who had talked about other things, finally told him the purpose of finding Shen Fei this time. Become a law enforcement officer. Shen Fei was also slightly stunned when he heard Feng Ziqiang's words. To be precise, he is the law enforcer of the virtual realm. Feng Ziqiang smiled and said. We learned that you will graduate from evolutionary school in less than a year, and you have the talent of the void realm. A talent like you is exactly what our law enforcement department needs. What is the law enforcer in the virtual realm? Shen Fei asked. Shen Fei was not surprised that the Law Enforcement Bureau already knew that he had the talent of the virtual realm. He had previously explained a lot of things that happened in the virtual realm. If he had no talent of the virtual realm, some things would be impossible to do. However, Shen Fei had never heard of what the law enforcer in the virtual realm was. For example, many criminals will flee to the virtual realm after committing a crime and hide in it for a long time. This requires law enforcement officers in the virtual realm to deal with them. And this time, Yu Liang, who was killed, is strictly a jurisdiction over the law enforcement officers in the virtual realm. The world of the War of Two Kingdoms you are going to is a world of training specially prepared by the Empire for newcomers in the virtual realm, while Yu Liang is a veteran adventurer in the virtual realm. People like him are not allowed to enter the world of the War of Two Kingdoms. If we can find him going in advance, we can send the law enforcement officers in the virtual realm to arrest him in the virtual realm. Feng Ziqiang briefly listed two situations, but Shen Fei was slightly stunned about Yu Liang's matter. Since the Empire does not allow veteran adventurers to enter the world of two-country war, why not intercept them in the Void Realm train? Doesn't Void Realm train detect identity? Shen Fei asked strangely. The department where the Void Realm train is located is very decent, and our law enforcement department cannot interfere. Feng Ziqiang didn't say much, but his explanation was quite reasonable, so Shen Fei didn't think much about it. In this way, becoming a law enforcer in the virtual realm is just right for me to think silently in Shen Fei's heart. Shen Fei was indeed very moved because Enling had told him before that the transformation of the waste god is not an open conventional evolutionary method. If you want to avoid trouble, it is best to join the law enforcement department. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came. You haven't graduated yet, so you can't make a decision. Feng Ziqiang smiled and said. I can apply for a quota for non-staff personnel so that you can enjoy the benefits of a certain virtual law enforcement officer without taking too much responsibility. You will decide whether to join in a year. What do you think? Is this possible? Shen Fei was shocked. For a talent like Shen Fei, this is nothing difficult. Feng Ziqiang said with a smile. Director Feng, that's trouble. Shen Fei nodded in an instant and agreed. This is a good thing. He can enjoy benefits without being restricted and has a great right to choose independently. Not to mention that he has the need to join the law enforcement department. Even if he does not have it, he will still be moved. P.S. Please support. Chapter 47 Reason. P.S. I feel physically discomfort with Mr. Huang. It is recommended to skip these 2 chapters, which will not affect the subsequent plot. I think it's good that I can take a brief look. The Law Enforcement Bureau of Guanshui City is also built in midair. The small artificial sun is very close to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Standing outside the Law Enforcement Bureau, you can even see some details on the small artificial sun. However, due to unknown reasons, although it is very close, you cannot feel the heat at all in the Law Enforcement Bureau. As soon as Shen Fei walked out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, his eyes were attracted by the artificial sun that seemed to be close to him for 3 seconds, and then he noticed a figure in the distance. Huang Zitong was wearing a pure white long skirt today. Her long hair that was messy when she was kidnapped has now been neatly combed. Under the light of the artificial sun, she is another ecstatic little fairy. Huang Zitong was obviously a little dazed. After Shen Fei approached her, she realized it and reacted later. Shen Fei, with you. Like a young wife who had suffered a long grievance, Huang Zitong suddenly pounced on Shen Fei. Shen Fei comforted Huang Zitong with rare patience, mainly because Huang Zitong was indeed wronged. Yu Liang had nothing to do with her, she was the one who was affected. Moreover, Shen Fei is an orphan now. If there is no Huang Zitong, then Yu Liang. The targets of the attack were probably Dongfang Shuo, Lin Ruyan, and others. From this perspective, Huang Zitong still blocked the 2 of them. It is true that it is hard work and great contribution. Huang Zitong vented for a long time and finally recovered a little calmer. Shen Fei, that teacher and has already gone back. She asked me to tell you that she will go out in the past 2 months. If you want to find her, you will wait 2 months later. Huang Zitong said. Yet. Shen Fei was slightly shocked. When he went to Xianling today, the other party had no plans to go far, so why did he suddenly leave? Does it have anything to do with Yu Liang who was killed by her? Shen Fei, is teacher and a teacher from your god-transporting lineage? Huang Zitong asked curiously. She could see clearly the scene of Enling killing Yu Liang. She had only seen such a powerful evolver in the virtual network. That's right. Shen Fei didn't say much, and he temporarily buried Enling's affairs in his heart. Enling didn't leave any clues, and he had no choice but to find out the truth. I don't want these things anymore. Shen Fei smiled and said, I plan to buy a new house, and Zitong's beautiful windows are also comforting the shackles. Buy a house. Hearing this, Huang Zitong covered her mouth with one hand. Ordinary citizens can only live in the hive assigned by the empire, and only star-rated citizens have the right to purchase a house independently. Shen Fei, are you all ready? Huang Zitong was a little unbelievable. Although people who entered the virtual realm often upgraded their class very quickly, Shen Fei had only been to the virtual realm world once. Shen Fei smiled but said nothing. Although Huang Zitong does not have the right to buy a house, she has a full understanding of the real estate market in Chanshuacheng. There are 3 types of free real estate in Shenshui City, namely, 3 types built on the ground, and the air. The air is the most expensive, the ground is second, and the underground is the cheapest. Secondly, because the city of Ganshui is one of the 26 major cities of Yemen and is located in the core of the solar system, outsiders often have to pay thousands of times the price to buy a house. Fortunately, Shen Fei is a real local and can enjoy the normal price. However, even the normal price is outrageously expensive. In the end, Shen Fei spent tens of millions of imperial coins to buy a finished residential house of about 200 square meters above a floating island. That night. Bang! 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 Outside Shen Fei's new house, Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan came here together and knocked on the door. You two are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Shen Fei opened the door and saw the two of them, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's not that this floating island is too circling, we're almost circling. Dong Fangshuo explained. It will be familiar when I come here a few more times. Shen Fei smiled and invited the two of them into the house. Fei, you have become a star citizen so soon, and the price of this house is probably not low, it's a bit outrageous. Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan and the others were shocked when they visited everything inside the house. Even though they were already shocked once when they received Shen Fei's invitation today, they were still shocked at this moment. Spacious and bright rooms, exquisite decorations, smart housekeepers, various robots. This is completely out of the grade of ordinary citizens. Although many people have soared into the sky through the imperial assessment, that is also a process, and Shen Fei has passed the imperial assessment for less than a month. Outrageous, really outrageous. I'm just lucky. Shen Fei said. If my luck could always be so good, wouldn't it be easy for me to give you such a house when you two get married? Then I'll write it down. Lin Ruyan smiled slightly, and Dong Fangshuo said nothing. The two of them just thought Shen Fei was joking and didn't take it to heart. Soon, Shen Fei brought the two of them to the dining table. At this time, the dining table was already filled with a lot of food, but at this time, Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan's eyes were not on the dining table. The two of them looked at the figure who was packing things at the dining table at the same time. Dong Fangshuo, Ruyan. Huang Zitong greeted with a smile. Dong Fangshuo subconsciously wanted to ask why you were here, but Lin Ruyan quietly kicked him. Dong Fangshuo had no choice but to shut up. Please sit down. Huang Zitong pulled open the chair and asked the two to sit down. Zai Tong, are you making up? Lin Ruyan asked quietly. Yes. Huang Zitong nodded, but she felt a little guilty. Although Shen Fei's attitude towards her was okay, he never admitted his relationship. On the other side, Dong Fangshuo sat down and pulled Shen Fei and asked quietly, didn't you break up with her last time? Why are you doing well again? Zai Tong is just here to help. Shen Fei said indifferently. I moved today thanks to her helping to clean up, otherwise the house would be messy now. What does it mean? Dongfang Shuo was a little confused. Hehe. Shen Fei smiled slightly. Dongfang Shuo is still young. Do men and women have to be either black or white? Of course, this guy's girlfriend is Lin Ruyan. If he dares to be half-hearted, Shen Fei promises to educate him personally. But Huang Zitong treated you so much. Dongfang Shuo said something else, but Shen Fei raised his hand to stop him. Huang Zitong was once a very close friend of Lin Ruyan. Because of the characteristics of this era, if students from evolutionary school do not want to be assigned to the army after graduation, they will have to get married and have children on the spot. Shen Fei was just an ordinary person before and had no ambitions, so Lin Ruyan introduced Huang Zitong to him, which was a blind date that suited the characteristics of the times. To be honest, Huang Zitong is very beautiful, and Shen Fei is not bad either. The two of them developed quite smoothly at the beginning, but they were sure of their relationship. But suddenly, the ultimate dog-licking King Quansheng suddenly appeared. Although this guy is very ordinary, he is indeed enough to lick. His brother is another one. Transformers, this is a huge plus. So Huang Zitong began to sway left and right. But Shen Fei was quite infatuated before, so he also worked as a dog licking for more than a year. However, this is all a thing of the past, and Shen Fei only received memories and did not experience it personally, so he was not deeply impressed. Moreover, by now, no matter what the reason is, things have obviously reversed. What's passive now is not Shen Fei. Chapter 48 One Night. Dongfang Shuo naturally couldn't know Shen Fei's complicated thoughts. Seeing that Shen Fei didn't want to say more, he had no choice but to sigh in his heart. Oh, the food is going to be cold. Let's talk about other things later. Let's eat it first. Shen Fei smiled and said, Zai Tong, where are the wine I bought? Have you delivered it? There has been a courier robot before, here. Huang Zitong bent down and took out a package of exquisite wine bottles, stood up and filled them one by one. Drink. Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan were both a little stunned. They were both orphans, and their daily living expenses were all supported by the empire. Wine was definitely a luxury for them. However, under Shen Fei's gaze, the two of them soon stopped being polite. The wine party lasted until late at night, and Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan had already fallen down. Although Shen Fei drank more than the two of them, the wine he bought was still too ordinary and had little effect on the evolvers, so he was slightly drunk. However, Huang Zitong had an amazing alcohol tolerance. She also drank a lot, but she remained basically sober. So, Shen Fei and Huang Zitong each supported one and sent Dongfang Shuo and Lin Ruyan to a bedroom. What's going on next? That's the matter between them. The house is quite soundproof anyway. After Shen Fei returned to the master bedroom, he didn't have the intention to sleep. With his physique, he just slept yesterday and didn't need to sleep for a long time. Shen Fei thought about it for a while and then opened a virtual website with the evolution certificate. This is a website dedicated to virtual realm law enforcers, which contains a lot of intelligence, tasks, etc. Shen Fei is already a non-staff member of Virtual Realm Law Enforcers and has the right to browse here. The price of purchasing evolutionary potion from here is only 80% of the outside. Director Feng did not lie to me. Shen Fei searched for the price of the evolutionary certificate and was immediately overjoyed. Feng Ziqiang told him that law enforcement officers in the virtual realm can enjoy many benefits, and cheaper evolutionary potions and other items are one of them. The establishment of the internal circulation of the Legend of the Wasteland requires a lot of energy. Evolution potions are essential for Shen Fei. He needs to buy them in large quantities and can be bought at 80% of the price. This is definitely a great news. It's really good. Shen Fei thought happily, but at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. He ran over and opened the door. It turned out to be Huang Zitong. At this time, Huang Zitong was wearing a pink pajamas. She must have just taken a shower, and her somewhat damp hair was casually scattered behind her head. Huang Zitong drank a lot of wine tonight, but at this moment, the smell of alcohol on her body was already very light, and replaced by a faint fragrance. Huang Zitong's cheeks were a little red, and she said in a very small voice, "Shen Fei, are you free? I can't sleep a little, I want to talk to you." "Do you want to talk to me? I don't want to expose the story of Meng Fu Shang's apricot Xing. But he thought a little bit. It's okay tonight anyway, so it's not bad to chat with Huang Zitong. So Shen Fei gave up and let Huang Zitong enter the room. Bang! Shen Fei closed the door and locked it. The next day, Shen Fei, who had been chatting with Huang Zitong for a night, walked out of the room. Although he had not slept all night, he was still refreshed. At this time, Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan had also gotten up. They looked at Shen Fei, who was walking out of the house with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Shen Fei asked. "Fei, did Zitong sleep with you last night?" Lin Ruyan asked. "I didn't sleep, we chatted all night," Shen Fei said with a smile. "Do you think we are fools?" Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan were speechless, but now that things have come to this, what else can they say? "Fei, are you really planning to marry her?" Dong Fangshuo asked in confusion. Shen Fei can be said to have a bright future now. In his opinion, Huang Zitong is really not worthy of Shen Fei. "How old are we? Let's talk about this." Shen Fei waved his hand. "Does this have anything to do with age?" Dong Fangshuo looked at Shen Fei with some confusion. When he confirmed his relationship with Ruyan, he was even younger. Lin Ruyan guessed something vaguely, but compared to Huang Zitong, Shen Fei had a better relationship with her, so she didn't say much. Dong Fangshuo and Lin Ruyan talked with Shen Fei for a while, and soon said goodbye and left. After they left, Shen Fei went back to the house and looked at Huang Zitong. She was curled up in the quilt and was sleeping soundly. "There is no way. I talked all night last night, and it was the first time I couldn't help but become tired." Shen Fei closed the door and asked Huang Zitong to continue sleeping, while he continued to do things he hadn't done last night. Opening the exclusive website of Virtual Realm Adventurer, Shen Fei spent 19.2 million imperial coins to purchase a total of 30 pieces of evolution potions. So far, the huge sum of 30 million that Shen Fei just received yesterday is less than 1 million now. This is too fast. Shen Fei was speechless in his heart. After thinking about it, he clicked on the private mall of the evolution certificate and hung the star stone he obtained on it for sale. Although the origin stone is an excellent auxiliary to break through the sun realm, but it can only work for evolvers who have established 36 internal cycles. Although Shen Fei is just a rookie who has just established an internal cycle, his evolutionary talent and insight are constantly improving. Shen Fei believes that he will definitely not stop at 36 internal cycles in the future. So, instead of keeping this origin stone, it is better to sell it for money. This way, you can buy more evolutionary potions and he will make progress faster. The logistics efficiency of the Empire is still the same. Not long after Shen Fei purchased the evolutionary potion, an express robot was delivered to the door. 30 evolutionary potions were neatly placed in a metal box about half a meter high. Each evolutionary potion was light blue. After Shen Fei made a little confirmation, he injected a whole evolutionary potion into his body. With the experience of the last time, Shen Fei also knew that his evolutionary talent became very exaggerated under the attribute bonus. It was easy to absorb a whole piece of evolutionary potion at one time. At this moment, Shen Fei felt a massive amount of energy constantly erupting in his body. Without hesitation, he immediately began to guide these energy according to the method of opening up internal circulation that he had learned from the statue of the wilderness god. The first internal cycle of the transformation of the waste god is from the brain to 3 inches below the navel, and the second internal cycle is from the right arm to 3 inches below the navel. In this process, the effect of Shen Fei practicing 8 desolations was also reflected. Although he failed to reach the level of the sword technique is sophisticated and the body is sophisticated, his understanding of 8 desolations has been very deep, which greatly increased his control over himself. Shen Fei easily guided massive amounts of energy to continue to gather towards the place where the second cycle was. With the strengthening of countless energy, many of the fleshy tissues in his body were also undergoing corresponding changes. P.S. Please support. Chapter 49, Progress by Leaps and Bounds. Throughout the day, Shen Fei was using evolutionary agents to open up the second internal circulation. When it was getting darker, Shen Fei finally stopped. I used 2 evolutionary potions. Shen Fei felt the body, and with the help of a special method of sensing energy, he could clearly feel that there were 3 energy cycles in his body. One is undoubtedly an external cycle, and 2 are connected to the external cycle, which are both internal cycles. Is an internal cycle established in one day? Shen Fei was overjoyed. The speed was really amazing. However, I absorbed 2 complete evolutionary potions in one day, and I felt a little sustained and I had to slow down. Shen Fei also knew his current limit. Just as Shen Fei was thinking about his situation, a slight movement suddenly came from the bedroom. Shen Fei's heart moved, and he stood up and walked into the bedroom. Sure enough, Huang Zitong, who had been sleeping all day, had woken up and was fumbled into her clothes. Seeing Shen Fei come in, Huang Zitong's face turned red immediately. She quickly pulled the quilt to block her body. Zi Tong. Shen Fei walked over and sat next to Huang Zitong. How do you feel? Shen Fei pulled Huang Zitong's hands, and after pinching them a little, he held them in his hand. Huang Zitong nodded slightly. She felt the warmth in Shen Fei's palm and felt a little calmer. Shen Fei, last night Huang Zitong wanted to speak but stopped. She looked at Shen Fei, not knowing how to speak. We had a very happy chat last night, so we will continue tonight. Shen Fei smiled. No, no, I'm going back. Huang Zitong shook her head repeatedly. What are you doing when you go back? If I remember correctly, you live alone, right? Shen Fei said directly. You might as well live with me in the future. Living here. Huang Zitong's face suddenly turned red. In our relationship, is it appropriate for me to live here? Huang Zitong asked in a quiet voice. Shen Fei knew what Huang Zitong meant. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Zitong, when we graduate, I will definitely not be able to let the team be in the cute team. Really? When Huang Zitong heard Shen Fei's words, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. There are only two ways for students from evolutionary school to avoid being forced to join the army when they graduate, one is to get married and the other is to become a star citizen. Huang Zitong naturally believed that Shen Fei was referring to the first path, which was also the fastest and most convenient method. After all, helping an irrelevant outsider become a star citizen is a great price and is not affordable for ordinary people. Of course it's true. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and Huang Zitong instantly changed from surprise to excitement, and suddenly pounced on Shen Fei. I have a lot to say. Shen Fei felt the softness of his body and lowered his head and said in Huang Zitong's ear. No, I want to go home to pack up my things. Huang Zitong struggled slightly. What do you need? Buy a new one. Shen Fei couldn't wait. After moving into the new house, there was another obedient little beauty accompanying her. This was a heavenly day. However, Shen Fei did not fall into depravity in this environment. He absorbs evolutionary agents every day to open up new internal circulation. Shen Fei knew very well that becoming a one-star citizen could only ensure that he could survive safely in this era. It was far from enough to truly stand out. To continue to improve the class, stronger strength is required. The superposition attributes alone are not enough. Shen Fei must improve his physical basic strength. The higher the foundation, the greater the role the superposition attributes can play. Time is passing by, and it is a month that has passed. During this period, Shen Fei's Shiwen stone hung in a private mall has after being noticed and bought it, I sold a total of 150 million imperial coins. The huge sum of money was received, which made Shen Fei laugh so much that his mouth almost tilted. However, with previous experience, Shen Fei already knew that the money seemed to be too much, but when he really wanted to spend it, he could not bear it, especially when he wanted to buy things related to the virtual realm. So it cannot be expanded. Over the past month, Shen Fei has been committed to opening up an internal circulation. Because the more internal circulation is opened, the more energy is needed. The speed of Shen Fei's opening of internal circulation is gradually slowing down. However, even so, in a month, Shen Fei has opened up 8 internal circulations, and even the 9th one is only one step away. 1 month later this day. After another dose of evolutionary potion, Shen Fei began to sprint the 9th internal circulation. This 9th inner loop is very special. There are not many new places that need to be opened. It is more important to go through the other 8 inner loops, which is a bit of a link between them. This leads to the development of the 9th internal circulation requiring more refined physical control capabilities. With Shen Fei's mastery of 8 desolations, it is not difficult to deal with the development of the first 8 internal cycles, but when he opened the 9th internal cycle, he felt the difficulty. However, Shen Fei felt that he could not try it, so he had been trying hard for a while. Swish! 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 Straws of slight energy washed in Shen Fei's body. The energy ranged from the right arm to the head to the left arm, then the 2 thighs, and finally reached 3 inches below the navel, and the whole was a circle. This is the 9th cycle. It's almost done. Shen Fei focused all his attention in his body. At this moment, the energy in this cycle became thicker and thicker, and gradually established a connection with the inner cycle. Finally, this wisp of energy no longer needs Shen Fei to control it, but flows independently. And its flow also made Shen Fei's eyes widen. Although the 8 internal loops constructed before, from the 1st to the 8th, have brought certain bonuses to the external loop, they are actually not that obvious. But at the moment when the 9th internal circulation was formed, Shen Fei suddenly felt that his external circulation seemed to be filled with stimulants, and the efficiency of absorbing external energy soared up instantly. Call! 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 A large amount of energy flowed in the body. At this moment, Shen Fei felt like he was breaking through to the evolutionist. It seemed that something was connected in his body. Mass production caused a qualitative change, and his power surged instantly. However, it's not as exaggerated as the previous time, and the strength has increased by about 3 times this time. Shen Fei clenched his fists. His control of his body became increasingly refined, and naturally he also knew the growth of his strength. I punch at will now, I'm afraid it will be more than 20 tons of force. If I burst out with all my strength can exceed 30 tons. A smile gradually appeared on Shen Fei's lips. A mere 20 to 30 tons of power is really nothing, but if the attribute bonus is included, it would be too terrifying. Now that he meets the god of war again, he may end the battle in 1 or 2 seconds, right? P.S. Please support. Chapter 50 Jinzioxios Mecha. At that time, Shen Fei had only 9 internal cycles that he had learned from the statue of the wilderness god. He did not open up the 10th internal cycle method en route. Even if Shen Fei is not short of money now and can buy a large amount of evolutionary potion, he cannot continue to retreat. However, now that Enling has gone far away, Shen Fei has no way to know the route ahead for the time being, so he can only think about other things. The ticket for the falling sky is 2 months later. Shen Fei clicked on his own evolutionary evidence. After looking at the ticket for falling sky, he immediately shook his head. It was still so long before he entered. It was too early to start preparing now. I still have a ticket. Shen Fei looked down again. This is the ticket he got after killing the mad scientist in the Imperial assessment. The virtual realm world he went to was called Crisis of Change, which is similar to Falling Sky, and is both a two-star virtual realm world. When Shen Fei had just passed the Imperial examination, the virtual world might indeed be very dangerous for him, but now, Shen Fei is many times stronger than that time, and it seems that there is no big problem to go to this world. Well, it's better to find someone to share the risks. Shen Fei thought to himself, and he used the evidence of evolution to connect Jin Xiao Xiao. After a moment, wow! A virtual projection appeared in front of Shen Fei. A girl with thick dark circles and messy hair appeared in Shen Fei's eyes. Shen Fei was startled. Is it you, Miss Xiao Xiao? Shen Fei asked quickly. Although he could basically determine the other party's identity with his height of less than 1.6 meters, Shen Fei could not help but ask. If you have anything, I'm busy. Jin Xiao Xiao yawned and said weakly. I got a ticket for Sujing during the Imperial examination before, called Crisis of Change. I want to ask if you are interested. Shen Fei did not hesitate and directly told his purpose, but he asked again. However, how did you make it like this? Play the game. But, am I that kind of person? Jin Xiao Xiao snorted and she said. My father invited me a teacher. I have been in class again during this period and practiced using my ultimate weapon. Of course I don't have time to rest. After briefly explaining his situation, Jin Xiao Xiao asked again, how long has it been, my Tuazhong, gone to the virtual world? Didn't you say it earlier? I must not be available now, I still have to attend classes, but the teacher my father hired is not. It can be passed casually. I also made a temporary decision. Besides, that ticket is about to expire, so it will be useless if I don't go. Shen Fei explained. He was a little disappointed, missing a golden thigh, and suddenly felt like the smell of the virtual world was gone. Just one ticket, it will expire if it expires. Jin Xiao Xiao said casually. The two-star virtual realm ticket started with a 10 million imperial currency. Shen Fei was speechless, but he didn't say anything. He knew very well that this was really nothing to Jin Xiao Xiao. By the way, wait, I'll show you something. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said something, and then she ran to the distance. Thing. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Just as Shen Fei was still wondering, a figure more than 3 meters tall suddenly appeared in the virtual screen. This is a blue and white robot, visible to the naked eye, and the robot is loaded with a bunch of weapons. However, soon, Shen Fei knew that he was wrong and that this was not a robot. Buzz. A mechanical buzzing sound rang out, and an exit suddenly appeared in the middle of the robot, and Jin Xiao Xiao jumped out of it. Mecha. Shen Fei asked in disbelief, show me this, can this thing be used in the virtual realm? No, this is an ordinary military mecha. Jin Xiao Xiao casually patted the legs of the mecha behind her, but before Shen Fei could breathe a sigh of relief, she followed. I'll practice it first with it now. My one needs to be customized. However, it's certain that we can definitely create it before we enter the virtual world in 2 months. Shenfei. I said before that the ultimate weapon I am practicing is it. Jin Xiao said proudly. I said you won't regret choosing me as a teammate, I will definitely take you away. Yes, then I'll wait for the eldest lady to take her away. Shenfei nodded with a smile, but he immediately asked with some confusion. Is this thing difficult to control? A regular mecha can be used to drive twice, but my phone is different. Jin Xiao said with her hands on her chest. It is 100 times more precise and complex than ordinary mechas. If you want to drive it, you must first be an evolver of the electromagnetic lineage, and secondly, you have to practice it again and again to finally control it first. The upper limit depends on your talent. You must know that some ace mecha masters can control an ordinary mecha and kill a reorganized mecha team. Jin Xiao talked endlessly, and Shenfei kept nodding. It seems that this is a mecha specially developed for evolutionists. Of course, it is not surprising to think about it. Although evolutionists are rare in a small range, there are too many of them in the entire empire. When ordinary evolvers go to the battlefield, they are not much different from ordinary people. The Empire must have developed corresponding weapons to increase the upper limit of the evolutionary strength. Miss, does the God Transporter have such a weapon? Shenfei couldn't help asking. The Master of the Gods? It turns out that you are from this lineage. No wonder you look like a reckless man when fighting. Jin Xiao suddenly realized. When Shenfei heard this, his face turned slightly black. What does it mean to be like a reckless man? I just said casually, don't take it seriously, reckless men also have the benefits of reckless men. Jin Xiao said immediately. Your lineage probably has weapons, I don't know. I'll ask you later. All right. Shenfei and Jin Xiao chatted for a while, and then the two cut off the communication. Shenfei was stunned for a while before he came to his senses from the mecha. Turning on the mecha is a man's romance. Unfortunately, when I first chose the wrong direction of evolution, I chose the electromagnetic lineage. This lineage is full of scientific power when it sounds like this. Why didn't you choose it at the beginning? Shenfei envied Jin Xiao for a moment, but soon he came back to his senses. Since Jin Xiao didn't go, it would have to rely on him. Shenfei opened the Empire Mall. Crisis of Changes, Ordinary Intelligence 500,000 Imperial Coins, Detailed Intelligence 5 million Imperial Coins, Exclusive Intelligence 50 million Imperial Coins. Shenfei thought about it and chose Detailed Information. According to his experience of entering the virtual world last time, Detailed Information is enough to prevent him from trampling on the pit. With Exclusive Information, although there may be secrets, whether the secret can be transformed into real benefits is indispensable. Just like the Origin Stone in the world of War on Two Nations, for most Void Realm adventurers, it is impossible to obtain even if they know their existence. Even if they obtain it, there is a high probability that they do not have enough source material to exchange it out. This time, he entered the virtual world alone. Shenfei didn't want to bet, so he bought Exclusive Information but couldn't make a profit, so he would be a loss. It is better to get a detailed information and then honestly get the basic reward and pass the level. After the information, Shen Fei walked around the Empire Mall and purchased some virtual realm props that he might use. After selling the Origin Stone, his financial resources soared. Now he can buy some more powerful Void Realm props. P.S. Please support. Chapter 51 Jupiter Golden Source City. Dear passengers, this spacecraft is about to arrive at Jupiter Golden Source City. Please prepare passengers who want to disembark. A sweet voice sounded in his ears, and Shen Fei looked out through the porthole. In the boundless and vast field of view outside, there is a huge planet that can't be seen at first sight. The entire planet is reddish-brown, and the surface of the planet is filled with huge cyclones visible to the naked eye. As the spacecraft continued to approach, the planet also quickly became larger in Shen Fei's field of vision. This huge planet is undoubtedly Jupiter, the largest celestial body except for the Sun. Shen Fei's eyes moved down, and soon he saw that in the sky above Jupiter, there was a huge city floating on the surface of the planet, with a diameter of nearly 1,000 miles alone, which was larger than some satellites. The surface of the city is separated from the outside world by an invisible transparent material, forming a completely closed hole. This city is called Genuine City. It is like being supported by invisible power and standing firmly in the air. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft landed in an airport in Genuine City, and Shen Fei also walked out of it with the flow of people. This Genuine City looks much bigger than the Shenshui City. It is indeed a super city known as the number 1 in the Jupiter system. Shen Fei stood at the edge of the airport, looking at the entire city. On the ground and in the sky, countless buildings stand tall, and there is no end at a glance. The diameter is thousands of miles, and the area alone is comparable to that of 1/10 of the Chinese country. What's even more terrifying is that the factories of the empire are very intelligent and basically do not require manual labor, so almost all of them are built outside the city. This means that a considerable proportion of this huge city is residential. Such a city has a permanent population of at least hundreds of billions, which is indeed not comparable to that of the Ganshui city. After seeing this, Shenshui City is really a countryside. No wonder the number of trains in the Void Realm is so small. Shen Fei murmured in his heart. Because ordinary citizens cannot leave their residence at will, and the boat tickets are not cheap at all, Shen Fei had never left Shenshui City before, let alone Iovisen. This time he suddenly ran to Jupiter, so naturally he didn't want to come out for a walk on a whim. Shen Fei came here because the Void Realm train to the world of Crisis of Changes did not pass through Shenshui City. In desperation, he had to come to Jupiter Genuine City to prepare for a ride. And just as Shen Fei was thinking, suddenly, something came from behind him. Shen Fei turned around and saw a robot holding a metal box about 2 meters long. Mr. Shen Fei, this is the item you placed on the Tianjin 9 spacecraft, please check it. A mechanical sound came from the robot. Shen Fei didn't say anything, he took the metal box and opened it. What caught my eye was a black knife about 1 meter long and a silver-white gun about 30 centimeters long. This time, Shen Fei went to the virtual realm world. In addition to purchasing detailed information, he also purchased 2 virtual realm weapons. A virtual realm war knife made of special alloys. This knife is worth 5 million imperial coins, extremely sharp and sharpened as iron as mud. In the world of the War of Two Countries, if Shen Fei could have such a knife, then with his nearly 10 times the attack bonus, the God of War's defense would probably not be so unsolvable. In addition, the key to this knife is tough enough. Although it is just a small knife, it can actually withstand thousands of tons of power. Now that Shen Fei's strength has increased greatly, ordinary virtual weaponry is naturally not suitable for him, so he spent a huge amount of money to buy this knife. As for the silver white gun, this is even more of a heavyweight character. It is an energy gun, and it is an energy gun in the virtual realm. Needless to mention the price of the energy gun that can be brought into the virtual realm, it is a total of 50 million imperial coins, but Shen Fei still gritted his teeth and bought it. What Jin Xiao said before still makes sense. Shen Fei's previous fighting style was indeed a reckless man. When he saw anyone, he would go up and chop him up. In fact, he only knew this move. Although he had a skill and had a lot of things to eat, Shen Fei obviously could not reach the level of invincibility in the world. Like the scattered sun with high temperatures that he encountered last time, Shen Fei could not help but rely on himself alone, and he could not even get close to him, let alone kill him. Shen Fei understood that he lacked long-range attack methods. So he bought the energy gun. Of course, although this energy gun is extremely expensive, most of its value lies in the concept of virtual realm weapons, and its real power is not too strong. In reality, this is an ordinary energy gun. But no matter how ordinary a weapon is, it would be absolutely extraordinary if it were in Shen Fei's hands. Not to mention anything else, Shen Fei's attack bonus has now reached a terrifying 10.0. Even the most ordinary energy gun is at the level of energy cannon in his hand. With one shot, it will definitely be much more powerful than Yu Liang's energy attack. A gun can completely make Shen Fei go from a melee warrior to a long-range shooter, which can not only make up for Shen Fei's shortcomings, but also make him stronger. So even though the energy gun that can be used in the virtual realm world is extremely expensive, Shen Fei still gritted his teeth and bought it. After all, the energy gun is not a one-time job, and even if it is not available in the future, it can be sold. In short, Shen Fei feels that this money is not a loss. Things are fine. After checking, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. These two weapons cost him nearly half of his wealth. If he hadn't been on the spaceship, he would not have let him leave. Mr. Shen Fei, as an Imperial security robot, I must remind you that although you have obtained the qualification to hold weapons, it is best not to use them in the city to avoid misunderstandings. The robot spoke again. Of course, I don't want to go for tea anymore. Shen Fei put away the two weapons, and he asked immediately, do you know any hotels with higher cost performance nearby? I recommend you take the number 11 flying passenger boat to the Jinyu Hotel. The star-themed services they provide are worth more than 99%. The only disadvantage is that they are slightly more expensive. The Void Realm train to Crisis of Changes arrived in Jinyuan City tomorrow, so Shen Fei was very kind and temporarily stayed in Jinyu Hotel, driving a starry sky-themed room. Although it took a night, I went to spend 3 months living expenses, but I have to say that it was really great. However, after all, it was the first time that he came to a city outside of Shenshui City, and even left Muo in one step. Shen Fei was still a little excited. At night, Shen Fei, who couldn't sleep and was idle, couldn't help but feel restless and decided to go out for a walk. Chapter 52 Xia Kaiyang. In the era of the Empire, the monitoring system was already extremely powerful. It was uncertain outside the solar system, but in cities within the solar system, there was basically no soil for criminals to breed. However, even if everyone is a law-abiding citizen, there is always a place to vent his emotions. According to the news he saw on the virtual website of Virtual Realm Law Enforcer, Shen Fei found a rather remote tavern in Jinyuan City. According to the news on the virtual website, this tavern seems inconspicuous, but in fact it is a place that many adventurers in the virtual realm like to come to Jinyuan City. They share information and find teammates here, and of course, sometimes they also look for friends. All in all, it's a great place to pass the time. The owner of the tavern was a middle-aged man with a frosty face and a sloppy beard. Shen Fei walked to the counter of the tavern, and the other party just glanced at him and said nothing. Lao Hei, give me a recent collection of virtual information. Shen Fei spoke very skillfully. There is an introduction on the website of the Virtual Realm Law Enforcement Officer how to disguise himself as a regular customer. Sure enough, as soon as Shen Fei spoke, the boss looked at him in surprise. The other party reached out and pointed it in the air, and suddenly, a virtual screen appeared out of thin air, full of text. 3,000 imperial coins. The boss said. Shen Fei did not hesitate and paid for his face. Because he bought a copy of virtual information, the boss also gave him a drink for free. Shen Fei came to a corner with a glass of wine, and sat down. He drank and looked at the information. Perhaps because the Empire assessment just ended, most of these virtual reality information is related to newcomers in the virtual reality. For example, a newcomer who appeared in a certain world last time was extremely powerful and defeated a powerful figure in the virtual reality world. Shen Fei quickly scanned the information. The source of these information was unknown and the authenticity was unknown. Many of them were all things that were catching wind and shadows, but they also had a certain reference. But as Shen Fei read, his expression quickly froze. This is a short essay. Yu Yang, Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao, I would like to call these three shameless three sluts. In the world of War on Two Countries, the three of them not only joined the hostile camp, but also shamelessly undercover in our camp. As a result, none of us who instinctively passed the level easily could complete the task. There are hundreds of adventurers in the virtual realm who went to this world. For newcomers in the virtual realm, if the first mission was not completed, the consequences would be disastrous. This means that our initial accumulation was not completed, and the days ahead will be difficult. It is truly shameless for the three of them to put nearly 100 of us to this level for their own interests. In addition, among the three deceitful guests, I want to focus on the name of Shen Fei. This guy is not only shameless, but also cold-blooded and cruel. As far as I know, at least 10 adventurers in the Void Realm did not die in danger, but died at his hands. This man is simply an executioner. Of course, I must emphasize that although Shen Fei is despicable, he must have the talent of the virtual realm and his strength is indeed extremely strong. So I suggest that when you meet this person in the virtual realm, you must stay away as soon as possible and be extremely vigilant and never make a rash move. Who is it? He is so fictional. Shen Fei slapped the table suddenly, and he was furious, wishing to immediately remove the author of this short essay. In the virtual world, everyone depends on their own abilities. This person is simply indifferent to the black and white, and there is no distinction between right and wrong. Brother, are you okay? Do you want to have some drinks together? Suddenly, a big man next to him noticed Shen Fei's strangeness and asked. Okay. Shen Fei suppressed his anger and agreed. This information should have been collected in this tavern, which means that the author of this short composition is likely to be in this tavern, or a regular customer here, and he wants to inquire. What do you call brother? In Shen, Shen Qian. Brother Shen Qian? I saw that my brother was very angry just now. As a person who has experienced, I would like to advise my brother, no matter what, anger is useless. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Fei listened to the big man's words, and at the same time he was thinking about how to lead the topic to the author of the short composition. But at this moment, a sound that seemed to be smiling suddenly sounded. Big man, don't be deceived by him. His name is Shen Fei, but not Shen Qian. Hearing this, the big man was suddenly stunned. Shen Fei was also shocked and turned his head to look to the side. I saw a girl wearing a light red leather windbreaker looking at this side with a strange smile on a separate seat. The girl is very beautiful and has big eyes. Of course, the most attractive thing is her two straight and long legs that are stretched casually. Is it you? Shen Fei instantly recognized this person. It seems that brother Shen Fei still remembers me, Xia Qiang said with a smile. I can't forget Miss Xia's leg. Shen Fei also smiled. Shen Fei? This name sounds a bit familiar. Suddenly, the man's thoughtful voice came. Among the three shameless deceitful guests, the key name is Shen Fei. Xia Qiang reminded. Fuck. The big man jumped up suddenly and looked at Shen Fei with disbelief. Although it is not without the possibility of a duplicate name, Shen Fei just used a pseudonym, which was too deliberate. Brother, just rely on our friendship today. If I encounter a lot of things in the virtual realm in the future, I will be happy. Your life is gone. Shen Fei took a sip of wine slowly, and said in a very cold voice. Since his identity was discovered, he simply stopped pretending. Didn't the author of the small composition say that he was cold-blooded and cruel? Then he would become cold-blooded and cruel. Then I'll thank brother Shen. I have something to do, so I'll let it go first. The big man thanked repeatedly, and then ran away. Shen Fei was speechless. He came to Xia Qiang with a glass of wine and sat down at the same time. Miss Xia, I didn't expect to meet you here. Is this fate? Shen Fei said with a smile. We are really destined to be together. Xia Qiang took a sip of wine gracefully, and she said with a smile, I have never forgotten what brother Shen Fei did to me in the virtual realm. That's all in the past, so it's better not to mention it. Shen Fei waved his hand, and he asked in a low voice, does Miss Xia know who wrote that small composition? What, you are not allowed to accuse me of the good things you did. Xia Qiang asked with a smile. This is not accusation. This is a naked slander. Shen Fei said angrily. Since you said it was slander, then okay. Xia Qiang reached out and pointed in a certain direction. She said, if I remember correctly, it should be that person. Do you really know? Shen Fei was a little surprised. He looked in the direction Xia Qiang pointed, and soon saw a familiar man. If Shen Fei remembers correctly, this person was a member of the Yuliang and Feng Xiao program that first participated. If it were him, it would not be surprising that he knew the names of Jin Xiao Xiao and I. Shen Fei suddenly realized it in his heart and immediately determined that the short essay was probably written by this person. Good boy, I remember you. Shen Fei smiled in his heart. Chapter 53 Target, Crystal Nuclear Life. Miss Xia, thank you. Shen Fei turned around and thanked him, but the next moment, he was slightly stunned. Xia Qiang actually left at some point. On the other side, Xia Qiang had already arrived in a small alley nearby. Xia Qiang put her hands in her windbreaker's pockets, each holding an energy gun tightly to ensure that she could take action at any time. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black cloak appeared in front of Xia Qiang. You're late. The cloaked figure whispered. I met an acquaintance and it took a while. Xia Qiang explained casually, and she immediately said, but, can you not choose such a place next time you meet? You make me feel like a criminal. The cloaked figure didn't say much, he reached out and lit it a few times, and soon, a virtual screen appeared in front of the two of them. This is the intelligence of the world of crisis of changes, and the test tasks given to you by the organization are also included. The cloaked figure said. Xia Qiang browsed the content on the virtual screen and nodded calmly. This virtual realm world is specially prepared by the Empire for geniuses. The Empire will definitely attach great importance to it. They will inevitably send virtual realm law enforcement officers into it, so pay more attention. The cloaked figure reminded. I am an imperial genius myself. What can I not see people? Xia Qiang smiled and said, besides, as long as I don't want to, no one can catch me in the virtual realm. Your Void Realm talent is indeed quite rare, but Void Realm talent is so strange that you can't be careless. The cloaked figure said. With your talent, even if this test is not completed, the organization will accept you. Don't be as stupid as some people. Oh. There is a fool who actually ran to Muo to kidnap someone else in order to complete the task. The cloaked figure snorted coldly. I've said it a long time ago that the solar system is the base camp of the Empire, and it hides dragons and tigers. I don't know where there is a super expert. That's really stupid. Xia Qiang smiled and said, don't worry, I am definitely a law-abiding citizen in the Empire. I hope so. In the tavern, Shen Fei drank for a while. He waited for a while and did not see Xia Qiang again. He was quite bored and left quickly. The peaceful night passed quickly. Shen Fei arrived at the Sujing station in Jinyuan City on time the next day. It can only be said that Jinyuan City is worthy of being a real super city. It is not only a large population, but also a lot of adventurers in the virtual realm. In the crowd, Shen Fei passed various tests all the way with the evolutionary certificate, and soon he boarded a train from the void realm that was running. I'm here in the world of Crisis of Changes. Shen Fei was sitting on a soft seat of the void realm train, and once again he clicked on detailed information about the world. This incident happened on the Earth in ancient times, and the 7 crystal nuclei lives drifting from the distant starry sky quietly penetrated into human society. Crystal core lives are good at disguising, but they lurk in human society, not because they are afraid of human power, but because they are accumulating strength to deal with similar people. The 7 crystal core lives are competitors, and they are destined to have only one of them to become the real king. Note 1. Crystal nucleus life has parasitic and large number of splitting offspring abilities, so you need to be careful of any creature you encounter, each of which may be a puppet under control. Note 2. Crystal nuclear life has extremely strong ability to manipulate and recombine organic matter at the molecular level, so their strength may exceed your imagination. If you are enemies of them, you must be extremely careful. Note 3. Crystal nucleus life can induce the child body, but it cannot communicate directly. If you want to hide yourself, you must pay attention to clearing the child body that may exist around you at any time. Notice 4. Entering the world of Crisis of Changes, you will face a camp choice. There are 8 camps in this world, namely the 7 crystal core life camps and the human camps. If you choose different camps, the difficulty of the tasks you get will be different. But it is certain that if you choose the human camp, the difficulty of the task will be the greatest. If you choose the crystal core life camp, you will face a crisis of trust. Except for yourself and your child body, the crystal core life does not trust anyone. Note 5. Shen Fei read this information over and over again. After careful analysis, Shen Fei had to admit that he might have to choose the most difficult camp again for this mission. There seem to be 8 major camps, but for Shen Fei, this is a single choice question. Shen Fei will only choose the human camp. This crystal core life has a terrible parasitic ability, and it is obviously not a good thing. Shen Fei does not want to help them. As a human, of course he has to choose the human camp. Furthermore, the information says that crystal core life lurks in human society, and accumulates strength, not because of fear of humans, but because of preparing to deal with similar people. Obviously, humans should be on the absolutely weak side, and there should be no masters among humans. Then, Shen Fei's target of superimposed attributes this time should be the 7 crystal nuclei lives and their children. If you choose the human camp, then all the other crystal core lives will be enemies. If you encounter them, you will be killed. It is simple and straightforward. For Shen Fei, whether the task is completed or not is not that important. What is important is the superposition of attributes. It is easy to say for them to stack attributes. The Void Realm train was moving forward all the way, and no accidents occurred throughout the journey. About half an hour later, the Void Realm train arrived in the world of Crisis of Changes. Just like last time, Shen Fei was teleported to a place full of white light. After Shen Fei chose the human camp, the white light around him gradually dissipated. Shen Fei found himself coming to the roof of a building with a very familiar style. There were countless flashing neon lights in front of him, and a large number of noisy and chaotic whistles appeared in his ears. Shen Fei quickly glanced around, and all the familiar buildings caught his eye were met. Is this the ancient Earth? It seems that I have a wrong understanding of the ancient world. Shen Fei was complicated in his heart. Judging from the appearance of this tall building, the Earth is at least in the 21st century. It remains to be understood which year it is in, but this is undoubtedly an era familiar to Shen Fei. Shen Fei hid the energy gun hanging around his waist and then jumped down from the high building. They are all yelling around. It seems that they are abroad, and they are probably a beautiful country. Shen Fei walked on the street. He looked left and right, and soon had a guess about his current location. And at this moment, the evolutionary evidence on Shen Fei's wrist also illuminated. A virtual screen that was visible to him appeared in front of Shen Fei. You have entered the virtual world. Your identity is a superhero hidden in human society. You have powerful power, but your identity is unknown. You are a completely lonely walker, with no past and future, no family and friends. This world will last for a month, with a ratio of 3:1 to the outside world. Detection mission: because you chose the human camp, your mission is to kill any crystal nucleus life with your own hands or play an important role in the death of any crystal nucleus life. This identity and mission are simple and crude enough. I like it. Shen Fei was overjoyed. Whether it is the identity of the loner or the content of the mission, it is too much for his appetite. Walking alone, there is no need to think too much about it. The goal is to cut aliens. The more you cut, the better. Is there any better mission than this? P.S. Please support. Chapter 54. I can tell at a glance that you are not a human. Under the soft moonlight, Shen Fei walked alone between a remote alley. He was thinking about how to complete this mission. Unlike in the world of the War of Two Countries, Shen Fei had a clear goal of joining the army after entering the last time, but this time, the life of Crystal Core is hidden in human society. The detailed information also specifically reminds that the life of Crystal Core is good at disguising, and this does not seem to be easily found. Besides, even if Shen Fei can find the Crystal Core life body, he will not recklessly go up. This is a 2-star virtual world. What if it fails? The god-transporting lineage may be very reckless when fighting, but Shen Fei thinks he is definitely not a reckless man. Shen Fei kept thinking in his heart, and suddenly, his eyes turned to one side. In a remote corner, 2 entangled figures can be seen faintly, and it is estimated that they are a man and a woman. Broad day, bright world. Shen Fei was furious and subconsciously wanted to criticize, but then he was slightly stunned. Green dog head. Shen Fei looked at the woman's head. You should know that he has completed 2 stages of attribute superposition, and ordinary people are not qualified to become targets. Shen Fei thought quickly in his heart, and he walked over the 2 of them quietly. Hey baby, don't worry, he's gone. Oh, you're completely different today. How did you do it? Marvelous. A series of sounds mixed with breathing continued to sound, but the man did not notice that a huge crack broke in the woman he was hugging tightly. The crack was completely empty and there were no internal organs. The crack expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than 1 meter. At this point, even if the man was dull, he could not find out. A look of horror appeared on his face and subconsciously wanted to speak, but a sticky thing blocked his mouth firmly. A strong suction force came, and in the blink of an eye, the man was swallowed into it by the entire crack. It's hard to imagine a thin woman how did the body stuff a tall and strong man in it. But reality happened. The woman's body returned to normal in the blink of an eye, but she did not choose to leave. After waiting in place for a while, her body suddenly cracked again. Soon, the man who had just been swallowed by her got out of it intact. The man had nothing unusual on the surface, but his expression had become dull and numb. The man rubbed his face, and after the skin trembled in waves, he showed a smile. This smile was exactly the same as the man before, no difference. However, such a smile did not last long, and a sneer suddenly came from the top of the two of them. "Bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being, so it turns out." Shen Fei shouted loudly and then jumped down from the roof. "Call." Shen Fei stopped steadily in front of the two of them. Shen Fei suddenly appeared, obviously something that a man and a woman did not expect, but there was no big fluctuation on their faces. "Humans? Are there evolvers among humans?" The woman spoke pure Chinese, which made Shen Fei, who wanted to use his own bad whisper, suddenly lost his chance. "But, evolution? Do aliens actually know about evolutionists?" "The lemon sheath is cut and the lemon is cut and the lemon is raised together." Shen Fei did not rush to do it, but wanted to try first whether he could find out some news. "I'm not a monster, my name is Limuz," the woman said calmly, then asked, "Where did you get your evolutionary method?" "Picked it up." Shen Fei smiled. "It seems that I can only catch you." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the man who had been silent suddenly moved beside her. "Call." The man turned into a black shadow, his arms turned into whips, and black energy emerged at the same time. "Call! Call!" Two black whips roared towards Shen Fei. "This black energy looks familiar." Shen Fei's thought flashed through his mind, but he did not hesitate and drew out the long knife from his waist in an instant. Swish! A cold light flashed by. The man's two whips and body were all cut into two pieces in an instant. "Call!" Shen Fei rushed towards the woman without stopping. Shen Fei's speed is too fast now. As soon as a layer of black energy rises on the surface of this woman's body, a big head rises directly into the sky. Shen Fei turned around and looked at the two people who were lying on the ground, and he smiled contemptuously. Then he went forward and stabbed the woman in an instant. It's not Shen Fei's corpse abuse, but this guy is not dead at all. Crystal nucleus life has the ability to control organic matter at will, and their body is crystal nucleus. It is not difficult to speculate that to kill crystal nucleus life, the crystal nucleus must be destroyed. Besides, this guy is a green dog head, and Shen Fei has not received her attribute bonus yet. Call! 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 Shen Fei stabbed him wildly, and the woman stopped pretending. Her hand turned into awl and stabbed him hard. Unfortunately, her speed is too slow and it is not enough to watch. Shen Fei instantly cut off the pointed cone, followed by another crazy stab. However, at this moment, behind Shen Fei, a whistling suddenly came. The man who was cut in half by Shen Fei had recovered from integrity at some point, and his whole body became unrecognizable, and tentacles thrust at Shen Fei frantically. However, the man's attack was still futile, and Shen Fei cut it into several pieces with just a few casual slashes. After a few seconds, suddenly, Shen Fei felt a hint of obstacle less than 3 inches down the woman's chest. Finished. Shen Fei sneered, and he picked the tip of his knife, and suddenly, a black diamond crystal that was the size of a walnut appeared in the air. There are rays of light in the crystals constantly flickering, which looks very beautiful. Is this the crystal core life body? Shen Fei glanced at the crystal, which was satisfying his curiosity. Immediately afterwards, he slashed without hesitation. The crystal nucleus shattered in response to the sound. You killed the target, you gained attack plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1, insight plus 0.1. A line of text floated by, and Shen Fei finally confirmed that this guy was really dead. Shen Fei turned around and found that the body of the man he had just split into several pieces was still squirming and reorganizing. You dare to say you are not a monster? Shen Fei was furious. He stabbed the man in a wild manner and soon found a crystal core in his body. Bang! The crystal core was broken and the man's body was completely gone. However, Shen Fei did not receive any attribute bonus this time. Of course, it is not incomprehensible. These two people should be the child bodies of real crystal nucleus life, but there are obviously differences between child bodies. That woman is a senior child, so she has the qualification to become a target, but a man is obviously just transformed, so he is too immature and naturally does not become a target. This time, the virtual world is disgusting. Shen Fei looked around. The death of the two crystal nucleus life bodies was accompanied by the splash of flesh and blood, and the scene was simply indescribable. Get out of here first. Shen Fei was not too stunned, and he quickly left in a hurry. Chapter 55 List Group. It was a blink of an eye, more than 2 days have passed. Shen Fei was wearing a black windbreaker, sunglasses, and a mask, and he stood at the top of a building with more than 100 floors. This is the headquarters of the beautiful country's List Group. According to Shen Fei's investigation, this group is a super-large interest group that has emerged in the past 2 years, and its main business includes pharmaceuticals, arms, and other profit-making industries. 2 days ago, Shen Fei killed a couple with extremely cruel methods, and the matter quickly attracted a large number of reporters. However, just as this big news was about to be ignited, everything suddenly disappeared. Voice. Of course, Shen Fei realized something was wrong. He investigated it with unconventional methods and finally found that the mastermind behind the entire incident was the List Group. So he came here. Although at a height of hundreds of meters, Shen Fei could clearly see everything downstairs. Among the men and women coming and going, Shen Fei only observed for about half an hour and saw 2 or 3 green dog heads. Humph, the targets are so dense, there is indeed something wrong here. Shen Fei snorted coldly in his heart. After what happened last time, Shen Fei suddenly realized that he had an advantage that no other Void Realm adventurers did. That is, no matter how well the life of the crystal core is disguised, as long as it meets the conditions for becoming a target, there will be no way to hide in front of him. Ordinary people cannot become targets. People who are targets are likely to be crystal nucleus life or their children. The day before yesterday, the crystalline life said it was called Limuz. This may not be the single name of the subody, but the real crystalline life is called Limuz. This group is also called Limuz. It's really unconcealed. Shen Fei thought to himself, or is this a bait? The detailed information clearly states that the 7 crystal core lives are competitors to each other, and perhaps this group was created by Limuz to attract attention. Investigate first. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. A moment later, Shen Fei knocked a cleaner in the corner, changed into the other party's clothes, and then entered the building openly. The entire building was full of employees of Lis Group. Shen Fei investigated upwards layer by layer and found more than a dozen green dog heads along the way. He knocked them down one by one, preparing to kill them all by then. So many green dog heads are worth half a golden dog head. If you don't kill them, you won't kill them. However, just as Shen Fei had just searched the first floor and was about to take the elevator to continue to go up the next floor, suddenly, a tall figure walked into the elevator. Seeing the visitor, Shen Fei was slightly stunned. This is a guy with a golden dog's head on his head, but Shen Fei did not focus on the golden dog's head for the first time, but quietly confirmed his identity. A beautiful and pretty face swept past, and Shen Fei's eyes stopped on his straight long legs. That's right, it's Xia Qiang. She actually entered this virtual world. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, but he quickly reacted. He did kill the mad scientist at the beginning, but Xia Qiang was strictly the person who led him out of his lair, and it is hard to say that he had no contribution. Therefore, Xia Qiang is likely to have also obtained tickets to the world of Crisis of Changes, which is not surprising now in this virtual world. As for why Xia Qiang appeared in the Lis group in a grand manner, it is unknown. So, the dog's head can still jump repeatedly. Shen Fei focused his attention on Xia Qiang's head. Last time in the Empire assessment, after his first attribute superposition was completed, Xia Qiang had changed from a golden dog head to a purple dog head. Now his second attribute superposition has been completed. Logically, Xia Qiang should have a green dog head. But she is still golden. It can be seen from this that the dog's head is not static, and it is likely to change according to the owner's state. In other words, Xia Qiang is very strong now. Shen Fei was wondering whether to give Xia Qiang a knife later. If he suddenly beheaded this time, Xia Qiang should be unable to faint, right? Please go ahead of me, I'm not used to others being behind me. Suddenly, a smile rang out. Shen Fei was slightly shocked when he heard this. Xia Qian probably didn't recognize the hat and mask he was wearing at this moment. Shen Fei walked to the front of the elevator silently, and at the same time he was concentrating on sensing the situation behind him to avoid being suddenly attacked. Bite. A crisp sound came and the elevator reached the next floor. Shen Fei silently pushed the garbage truck and walked out. The elevator door was closed quickly, and Xia Qian continued to move upwards. Xia Qian appeared here. Did she also notice that there was something wrong here, or did she choose the Lim's camp? Shen Fei thought in his mind, while continuing to investigate the situation in the building. It took about 20 minutes like this. When Shen Fei took the elevator to the new floor again, an accident happened. Laugh. The elevator door slowly opened, but what caught Shen Fei's eyes was no longer the corridor, but a row of black muzzles. These are more than a dozen gun-carrying security personnel, and each of them has no dog head. Although it is not ruled out that there is a possibility that these people are mixed with limbs, they are more likely to be ordinary people. After all, this group is an openly legitimate group and there will definitely be security personnel. Considering his arms company identity, this is a beautiful country, and this scene seems normal. Have anyone ever told you that your professional level is very poor? I have never seen any spy who would spy on intelligence without missing a floor. Is this your family? A very strong bald man looked sarcastic. Although Shen Fei only understood part of his whispering skills, he also heard that this guy was mocking him. Shen Fei was suddenly furious. Damn, this is obviously what he did in the movie. Is it a misunderstanding? Shen Fei still wanted to struggle. However, the response to Shen Fei was that two big men, like wolves and tigers, had already pounced on him. They wanted to hold Shen Fei down, but Shen Fei naturally could not surrender. The two big men flew backwards the moment they rushed up and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the other security personnel subconsciously pulled the trigger as if they were stressed. Bang! 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 A series of bomb rains poured out. However, when everyone cleared the magazine, they were stunned. I saw Shen Fei standing there intact. His hands were spread out, and suddenly, bullets fell down. Do you like this magic? Shen Fei smiled. The next moment, Shen Fei suddenly tore off the clothes he had taken off the cleaner and then pulled out the knife from his waist with his backhand. Since you can't lurk, you can only kill people. Chapter 56, Big Kill Special Kill. Inside an office near the top floor in the Les Group headquarters building. At this moment, a gentle middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was reviewing a document. Suddenly, a knock on the door came from outside. Please come in. The man looked up and said, and the next moment, a figure pushed the door and walked in. The figure is wearing a light red windbreaker and is very tall, which is Xia Qian. Xia Qian, right? The middle-aged man looked up and then put down the documents in his hand. It's me. Xia Qian slowly walked to the middle-aged man and sat down. She smiled and said, "Would I call you limbs or something?" Limbs, said the middle-aged man, and he took out a document from under the table. Since it's the original body that asks you to help, I happen to have a troublesome thing to deal with. The middle-aged man handed the document to Xia Qiang. Trouble. Xia Qiang opened the file and scanned the contents inside, and the middle-aged man also said, I have an ordinary child body, an elite child body was killed. This may be done by those 6 guys, or it may be a warrior from a different universe like you. I hope the sect will help me solve this problem. It looks cruel to be dismembered like this. Xia Qiang looked at the shocking pictures in the document, and she quickly made a judgment in her heart. The person who was doing it was a guy who only knew how to physically attack. In order to kill the life of the crystal core, he could only use this method. For humans, it is indeed cruel, but in my eyes, this is just a killing. The middle-aged man said calmly, but at this moment, the phone next to him suddenly rang. The middle-aged man signaled Xia Qiang to wait, and then he answered the phone. The person on the other end of the phone didn't know what he said, and the middle-aged man quickly started operating on the computer next to him. In just a moment, his face slightly darkened. Xia Qiang keenly noticed the strangeness of the person in front of him. Limus, I didn't expect you to have emotional changes. Xia Qiang said with a smile. After playing human beings for a long time, it is inevitable that there will be some habits. The middle-aged man didn't say much, but he pushed the computer in front of Xia Qiang and said, Look at this. This is. Xia Qiang looked at it intently, and soon a hint of surprise appeared on her face. These are surveillance videos. In each video, the protagonist is a man with a mask and hat wearing a cleaner's hat. The man held a black knife and kept breaking into offices and chopped down the employees of the LES group to the ground at an extremely fast speed. The man seemed to be a murderer. Everyone he killed had become countless, and every murder scene he passed by became extremely bloody. But men seem to have goals. Among a group of people, only 1 or 2 people are hacked to death by him. This person. Xia Qiang looked at the man's figure and instantly realized that this was the cleaner she encountered in the elevator. Also use a knife. Xia Qiang's eyes were slightly condensed, and she felt thoughtful. Your goal has appeared by yourself. Your current task is to cooperate with me to keep him. The middle-aged man said. Xia Qiang nodded. This man's killing method was exactly the same as the target mentioned by Limus, and the two were most likely the same person. Limus, are these killed people your son? Xia Qiang suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man's face was cold and he could not tell anything at all, but Xia Qiang had already confirmed his guess. It is really a bit cruel to be able to distinguish the crystal core life in the crowd. Unfortunately, the master of this ability actually came directly. I wonder if his strength is as hard as his brain. If not, it would be a pity. Ah! Help! Run! Clatter! 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 In the building of the LES group, some were screaming, some were asking for help, and some were fighting back with guns, but it could not stop a massacre. Shen Fei was completely killed and killed more than 20 green dog heads in just a short time, and he got more attribute points than a golden dog head. Today, no one can stop me. Shen Fei showed a ferocious look on his face, and dismembered a green dog's head into countless parts while laughing wildly. The crystal core hidden in his body was naturally broken. Your current attributes are: Attack, 11.1. Speed, 17.2. Defense, 10.9. Physical Constitution, 11.3. Understanding, 11.2. Evolutionary Talent, 11.1. Shen Fei glanced at his big strides, and he headed straight for the next target without hesitation. Shen Fei kicked the floor to pieces and fell freely to the next layer among countless gravel residues. He, no one can escape. With a sneer, Shen Fei knocked down more than 10 thick walls in succession and rushed into the corridor. However, before Shen Fei could attack a green dog head here, suddenly, his face changed slightly, and a chill suddenly appeared behind him. Call. In an instant, Shen Fei turned around and stabbed. Clang. A sharp sword that pierced straight was blocked by Shen Fei. Xia Qiang and Shen Fei looked at the person holding the sword and was slightly shocked. Who are you? Are you going to block me? Shen Fei shouted coldly. Brother Shen Fei, stop pretending, I know you too if you turn into ashes. Xia Qiang smiled slightly, which made Shen Fei feel a little disbelief. He just almost blocked his entire face. Can he be recognized? However, seeing Xia Qiang's sure look, it doesn't seem like a test. Xia Qiang, I'm not free now and you're not talking about it. Let's talk about our affairs later. Shen Fei took back his knife and turned around and wanted to chase the green dog head again. However, Xia Qiang flashed in front of him. Do you think I'm doing the previous thing? Xia Qiang pointed at Shen Fei's sword and sneered, I want to help Lord Limous kill you. Mr. Limous? You actually defected to the Crystal Core life. Shen Fei was shocked and heartbroken. This guy was actually a traitor, hateful. You and I know that this is not my hometown Earth at all. It is my freedom to defect to whom I want to rely on. Xia Qiang said loudly, okay, stop talking nonsense, come and fight. And just as Xia Qiang declared war loudly, another voice also sounded in Shen Fei's ears. Don't blame me for not reminding you. One of the most important subbody bodies of limbs must be hidden in the limbs group. In addition, I will take action. If you don't want to die here, just run away quickly. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang with some surprise. Xia Qiang actually kindly reminded him to escape? Then let me see what you have. Shen Fei raised his knife and said in a pun. He was going to run away, and he ran away from the beginning, why wait until now? Moreover, from what Xia Qiang said, she was obviously very confident in herself. Then I have to let you recognize the reality. Xia Qiang smiled slightly, and the next moment, she wiped the sword in her hand with one hand. Boom! A golden light that was constantly splashing suddenly enveloped the sword. Xia Qiang stabbed suddenly, and a golden sword shadow filled the entire floor. Immediately rushed to Shen Fei. Fuck! Shen Fei was shocked. Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent was a Void Realm ability. Shen Fei instantly understood in his heart that this should be the effect brought by the evolution method. But what kind of evolution is this? Is the special effects so sufficient? It's a bit outrageous. Chapter 57 Terrifying Strength. Faced with Xia Qiang's special effects move, Shen Fei instantly gave up the idea of blocking with a knife. This thing is not a physical attack, and a small thin knife will definitely not be able to stop it. Swish! Shen Fei touched the other side of his waist with his backhand, where it was the number 2 weapon he prepared for this time in the Void Realm. With the silver energy gun in hand, Shen Fei pulled the trigger in an instant. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and the next moment, a silver beam of light burst out. Boom! The silver light column collided with the golden lightsaber in an instant, and accompanied by a wave of energy sweeping through the golden lightsaber, the golden lightsaber was directly penetrated. Laugh! The silver light column has not diminished its castration. After easily piercing through the entire Les group building, it slowly disappeared into the horizon. Strictly speaking, Xia Qiang was also penetrated by the silver beam of light, but her golden sword shadow still bought her a moment of time, allowing her to instantly complete the emptiness, which avoided the risk of being penetrated. Energy gun. Xia Qiang saw the weapons in Shen Fei's hand clearly in the mess. Are you getting a mistake? The ultimate move she had developed so many internal cycles before she mastered was crushed by an ordinary energy gun? That dog organization is a pure liar. Is it still time to get off the boat now? Miss Xia, you still have to practice. Shen Fei put away the energy gun with great satisfaction. The 50 million imperial coins cost no loss, and a shot with 11 times the attack power is so powerful. Where did you buy this energy gun? Xia Qiang also reacted. She had never played ordinary energy guns, so how could she have such an effect? 1 billion imperial currency, I can sell this in my hand to you. Shen Fei said immediately. The Alliance's legitimate model Jun by Najis vs Huiting. Can you really take out 1 billion imperial coins? Shen Fei was also slightly stunned. This guy is also a rich man? I don't have it, but I can borrow money. Xia Qiang fell into deep thought, but she vaguely felt something was wrong. You can think about it slowly. Shen Fei didn't say much, and he didn't have the intention to continue fighting. He knew very well that Xia Qiang had become empty and could not even fight, so he naturally had no intention of getting involved with the other party. Shen Fei turned his head and was about to leave, but at this moment... Bite! A crisp sound rang out, and the elevator door that survived the energy swept just now slowly opened, and then a cold man in a black suit walked out of it. A big guy is here. Shen Fei stopped immediately. The man was wearing a big golden dog head on his head, and he knew it was not easy to mess with at first glance. Although Xia Qiang is also a golden dog head, according to Shen Fei's experience, a large part of her value lies in the talent of the virtual realm. This man in front of her may not be sure of it. Limous, you are here just right. I am not his opponent alone. Let's work together to deal with him. Xia Qiang suddenly spoke, and at the same time she also gave Shen Fei a hidden look. If you let you run, you won't run. It's too late now, right? Go on. The cold man didn't say much, he tore off his suit, and then, strands of black energy appeared on his body. At the same time, the cold man's arms began to deform, and in the blink of an eye it turned into two knives. Call. The man was obviously ruthless and didn't talk much. In an instant, he turned into a black shadow, and his voice was still far behind, and the black shadow had already arrived in front of Shen Fei. Call. Call. Two black knives reached Shen Fei's head in the blink of an eye. That speed is so fast that Shen Fei they were all secretly surprised. He was sure that the man's attack speed was more than 2000 meters per second, which was much faster than the god of war. Before Shen Fei reached 9 internal cycles, even with the help of attribute bonus, he did not have this speed. Clang! Clang! Shen Fei resisted with a knife, and the power was transmitted to the ground. The building floor cracked open in an instant, obviously unable to withstand this kind of counter-shock force. Call! 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 The man kept slashing his arms, and Shen Fei turned into countless after-images with his sword, and the defense was not leaking. He perfectly blocked every strike of this man. Boom! 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 The Lis building exploded layer by layer, and the two of them came from the middle floor to the bottom floor in the blink of an eye. From the middle of the building, a hole that directly leads to the underground appeared in the entire building. I'm afraid there are nearly 300 tons of power. Shen Fei was more and more shocked. He was indeed a sudden mess of the golden dog head in the Twostar virtual world. Fortunately, I'm even more fierce. Shen Fei shouted suddenly, and he turned into an attack in an instant. The speed of the black knife in Shen Fei's hand burst out in an instant, easily exceeding 3000 meters per second. Shen Fei's combat skills are undoubtedly much more skillful than this man. The man waved his arms only by his instinctive power and speed, with no skill at all. But Shen Fei, he can control his sword with extremely delicate control. Shen Fei's counterattack was just a few moves, and he directly broke through the man's defense and slashed him with a fierce knife. But what surprised Shen Fei was that his sword did not work and was blocked by a layer of black energy on the man's body. Turtle shell. A flash of inspiration in Shen Fei's mind. The day before yesterday, when he met Limsa's two children on the roadside, he felt that the black energy they used looked familiar, but the black energy of the two was too weak for Shen Fei and could easily break the defense, so he didn't care. But at this moment, Shen Fei suddenly remembered it. When he beat Wang Quansheng up in reality, the energy on the other person's body seemed to be like this. To be precise, this man is Wang Quansheng's Super Pool's version. Crystal Core Life also has an evolution method. Shen Fei was shocked. If it is true, then how many internal cycles did this man establish? However, at this moment, the opponent obviously would not give Shen Fei a chance to think too much. The man's whistling swords slashed at Shen Fei again. Shen Fei quickly abandoned his distracting thoughts and began to concentrate on dealing with the battle in front of him. This person's strength is similar to his speed is far less than his, and his combat skills are far weaker than him. He will definitely not be his opponent in frontal battles, but this body of defense is not his. Clang! 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 Shen Fei's knife slashed the opponent's body again and again, but the effect was only minimal. It's not okay to not open the big one. Shen Fei made a decision in his heart. The next moment, Shen Fei's external circulation began to absorb cosmic energy frantically, and a large amount of energy exploded in Shen Fei's body instantly. Boom! Shen Fei's body size suddenly surged, and he became a little giant nearly 3 meters tall. Look at me, I won't beat you to death. Shen Fei looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but smile. The more internal circulations established by the wild god change, the greater the increase. When Shen Fei established the 9 internal circulations, his strength not only changed qualitatively, but it soared by nearly 3 times, but the increase of the wild god change also changed qualitatively. Shen Fei tried that once he used the wilderness god transformation, his current power can increase by twice, that is, it becomes 3 times the original power. After the Huangshen transformation, Shen Fei and Ping A had 60 or 70 tons of strength at once, and his full strength exceeded 100 tons. With the amplitude of attributes, this power is simply terrifying. If he had no ability, how could Shen Fei dare to kill people in the Lis group so carelessly? Chapter 58 Missile. Are these 2 monsters? Xia Qiang remained in a state of imaginary state. While observing the cracked holes on each floor, she rushed downstairs one by one. But just as Xia Qiang was about to reach the bottom of the floor, suddenly, boom! 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 A tremor that was several times more violent than before was constantly coming, and the whole building began to shake. What's wrong? Xia Qiang speeded up and soon she approached the place where the 2 sides fought. However, what surprised Xia Qiang was that there was no fierce battle as imagined, but a unilateral beating. The cold man was pressed firmly by Shen Fei, who was nearly 3 meters tall, and could not move at all. Shen Fei's other hand kept hitting, and each punch hit the cold man's head. The terrifying power caused the ground to collapse, and the terrifying tremor that made the Les building shaking was also derived from Shen Fei's repeated attacks. I don't believe that your energy is infinite. Shen Fei sneered while hammering. According to his experience in dealing with Wang Quansheng last time, although this turtle shell is hard and perverted, once it is exhausted, it will be nothing. However, just as Shen Fei was attacking wildly, suddenly, he felt a movement coming from behind him. Shen Fei turned his head and found that a familiar huge golden lightsaber shot from him. This time Shen Fei was fearless and he punched him hard. Boom! The golden lightsaber exploded instantly, and a huge amount of energy swept through, but Shen Fei was unscathed. It cannot be said that it is unscathed. Shen Fei specially purchased a Void Realm battlesuit that can withstand extremely high intensity, and was directly burned out many large holes. Xia Qiang, it's not your business, get out of here. Shen Fei was furious. If the battlesuit in the Void Realm is gone, what will he wear? Call. Xia Qiang, who was in a state of immersion, appeared beside Shen Fei. She squatted down as if no one was around and said to the cold man, Lim Lord S, you have seen it too, and I can't deal with him. What should we do? Quick! Boom! Go! Boom! Beg! Boom! Aid! Boom! 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 Under Shen Fei's raindrop fist, Lim said a solution, and when Xia Qiang heard this, she didn't say anything more. Call. With a flash, Xia Qiang disappeared from the spot. Shen Fei didn't care about Xia Qiang's departure. One reason was that he couldn't stop him, and the other reason was that he wanted to have a dog head to come and send him off quickly. Of course, other things are not important. The most urgent task now is to hammer the golden dog's head to death as soon as possible. Boom! 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 Shen Fei's attack speed was 3 points faster. As time passed, the Lis building finally reached its limit as the ground was shaking continuously, and collapsed with a bang. At this time, the beautiful country police had already set up a cordon nearby. Report: the lockdown has been completed in the vicinity. Reported: according to employees who escaped from the Les building, a murderer suddenly appeared in the Les building. He held a long knife and his killing method was extremely cruel, which caused the riot. As for the vibration that caused the collapse of the Les building, it should be the underground of the Les building, but the reason is unknown. Listening to the reports, a middle-aged sheriff couldn't help but look at the sky. It was obviously cloudy. Why did he sweat so much? Has the casualties count been released? The middle-aged sheriff asked. Except for the people who were killed by the perverted murderer, most of them escaped in time. We are still counting, and accurate data can be released immediately. Someone reported immediately. Quick, as soon as possible. What else did the middle-aged sheriff want to say? At this time, the phone on his body rang. The middle-aged sheriff answered the phone, but in just a moment his expression changed. No, Sister Sen's Huanjun, time is too tight, it's impossible. The sheriff roared at the phone, but the opposite side had already hung up. Fuck. Retreat, retreat. The middle-aged sheriff roared, and he ran and urged the police officers investigating nearby to get in the car. And just as a group of people drove away, black shadows appeared in the distant sky. The black shadow had a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound. It was still far away in the last second, and the next second it reached the ruins of the Les building. Boom! 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 Firelights soared into the sky, and above the original site of the Les building, the ground instantly turned into a purgatory. A terrifying shock wave swept across the world, and the police car that had not yet run far was immediately blown away. Surviving police officers crawled out of the police car and looked into the distance in disbelief. This is a missile bombing in the city. Crime, this is a crime. On the other side. Shen Fei stood at the top of a building 10 kilometers away from the Lis building. He was also a little shocked when he looked at the fires coming from the distance. Really launched missiles? I thought they would launch the top nuclear weapons of this era, but I didn't expect to shoot some explosives. Xia Qiang's voice sounded next to me. It seems that I am so passionate. This level of explosion is simply not worth mentioning to you, brother Shen Fei. No, I still have to thank you. Shen Fei sighed. He grew up in an environment of nuclear fear since he was a child and was born to be afraid of this thing. Even if his body is harder than many alloys with the blessing of the Huangshen transformation and attributes, he will subconsciously be unconfident when facing nuclear weapons. Shen Fei knew he was very hard, but he was not sure whether he was hard or not. Although only ordinary missiles were fired in the end, Xia Qiang's reminder still allowed Shen Fei to avoid the risk of being faced by a nuclear bomb. Haha, then you can thank me. After all, I came to report the news at the risk of being discovered by Limus. Xia Qiang said with a smile, but her voice did not appear again. Shen Fei turned his head and looked around, without a trace of Xia Qiang. Xia Qiang's talent in virtual realm seemed to have become even stronger. She can not only become weak but also be invisible. Just now, Xia Qiang was hiding from beginning to end and communicated with him. At this moment, Xia Qiang may have left. Xia Qiang is kind to help me this time. Is it because she also chose the human camp but pretended to defect to limbs? Shen Fei was a little puzzled. Before, under the Lis group, Shen Fei quickly smashed the black energy on the cold man's body after a blasting hammer. Then, the other party quickly turned into a meat paste, and the crystal core naturally shattered. And at this moment, Xia Qiang appeared and reminded him to run quickly. Limbs might use the puppets he controlled in human society to launch nuclear weapons. When Shen Fei heard this news, he naturally didn't dare to stop for a moment and hurried away. The result is the current situation. Although there are no nuclear weapons, a large number of missiles carrying high-intensity explosives have been dropped. Of course, missiles, nuclear bombs, and other streams are no longer important now. What is important is what Xia Qiang's purpose is. If Xia Qiang is from the human camp, how did she win the trust of Limus? The detailed information is very clear that even if you choose the Lims camp and obtain a very favorable initial identity, you will face a crisis of trust, let alone people who choose other camps. Is this guy trying to let me relax my vigilance and take the opportunity to stab me? Shen Fei shivered with excitement. It shouldn't be so. Shen Fei shook his head, but he decided to be careful when he sees Xia Qiang again in the future. What if? Chapter 59 Assassination. The cruelest and most outrageous murderers since the 21st century. The truth about the collapse of the Les Group building. There really is a superpower in the world? The shocking secret in the Les building. In a luxury hotel in New York City, a beautiful country. A middle-aged man dressed in neatly and top hat was reading newspapers, and he was gradually restoring the truth from these messy reports. And at this moment, click. The door was suddenly opened, and then, a man and a woman walked in. The two of them were holding hands in a very close manner, obviously a couple. "Captain, we went to the scene to check. There are signs of fierce fighting underground in this building. It can be confirmed that the manpower of the operation is extremely large, and it is speculated that it has exceeded 1,000 tons. The two people reported. In addition, there should be a crystal core life of a high level that is dead." "Oh." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and then he asked again, "Do you think this person may be our target?" "It's very likely. Newcomers are young people under 20 years old. Even if they are extremely talented and have no shortage of resources, they are at most level 3 of the new moon. At the 3rd level of the new moon, even if you have the talent of the virtual realm, it is difficult to have such power. On the contrary, if the attack is in the sun realm, it is very consistent with the on-site situation." The woman among the couple said. "It is not ruled out that the newcomer is already in the sun realm," another man said. "After all, not everyone is willing to establish more internal circulation and then break through. There are many people who are seeking breakthroughs at the 2nd level of the new moon." Since that's the case, the middle-aged man pondered, then keep paying attention and see how he moves next. A few days later, the breeze flows gently, and the fallen leaves fall down. Shen Fei covered his face with his hood. He was sitting on a recliner next to a dense forest and surfing the internet. "Damn it, it's true that I'm a netizen in the 21st century. I really want to kill them along the internet cable." Shen Fei smashed his newly bought phone into pieces and felt angry. After the collapse of the Les Group building, Shen Fei has become the leading terrorist in the 21st century. Limous has got Shen Fei's avatar from nowhere and hung it online. For a time, he has become the object of many internet trolls showing their presence. "Limous, wait for me." Shen Fei snorted coldly in his heart. The last time he had a random kill at Lis building, he tasted the sweetness, and his average attribute point was more than 2 points long. In this case, Shen Fei certainly would not give up easily. He was ready to use his advantages to continue hunting Limus's son. And these days, Shen Fei has not been idle and has been secretly searching for the Lim's body. The last time Lims was able to launch missiles directly at Li's building, which means that the top leaders in the beautiful country must have been eroded into sieve. Shen Fei has been squatting in many important places in the beautiful country these 2 days, and he has indeed discovered many goals. However, Shen Fei was a little afraid that Limous would do anything and really gave him a nuclear bomb, so this time he didn't go out directly like last time. He recorded all the targets and prepared for a silent killing. While Shen Fei was thinking, suddenly, he looked up and looked into the distance. Shen Fei's eyes easily passed through a sparse dense forest. Opposite the dense forest was a golf course. At this time, several black cars drove out of it. "Finally come out!" Shen Fei sneered. He took out the energy gun from his waist, aimed directly at the back seat of a car and pulled the trigger. "Call!" The silver column of light burst out, and in an instant, the trees along the way instantly turned into ashes, and the second half of the black car also evaporated instantly. There were 2 people sitting behind it. You kill the target and get speed plus 0.1, physique plus 0.1, defense plus 0.1. Acquired by the indiscriminate investigation. Very good, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Shen Fei smiled indifferently. This assassination was a perfect score. It depends on who dares to say that those who know the gods in the future are all reckless men. On that day, Shen Fei conducted several assassinations in succession based on the targets discovered in the past 2 days and the investigation information, and 7 more green dog heads died at Shen Fei's hands. There were continuous deaths from unknown terrifying beams of military and political circles. For a moment, the beautiful country seemed to have caused a major earthquake. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Shen Fei, and he is ready to continue planning the next assassination. The next assassination was in the private manor of a military tycoon, and Shen Fei was about to go to the site in advance. Shen Fei was wearing a camouflage dress and was running in the wild at an extremely fast speed. Shen Fei's full-strength running speed can easily exceed 10 times the speed of sound, far exceeding most supersonic fighters in the current era. He does not need any means of transportation to reach everywhere at an extremely fast speed. This is also the key reason why Shen Fei was able to complete assassinations in a short period of time with lightning speed. However, before Shen Fei could reach his destination, he suddenly stopped. There was a figure in front of her, sitting on the branch of a dead tree, her long legs hanging down randomly. She looked up at the sky, as if she was thinking about something. Xia Qiang. Shen Fei stopped with a strange expression. He doesn't think it's a chance encounter in the wilderness. I haven't seen each other for a few days, my brother has lost weight. Xia Qiang jumped from the tree and said in a pretentious sigh. Shen Fei had no expression on his face and asked directly, "Stop talking nonsense, how did you know I would pass here?" "Fate just makes us meet." Xia Qiang smiled slightly, and she said directly. "Does brother Shen Fei think Limuz is a soft persimmon? You keep causing trouble for him, and he has decided to mobilize his strength to get rid of you." Shen Fei was not surprised by Xia Qiang's words. He regarded Limuz as a scripture when checking the bag. Limuz certainly regarded him as a thorn in his eyes, and it would be strange if he didn't find a way to get rid of him. Shen Fei thought for a moment, and then he laughed and said, "I dare to ask Sister Xia Qiang, what can I teach me?" If brother Shen Fei had to deal with Limuz, killing these ordinary children would not have much effect. Instead, it would easily expose himself and be blocked by Limuz. Xia Qiang said. Instead of doing this, it's better to accumulate strength in secret and find a way to cut off its key wings. Ordinary subodi? Those are dog heads. Shen Fei smiled faintly in his heart. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. If he kills one, he will make a fortune. How could he stop easily? Of course, although Shen Fei did not agree with Xia Qiang's method at all, he was silent on the surface, but instead sighed. However, Limuz hides too deeply, and his key wings are not that easy to find. I can provide help to brother Shen Fei. Xia Qiang smiled and said, "I'm going to tell my goal, Limuz is also." "Oh? Then we have to have a good talk." Shen Fei was not surprised at all. Judging from the facts of the lies group, it is very likely that Xia Qiang is a second 5 chilled. Although she doesn't know how she lurks into the lies camp, she said that she wants to deal with lies, and it is really possible that it is true. I do have many ideas. Xia Qiang finally stopped laughing and laughing. She looked slightly solemn and was about to have a good talk with Shen Fei. However, at this moment, Shen Fei said again, "But it's not now. I don't have time to have a deep chat with you now. Come and find me tonight." After Shen Fei finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xia Qiang to react and rushed out and headed straight for the next assassination target. Shen Fei's time is indeed very precious now. Even if Lims wants to mobilize his strength to deal with him, it will take time. He wants to take this opportunity to kill a few more dog heads. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the expression on his face suddenly froze slightly. "Bastard, I've said so much, you didn't listen to a word, right? A reckless man." Xia Qiang gritted her teeth secretly. After a little thought, she decided to chase after her and take a look. Chapter 60 Lims's response. Reported that no abnormality was found within 10 miles of Yuehu Manor. Expand my search scope. Yes. Reported, no abnormalities were found within 100 miles of Yuehu Manor. Continue to expand. In beautiful countries, satellite surveillance centers are operating with all their strength. This is already the 23rd military and political important officials who were killed, but so far, they don't even know who or what the murderer is. This is simply a great story of the world. However, because what happened was too horrifying, beautiful country has mobilized a large number of high-precision satellites to conduct carpet-style searches. Under this high-intensity search, when the day was about to get dark, suddenly, a staff member who was searching aimlessly at the location where something had just happened discovered an abnormality. This is... The staff member's eyes widened, and the satellite barely locked in a target. It was a shadow. The color of the shadow was very similar to the ground, and it could not be seen without careful reading. Moreover, as can be seen from the satellite image, the shadow was amazingly fast. My God, this is a man! The staff's exclamations quickly attracted attention. With the cooperation of everyone, they quickly restored the shadow under the satellite surveillance. It was true that one person was alone. The speed reached 4123 m/s, exceeding Mach 12. Everyone was in deep thought. Most missiles were not so fast. Is this the speed that people could achieve? But the facts are right in front of them. What else can they do? Report it. A few minutes later, Shen Fei rushed to the vicinity of his next destination, but before he could get closer, he found that several fighter planes were hovering in the sky above the destination. I'm exposed. Shen Fei was shocked and stopped immediately. Dear sir, it is well known that force is never the best choice to solve problems. No matter what your demands you have, I think we can talk about it. If you agree, please stay where we are and we will send a special car to pick you up. Sincere words came from the sky, and they were the sounds carried by the fighter planes. Talk. Shen Fei did not hesitate at all, and he turned around and left. The parasitic ability of crystal core life is undoubtedly quite perverted. It is hard to say how many people in the top leaders of the beautiful country survive. If we could talk, Shen Fei would not have assassinated from the beginning. Shen Fei clearly chose the human camp this time, but the initial identity he got was a lone hero. You can imagine how deep the water inside it is. Shen Fei was sure that even if there were people in the beautiful country's top leaders who wanted to talk to him, the result would definitely evolve, and he was sent to the encirclement prepared by limbs. It is probably because of the satellite's whereabouts. Shen Fei looked up at Gao Xing. Although his speed was fast, the satellites of this era were not vegetarians, and there was a possibility that they would lock him up. At the beginning, Shen Fei deliberately wore camouflage clothes and specially selected some deserted and remote places to rush on the road just to avoid satellites, but unexpectedly he was discovered. However, the problem is not big. Now it's in the wild, with a very broad vision. If a missile carrying nuclear weapons is launched, he will find out in advance that at his speed, the possibility of being faced by a nuclear bomb is basically zero. What Shen Fei was afraid of was the situation in the Lis group last time. He was in the building and knew nothing about the situation outside. In this case, missiles with a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound were easily unable to react. It fell on his head when it was. In that case, Shen Fei will really have to compare who is stronger than him or the nuclear bomb. We have to find a place with lots of cover and get rid of satellite surveillance first. Shen Fei left quickly while thinking in his mind. However, before Shen Fei could run far, he suddenly stopped. Call. A silver light flashed in front of Shen Fei. The next moment, a sunny boy wearing medium-length hair and a white shirt appeared about 10 meters ahead of Shen Fei. A golden dog head. This is Shen Fei's first impression when he saw the other party. Who are you? Shen Fei looked at the boy's wrist and found that there was a proof of evolution, and he was obviously an adventurer in the virtual realm. Brother, I admire you very much. You dare to be so tough alone. Do you want to have a life at all? The young man asked. Everyone has the responsibility to strike alien creatures. Shen Fei spoke sternly, and then he shouted again, don't tell me, you are a traitor. It's just a world of virtual reality, but it's a new look. Sang Jun. The boy looked at Shen Fei with some surprise, but just when he was trying to say something, Shen Fei suddenly took out the energy gun from his waist. Since I am not from the human camp, I am not polite. Shen Fei sneered in his heart. He did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger directly. Laugh. The silver beam of light burst out in an instant, but at almost the same time, a black hole appeared before the boy. The attack power was directly shot into it by a silver light column that had increased by more than 10 times, but it did not cause any turmoil. Roar. A low growl came from it.